Chapter 2188. When Xiao Chen returned to his residence, he had already calmed down. He had not expected his secret to be exposed. At that time, Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned. However, after thinking about it, he realized that it might not be a bad thing. Cultivating a demonic Dao cultivation technique had always been a knot in Xiao Chen's heart. Now that it was exposed, he felt much more relaxed. From now on, he would no longer have this knot in his heart. Hua Tianyang was right. The battle between the righteous factions and demonic factions, eliminating demons and protecting the Dao, was ultimately a battle of interests. How could the people of the righteous Dao be so pedantic? How could a faux god have such low standards? Since ancient times, many people had cultivated demonic Dao cultivation techniques. However, most of them did not end up well. On the surface, everyone showed fear. However, who could guarantee that they did not secretly learn or look at demonic Dao cultivation techniques? Even from the perspective of knowing oneself and one's enemy, this was not a bad thing. However, Hua Tianyang's last sentence was even more right. If one was strong enough, no matter what cultivation technique one cultivated, others would not dare to say anything about it. Say anything? If they said anything more, they would kill them. However, if one was not strong enough and did not have any backing, they would be killed if they dared to cultivate it. Speaking of which, killing a demon would increase Xiao Chen's reputation significantly. He would give others a handle to use against him and would not be able to redress his grievances. Big Brother Xiao, your expression seems somewhat off. Did something bad happen when you met the Alliance Chief? Bao asked timidly when she saw that Xiao Chen had not said anything after he returned. Her expression also looked somewhat frightening. Xiao Chen took a sip of tea and replied calmly, "It's fine. The Alliance Chief gave me a heavy responsibility. It is hard to say whether I will survive or not." "Oh," Bao said, not asking anything more. She just obediently filled Xiao Chen's teacup. As the atmosphere turned somewhat heavy, Mu Zifeng went directly to Xiao Chen's residence. Then, he waved his hand to dismiss Bao. "Big Brother Mu." Xiao Chen stood up. Mu Zifeng gave Xiao Chen a deep look. Then, he said, "You should have told me in advance that you cultivated a demonic Dao cultivation technique. Otherwise, if Swearing Ji found out about it, I would not have been forced into such a passive state." Xiao Chen showed a doubtful expression as he said, "Big Brother Mu will be implicated as well." "Of course. Did you think the Alliance Master didn't have a motive for asking if you were one of my disciples?" Mu Zifeng said softly, "Alliance Chief Hua is injured and will retire in a few years. At that time, one of the 7 of us will have to choose the position of Alliance Chief." Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt somewhat tired. He felt very uncomfortable in the Heavenly Alliance. It was much worse than when he was in the Heaven Dragon Palace. There were schemes everywhere, and there were hidden guards at all times. It made people feel a little depressed for no reason. Now, Xiao Chen increasingly understood why the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor left back then. Mu Zifeng was somewhat different from what Xiao Chen had imagined. However, when he thought about it, it made sense. For him to climb to the position of a core doyen, how could he be someone with few desires? "My apologies for implicating Lord Mu. I am truly sorry." Xiao Chen replied calmly. His expression was calm, but he did not show much sincerity in his apology. Mu Zifeng sensed the distance in Xiao Chen's words. He sighed in his heart and stopped dwelling on this problem. "Let's drop this matter. Let's talk about the holy relic. If possible, you have to obtain the dart head yourself. You have to get the most credit." Xiao Chen frowned slightly, feeling displeased in his heart. Mu Zifeng was purposely trying to sow discord between him and Lin Feng. Before the mission even started, he was already scheming. Mu Zifeng observed Xiao Chen's expression and knew what he was thinking. He said seriously, "You might not know this, but the Heavenly Alliance spent a lot of time and resources on this holy relic. For the sake of retrieving the holy relic, Hua Tianyang nearly lost his life. Left with no choice, he came up with this plan. This is the best opportunity. The Heavenly Alliance has been making preparations since the start of this batch of newcomers. After a few rounds of secret screening, we finally decided on you and Lin Feng. Your appearance is simply a heaven-sent opportunity. When Xiao Chen heard that, his heart sank. Does that mean that Mu Zifeng thought of this mission the first time he saw me? Mu Zifeng's shrewdness was somewhat scary. You can say that the core doyen behind whoever retrieves the holy relic will be the next Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief, Mu Zifeng said softly to Xiao Chen. Seeing that Xiao Chen remained silent, Mu Zifeng said indifferently, I can promise you that if I become the alliance chief, the position of Dragon Emperor will be yours. There are no longer any heroes in this world. It is impossible for you to obtain the position of Dragon Emperor by relying on so-called dreams and emotions. I can tell you this. The forces involved in the position of Dragon Emperor are many times greater than you can imagine. You absolutely cannot become the Dragon Emperor by yourself. You need my support, the support of the Heavenly Alliance's alliance chief. Mu Zifeng did not bother with pleasantries or threatening Xiao Chen. He only explained all the benefits to Xiao Chen. Seeing Xiao Chen reveal a contemplative expression, Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, You are very similar to Peach Blossom. You only want to pursue the martial Dao, not caring about the karma of the mundane world. However, you and I are in the mundane world, so we cannot avoid it. The heavenly realm shattered, and the martial epoch no longer has a true god. To think that you talk about the dream of pursuing the peak of the martial Dao. In my opinion, this is rather comical. Of course, I personally admire these people, including you and Peach Blossom. This could be considered the age of decline. True gods of the martial Dao no longer existed. There was no peak, no goal. Several generations of faux gods were already lost. This was the worst age. Mu Zifeng's words represented the thoughts of most sovereign emperors and faux gods. Xiao Chen put down his teacup and said, Let's not talk about this first. Lord Mu, let's talk about the mission. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, It is fine if you want to run away. I will not force you. I already said it. Being born in the mundane world, the karma of the mundane world cannot be avoided. You will make your own choice when the time comes. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He knew what Mu Zifeng meant. At this moment, Swearing Ji was probably saying the same thing as Lin Feng. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's talk about the mission. This is a replica of the Snow God whip. You can take a look. Mu Zifeng took out a long whip that looked like a plum blossom. There was a total of 9 segments, each one looking like a plum blossom branch. In reality, it was made of plum blossoms, supplemented by divine materials and transcendent alloys. When Xiao Chen touched it, he could feel a flourishing life force amid its coldness. It contained an extremely strong life Dao. At the top of the 9-segment plum blossom whip was a dart head flickering with 7-colored light. It looked like the tip of a spear, but it was sharper and more exquisite. This is... Xiao Chen found it somewhat familiar, but he could not recall what it was. Mu Zifeng smiled and said, You must be very familiar with it. Take out your medallion and take a look. Xiao Chen took out the Heavenly Alliance medallion and immediately understood. The front of the Heavenly Alliance medallion had divine characters made of 7 pieces of metal. This is a 7-color stone. When the Heavenly Alliance was first established, the 7 merchant associations collected all the supreme treasures in the world and refined them into a fantasy divine stone. If not for fear of getting into trouble because of its value, the Heavenly Alliance's Grandmaster-level martial sages could have forged it into a transcendent grade soul tool. Hence, they could only forge it into a dart head, which resulted in the peak superior grade soul tool, the Snow God Whip. Although the other parts of the so-called Snow God Whip are precious, they are not worth mentioning compared to this 7-color stone. Xiao toyed with the snow god whip in his hand. Then, he gently swung it, and snowflakes immediately drifted down. The scarlet plum blossom whip in his hand looked exceptionally beautiful against the backdrop of the wind and snow. It had its own grace, swaying gracefully in the snow. Since this dart head is so miraculous, aren't you afraid that Lin Feng and I will take it and flee? Mu Zifeng smiled and said, don't even think about it. Without a cultivation technique to complement it, you cannot bring out its true might. Furthermore, given the two of your smart, you will not do something so foolish, trying to control a treasure that is not of your own strength. Mu Zifeng was right. Without sufficient strength, controlling such a treasure would only bring disaster upon oneself. The Heavenly Alliance did not have to worry. Furthermore, the two of them had weaknesses. They did not dare to fall out with the Heavenly Alliance. No wonder Hua Tianyang said that this mission was tailor-made for the two of them. To the Heavenly Alliance, the two of them were the best candidates. There was nothing more suitable. After chatting for a while, Mu Zifeng stood up and said, let's not talk about the mission anymore. This snow god whip replica is a peak Dao tool, no weaker than some inferior grade soul tools. I'll give it to you. There's also this. Take it as well. Xiao Chen received a seed and asked, finding it strange, what is this? This is a rank 9 peony seed, the devastatingly beautiful peony, the king of flowers. The instant it blooms, life force fills the air. It can suppress the death Dao domain for 1 hour. Even if you do not need it, you can keep it to protect yourself. Of course. I hope that you will take the initiative to use it. After all, who knows what Soaring prepared for him? Mu Zifeng smiled meaningfully. Then, he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder and turned to leave. Xiao Chen set the seed aside. Then, he picked up the teacup and fiddled with it, thinking about everything Mu Zifeng said. On the other side, as Mu Zifeng expected, Soaring also gave instructions to Lin Feng. Do you understand everything that I told you? Soaring's deep voice sounded somewhat hoarse. Lin Feng nodded silently, not saying anything more. Suddenly, Lin Feng's expression changed slightly, and he took 2 steps back. Horror flashed in his eyes. A ghostly figure appeared and circled Soaring, making him look even more sinister and cold. Soaring smiled sinisterly. Then, he flicked his finger, and a ghostly figure appeared. It turned out to be a strand of Ho Soul. Whoosh! The Ho Soul in Soaring's hand turned into an arrow flickering with a green light. It was a bona fide ghost Ho arrow, radiating a frightening chill. Lin Feng could not suppress the horror in his heart, so he had to take another step back. Soaring smiled faintly and said, "Are you afraid? I am not here to kill you. This dragon-killing arrow is to send that fellow to heaven. After you obtain the holy relic, kill him for me." This little bastard actually dared to reject my invitation back then. He must be tired of living. Now, he even dares to be so close to Mu Zifeng. How reckless. Lin Feng grabbed the dragon-killing arrow flying at him. He felt his soul tremble. This was the innate fear of the dragon race bloodline toward the Ho. However, Lin Feng was Lin Feng, after all. After holding the arrow for a while, a ruthless look appeared in his eyes. Unexpectedly, he suppressed the might of the arrow. Very good. I hope that you can bring back not only the holy relic but also Xiao Chen's head. Soaring revealed a satisfied smile. He liked ruthless people like Lin Feng, who were ruthless to themselves and even more ruthless to their enemies. Chapter 2189. After sending off Mu Zifeng, Xiao Chen made preparations for his trip to the Abyssal Underworld and Lin Feng's meeting at the summit of the Abyssal Underworld 3 days later. The two of them nodded slightly and greeted each other. Even though they were both feeling a little strange, there was no trace of it on their faces. They were extremely calm. It didn't take long for Hua Tianyang and the 7 core Grand Elders to arrive. It looks like you're almost done with your preparations. I won't be able to send you off on this trip. Ku Yun, help me send the two of them off. Unexpectedly, Hua Tianyang did not send Mu Zifeng or Swearen Ji. Instead, another core doyen, Ku Yun, did it. This Ku Yun was known as Master Ku Yun. Among the core doyens, he was in charge of the Heavenly Alliance's blacksmithing and blacksmithing matters. He never competed with others. Follow me. Whoosh! A figure that seemed to have jumped from the other side of the world appeared before the two of them. It was Master Ku Yun. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng followed Master Ku Yun to the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. The Netherworld was located beneath the Central World. It was composed of 9 realms and had its own laws. It was equivalent to the dark side and shadow of the Central World. The two were interdependent, and neither could destroy the other. Huh! Xiao Chen, your alloy battle armor seems to have reached 2 stars. Master Ku Yun exclaimed in shock when he saw Xiao Chen's gloves. Lin Feng, who was at the side, also looked over in surprise. The upgrade of alloy battle armor required an enormous amount of resources, and he was still stuck at a 1-star alloy battle armor. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, I used all the resources in the faux god world on the alloy battle armor. When I returned to the Heavenly Alliance, I asked Lord Mu Zifeng to upgrade it. No wonder. Come, let's head to the Central World first. It was just a small matter, so it was over after a brief mention. Through the Dao platform's teleportation, he arrived at the Central World. Xiao Chen looked at the familiar surroundings and felt slightly shocked. This place seemed to be the Desolate Sea. Desolate City was not far ahead. Is this barren city? Indeed. We should do our best to keep a low profile. The Desolate Sea is a good place to hide from others. Come, I'll send you to the abyssal underworld. Master Ku Yun used his own cultivation to carry Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Soon, they arrived at a deep chasm. Demonic energy gushed out from the pitch-black abyss. The surroundings were secluded, and there was no one in the wilderness. This was one of the more secretive passageways from the Central World to the abyssal underworld. Very few people knew about it. This 10,000 demon abyss is too dangerous and leads directly to the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Very few people use it. You too should be careful, said Master Ku Yun as he looked at the bottomless abyss filled with unknown dangers. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng exchanged glances. Then, they did not hesitate to jump down. The two of them were no strangers to the Netherworld. Xiao Chen had once carried out a mission in the Heaven Dragon Hall and killed Rakshasa Tian's clone with one saber strike. However, at that time, he had gone to the 1st layer of the Netherworld. This time, he was going to the even more dangerous 9th layer of the Netherworld. As for Lin Feng, he was originally a flood dragon human and had been born in the Netherworld since he was young. Coming here was like returning home. Looking at the two of them entering the abyss, Ku Yun fell into deep thought before he shook his head and sighed. Soon, 2 figures descended from the sky. They were Swearen Ji and Mu Zifeng. Master Ku Yun did not feel surprised at the two's appearance. He just nodded slightly to them. Brother Mu, who do you think will bring back the holy relic in the end? Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, the abyssal underworld is very dangerous. Brother Swearen, you should be worried about whether they can return alive. As for finding the holy relic, they have failed for so many years. It would not be strange for them to fail again. Swearen Ji smiled and said, stop pretending. You and I both know that the chances of finding the holy relic this time are the highest. However, you are right. We still have to worry about whether Xiao Chen can return or not. That is the most important thing. After all, he has not even opened a divine vein. Lin Feng was once a sovereign emperor expert and grasped the Death Dao domain. He should not have to worry about self-preservation. Mu Zifeng's expression changed slightly. He smiled and said, it looks like Brother Swearing thinks that Xiao Chen will definitely fall in the abyssal underworld. Let's see who can return alive at that time. The two clashed with each other, their words containing needles. After exchanging a few words, the atmosphere turned exceptionally hostile. Master Ku Yun did not find this strange. Suddenly, he raised his eyebrows and said, "The two of them have already arrived in the abyssal underworld. It is time to go." After saying that, Master Ku Yun left first, not lingering. Mu Zifeng and Swearen Ji both snorted coldly and left at the same time, not leaving any traces behind. At the bottom of the 10,000 demon abyss, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng landed one after another. When they looked around, they saw a desolate scene. Tall shrubs grew on the ground, and dark clouds hung in the sky. A blood moon hung high in the dark clouds. After landing, Xiao Chen sheathed his saber. His journey in the 10,000 demon abyss had not been smooth. There were many ferocious abyssal underworld creatures, especially vampire bats. There were so many of them that it was flabbergasting. If one was not careful, one would end up sucked dry. As Xiao Chen sized up his surroundings, he saw a gushing river at the limits of his vision. There seemed to be the silhouette of a city further away. With a thought, the yin and yang divine energy sea in Xiao Chen's time core flipped over. Now, the divine energy sea surging with demonic qi was revealed. Immediately, Xiao Chen's aura changed drastically. Xiao Chen's eyes turned pitch black, filled with a demonic nature. His entire body gave off an aura that could devour the world, inspiring fear. Xiao Chen could feel the demonic qi divine energy filling his meridians. A violent and bloodthirsty emotion spread throughout his body. This was the first time he allowed the demonic qi divine energy to occupy his physical body without holding anything back, so he was not used to it. After calming down for a while, Xiao Chen's mental state returned to normal. Now, he could deal with the demonic qi divine energy in his body, as well as the violent and bloodthirsty emotion. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted as he watched from the side. In the blink of an eye, it was like Xiao Chen had vanished. A bona fide demonic Dao sovereign emperor stood beside Xiao Chen, radiating a frightening aura from all over. "The two of you are too big of a target. Let's split up for now. We will meet at the final blood battlefield half a month from now." Lin Feng suddenly spoke before Xiao Chen could stabilize himself, startling him slightly. "All right." After thinking about it, separating for now was not a bad idea. So, Xiao Chen nodded in agreement. As Xiao Chen watched Lin Feng leave, he guessed that Lin Feng might be meeting some people or doing some other things in the abyssal underworld. After all, Lin Feng had grown up here and became a sovereign emperor here. This was fine. After all, Xiao Chen could not figure out Lin Feng's thoughts. Furthermore, Lin Feng's Death Dao domain was extremely difficult to deal with. Anyone would be tired of being on guard all the time. Xiao Chen changed into black clothes and a conical bamboo hat. Then, he got the demon blood vulture to perch on his shoulder. His getup was perfect. Xiao Chen chose a different direction from Lin Feng, heading forward. The abyssal underworld had a total of 9 layers. The 9th layer was the most bustling. Aside from the Azura race, which controlled the 9th layer, the elite cultivators of the Rakshasa race and Yiksha race from the other layers gathered there. This was because the Underworld God Hall's main hall was in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Aside from the abyssal underworld's races, there were also many human demonic Dao cultivators in this 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. Most of them were here on experiential training. The demonic Dao cultivators and the abyssal underworld cultivators cultivated very similar cultivation techniques. Hence, they frequently communicated with each other. Along the way, Xiao Chen met with several demonic Dao cultivators. When the Azura race and the other abyssal underworld cultivators saw Xiao Chen, they did not find him strange and did not give him a second look. There was no one in this place except for righteous Dao cultivators. Perhaps there were, but they disguised themselves better. The righteous Dao cultivators and the abyssal underworld's races could be considered mortal enemies. They had fought several times before, wanting to destroy the other side as soon as possible. Unlike Lin Feng, Xiao Chen's understanding of the ninth layer of the abyssal underworld was limited to some information on paper. If Xiao Chen wanted to reach the final blood battlefield, he needed to head to the nearest abyssal underworld city and obtain a map there. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find the final blood battlefield if he was blind? 4 hours later, Xiao Chen arrived before the river at the limits of his vision. That was a scarlet river. The gushing river looked like the rough blood of a demonic beast, looking very uncomfortable. The gushing river was like the sea with horrifying waves. From time to time, layers of ghostly shadows would appear, causing people to tremble with fear. Xiao Chen knew that this was the abyssal underworld's holy river. It held a high and sacred position in the hearts of the abyssal underworld's races. The holy river gushed all the way to the Azura Purgatory. The underworld god hall was above that Azura Purgatory. Even the abyssal underworld's races were not allowed to touch the holy river water. Only those with meritorious contributions or noble bloodlines could enjoy the baptism of the holy river. As for outsiders, that went without saying. Right now, Xiao Chen was a demonic Dao cultivator. He could only obediently wait for the underworld boat on the other side to cross the river. Several cultivators already gathered at the pier. There were many Rakshasa, Yiksha, Azura, and demonic Dao cultivators. Most of them were only star venerates or holy venerates. Even sovereign personages were rare. Xiao Chen spread out his aura slightly, attracting the attention of the crowd. This attracted the attention of the crowd. They kept their distance from him and looked at him with respect. Even the Azura cultivators, the masters of the ninth layer of the abyssal underworld, did not dare to show any disrespect or be impudent. In the abyssal underworld, the respect for the strong was exceptionally exaggerated. The underworld boat docked on the holy river. As long as Xiao Chen did not leave, no one dared to move. After Xiao Chen boarded, the cultivators behind him rushed to board the underworld boat. The surging river water surged. However, the underworld boat, which was not very large, moved against the current like it was on flat land. Xiao Chen stood at the bow of the boat and looked at the river. The river was vast like the sea, boundless. Blood mist and ghostly figures filled the air. Occasionally, he heard the cries of infants and the wails of malicious spirits. That should be a demon blood vulture on that senior's shoulder, right? That should be it. What a strong demon blood vulture. Its bloodline is already starting to revert. How enviable. It would be great if I had such a demonic pet. Recently, many demonic Dao seniors have come to our ninth layer of the abyssal underworld. I wonder why they are here. Who knows? How can we be qualified to participate in the matters of these major characters? The cultivators whispered to each other as they looked at Xiao Chen at the bow. Their words were filled with awe and worship. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied with this. Before he came, he had learned that the abyssal underworld worshipped the strong. If he deliberately kept a low profile, he would end up attracting trouble. The races of the abyssal underworld were all hot-tempered, cold-blooded, and bloodthirsty people. It would be much more convenient to keep a low profile. Not only would no one dare to seek trouble for him, but it would also be more convenient. Greetings, senior. As Xiao Chen looked at the river, a trembling voice came from behind him. He turned his head and saw a young Azura race cultivator calling out to him. Chapter 2190. The Azura clan had a very interesting characteristic. The nobler the bloodline of this race, the better looking they were, and the higher their status. This was the case for both men and women. If you saw a member of the Azura clan with an ugly appearance, needless to say, his strength and talent would probably be average. This was a race that looked at appearances. With one look, one could tell the status and strength of the Azura race member. The young Azura race cultivator who appeared before Xiao Chen was rather handsome. He had a single horn on his head, snow-white hair, and a pair of eyes that looked like blood jades. "What's the matter?" Xiaochen asked indifferently as he turned around. That Azura race cultivator calmed himself and said, "I am Luoho Yun, from the Luoho clan, one of the 4 royal clans of the Azura race. I took the liberty of disturbing you because I want to get to know you. This underworld boat was forged by my Luoho clan." Under the cloak, Xiaochen raised his eyebrows. Based on this person's appearance and the many cultivators behind him, it seemed like he was telling the truth. "My family name is Xiao. Young Master Luoho is too polite." Seeing that Xiaochen did not get angry, Luoho Yun rejoiced. "Senior, please come with me. This is not a good place to speak." Xiaochen followed the other party to the top of the underworld boat. Luoho Yun received Xiaochen warmly. Luoho Yun took out some rare and precious fruits that contained a demonic nature and pure demonic spiritual energy. Xiaochen glanced at them and thought to himself, "I do not like these demonic nature fruits. However, if I don't eat them, I will easily expose myself. Left with no choice, I can only feed these abyssal underworld spirit fruits to the demon blood vulture on my shoulder." When Luoho Yun saw this scene, he felt shocked. "Senior, do you normally use these 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits to feed the demon blood vulture?" This was not wrong. After entering the Heavenly Alliance, the demon blood vulture only ate 1,000-year-old demonic spirit fruits under Senior Lu's nurturing. Xiaochen did not deny it. He replied indifferently, "It's all right." Luoho Yun felt somewhat flustered. To think that he took out the spirit fruits for feeding demonic pets to receive Senior Xiao. He quickly apologized, "I was rude earlier. However, this underworld boat is very simple. I simply cannot take out any decent spirit fruits to receive Senior Xiao. I'm fine." Xiaochen responded casually. For the time being, he would take it as learning about the Azura race. Among the many races in the netherworld, the Azura race seemed to have the highest status. Rakshasa, Yiksha, and the other layers of the netherworld were all servants of the Shura for a very long time. Later on, they slowly grew stronger. However, from the looks of it, even though there were some differences between the Nether Kings and none of them were willing to submit to each other, the Nether Kings were not willing to submit to each other. However, it was undeniable that the Azura race was still the strongest, and they controlled the underworld god hall. As they chatted idly, Xiaochen brought the topic to the final blood battlefield to see if he could obtain any useful information. Final blood battlefield? That place had not been peaceful recently. It was normally a forbidden area, and those who dared to go there were all experts. However, it seems like some incredible treasure appeared this time, attracting the experts of the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld over. There are also many demonic Dao experts from the Xuewu dynasty. When Luoho Yun mentioned the final blood battlefield, excitement flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly extinguished it. Normally, Xiaochen could not go to the final blood battlefield. Now that it was so chaotic, he could not go. The genes of the Azura race flowed in their blood. They had an innate desire for battle and worshipped the strong. While the final blood battlefield was not peaceful, the more it was so, the more the Azura race cultivators would be curious and hot-blooded. However, Luoho Yun was merely a Cloud Sea Star Venerate. Even if he went to the final blood battlefield, he could only wander around the periphery. If he dared to enter, there would be only one result, death. Xiaochen could not remain calm in his heart. Something appeared in the final blood battlefield. Could it be a dart head made of 7-color stone? Do you know what it is? Luoho Yun shook his head and said, "I'm not sure about that." However, the final blood battlefield was the decisive battlefield between the abyssal underworld and the Great Thousand Realms more than 4,000 years ago. Both sides suffered countless casualties. The only things that can be excavated are the remains of foe gods, soul tools, demonic weapons, and powerful treasures. Normally, most of them are incomplete fragments. I believe that a relatively complete soul tool or strange treasure was discovered this time. Perhaps it is some holy relic of our ancestors. That is all that can be excavated from the battlefield. It should not be natural treasures or rare fruits, right? This little fellow understood rather well. Indeed, that was all that could be excavated from the battlefield. However, Xiaochen had some misgivings in his heart. If the dart head was really exposed, his and Lin Feng's mission would be somewhat uncertain. After the underworld boat docked, Luo Hoyun invited Xiaochen to return to his clan with him, wanting to introduce him to his father. There were 4 Azura kings in the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. The position of the 9th underworld monarch had always been passed between the 4 royal clans. Xiaochen guessed right. This Luo Hoyun's father might be Luo Ho Wang, one of the 4 Azura kings. After the boat docked, Xiaochen discovered that Luo Hoyun had a sovereign emperor expert by his side, protecting him in secret. However, Luo Hoyun himself did not know this. For Luo Hoyun to be able to send out a sovereign emperor guard, it showed Luo Hoyun's position in the Luo Ho clan. If Xiaochen went to meet this Luo Ho Wang and exposed his identity, only death awaited him. However, the other party was a Luo Ho Wang. He would definitely know what happened in the final blood battlefield. That would be of great help to completing the mission. After thinking about it, Xiaochen chose the former. He could take his time to find out information about the final blood battlefield. Xiaochen only had one life. If he lost it, it would be gone. Furthermore, Xiaochen was not very enthusiastic about the mission to retrieve the holy relic in the first place. I have matters to attend to. Never mind. Let's meet again if we are fated, Xiaochen said indifferently. After saying that indifferently, Xiaochen slowly vanished from Luo Hoyun's gaze of worship. Big Brother Hong, how high do you think Senior Zhao's cultivation is? Peak Holy Venerate, Sovereign Personage, or False Emperor? Luo Hoyun asked one of the guards beside him. I can't tell. However, I always feel on edge when standing beside him. I keep feeling like I will be swallowed up at any moment. I hope we can meet again. To think that I was fortunate enough to meet such an expert today. This is truly incredible. When Luo Hoyun thought about it, he felt some admiration for himself. To think that he dared to step forward and greet Xiaochen. The meeting with Luo Hoyun was just a small interlude in Xiaochen's journey to the abyssal underworld. His plan had not changed. After arriving at the nearest city and obtaining a map, Xiaochen rushed to the final blood battlefield. Along the way, Xiaochen kept an eye out for information about the final blood battlefield. However, there were many rumors about it, there was no definitive answer. Recently, Xiaochen even heard that righteous Dao cultivators had joined in, startling even the underworld god guards. This gave Xiaochen a headache. Since he was not familiar with the abyssal underworld, he could not find any reliable information. 3 days ago, Xiaochen had already arrived at the final blood battlefield. Xiaochen wandered around the battlefield's periphery a few times, killing some abyssal underworld ferocious beasts that did not know better. At the same time, he familiarized himself with the battlefield's environment. According to rumor, this final blood battlefield was not the only place where the great battle 4,000 years ago took place. Since ancient times, many great battles had taken place here. Back then, the Black Dragon King fought the 9 underworld monarchs here as well. The decisive battle with the demonic Dao cultivators had also taken place here. This was an ancient battlefield with a long history. Just by wandering around the periphery, one could feel the corpse qi that had accumulated for many years. Without reaching the Cloud Sea realm, one would not even be qualified to enter. Even sovereign personages had to be extremely cautious in this ancient battlefield. As for Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors, as long as they were careful, they would not run into too much danger in this ancient battlefield. Even if they ran into someone they could not afford to offend, they should not have any problems fleeing in advance. The truly terrifying ones were the other sovereign emperors who entered this place. These people were far more dangerous than the Forbidden Land itself. Is Lin Feng not coming? It looked like the appointed time with Lin Feng was approaching, but the other party had not appeared yet. The Heavenly Alliance medallion could sense each other's presence. The medallion did not react at all. This meant that the other party was still far from the final blood battlefield. As the blood moon rose, the appointed time passed. Then, Shao Chun shook his head and entered the final blood battlefield alone. Since the other party had not arrived yet, there was no need to wait. However, Shao Chun did not notice a spot behind him that his spiritual sense could not detect. A figure slowly put away the bow in his hand on the summit. The arrow flickered with a cold light, looking startling under the illumination of the blood moon. No one knew what would happen if this arrow was fired. However, in the end, the owner of the bow chose not to attack. Chapter 2191. Unable to wait for Lin Feng, Shao Chun could only enter the final blood battlefield alone. The ancient battlefield was desolate. Broken weapons could be seen everywhere. From time to time, one could see evil spirits and vengeful spirits floating in the air. They all had sinister faces and frightening expressions. They were formed from the resentment of the battlefield and the remnant souls of dead martial artists. Most of them had no intelligence, only a vicious nature and bloodthirsty brutality. However, when these evil spirits saw Shao Chun, they all ran far away. Their instinctive fear told them that they couldn't provoke Shao Chun. While waiting for Lin Feng at the edge of the battlefield, Shao Chun had explored this place a few times and was already very familiar with it. This time, Shao Chun did not hesitate, directly flying towards the depths of the final blood battlefield. When one reached the depths of the battlefield, one had to be careful. The Tao of many martial techniques from that battle still lingered. It might be a blade of grass, a flower, or even a gust of wind, but it contained the remnant martial technique Tao of a faux god realm expert. Of course, what they should be more wary of were the remains that had turned into corpses. The monstrous resentment and demonic chi in this place would cause a corpse to turn into a corpse, and it would display strength no weaker than when it was alive. Moreover, there was no end to killing them. Even if their bones were crushed to ashes, as long as the blood moon still existed, as long as the resentment here didn't scatter, there would always be a time for them to revive. Pa pa pa. Shao Chun held the replica snow god whip in his hand. As he brandished it, snowflakes drifted down, and cold winds blew. She was like a beauty dancing in the snow. However, this beauty had a bad temper. She was so cold that no one dared to approach her. Amidst the thunderous cracking of the whip, a group of zombies that were charging towards Shao Chun were all frozen and then shattered into pieces. Shao Chun was somewhat surprised to discover that this was the snow god whip replica that Mu Zifeng gave him. When he drove it with his ice Tao domain, it was very smooth to use. Suddenly, Shao Chun frowned slightly and let out a soft cry of surprise. The Heavenly Alliance medallion sensed someone approaching. Aside from Lin Feng, there should not be any other Heavenly Alliance members in the 9th Abyssal Underworld. Turning his head, he saw a cold figure rapidly approaching him. It was Lin Feng. Sorry, something happened. I'm late. After Lin Feng landed, he said calmly. No one could tell what he was thinking from his words. Shao Chun didn't think too much about it and said in a deep voice, "It's fine. It just so happens that I also discovered something and wanted to tell you. Before I came, I heard that something seemed off with the final blood battlefield." The discovery of a strange treasure startled not only the 9 layers of the abyssal underworld but also the experts of the Xuewu dynasty. Lin Feng nodded and said, "I was just about to say this. What was unearthed was not the holy relic of our Heavenly Alliance but the corpse of an ancient demonic sovereign that fell out of a space-time crack." The corpse of an ancient demonic monarch? Yes, it's an ancient demonic monarch with the abilities of a true god. It's possible that he fought with someone before and was swept into the space-time flow. Now, he has appeared here. Shao Chun thought to himself when he heard that. Simply put, a true god's corpse landed in the final blood battlefield. The key point was that this corpse had once been sucked into the spacetime flow. Now that it had reappeared, it meant that it had died not long ago. Its value was self-evident. No wonder he hadn't been able to find out about it before. Even among the great forces of the netherworld, only the top ones would know of such secrets. As for Lin Feng, he used to be in the netherworld, so he probably knew some of the more secretive intelligence organizations. Since it is not the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, it has nothing to do with us. Should we split up or continue moving together? Next, they would start searching for the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. The two of them had a jade strip on them. As long as they were within a certain range of the dart head, they would be able to sense it. Although it was like searching for a needle in a haystack, with this jade slip and the speed of a sovereign lord, they would be able to find a sovereign lord. As long as the holy relic was still in the final blood battlefield, he would definitely be able to find it. It was just a matter of time. Let's split up and search. We'll meet up once every 7 days. Cross out the areas that have already been explored so that we don't have to explore again. This way, the efficiency will be very high. That's exactly what I was thinking. It's settled then. After the two discussed, they parted once more in the depths of the final blood battlefield. Searching for holy relics was a very boring task, especially when one had to deal with zombies that appeared out of nowhere. Some of the zombies were even very horrifying. Even with Xiao Chen's strength, he had to avoid them. Of course, what was even more unfortunate was accidentally triggering the remnant Dao of a faux god powerhouse. That was like a faux god traveling through space and time to attack. If one was not careful, one would turn to ashes, dying on the spot. No wonder Xiao Chen had always thought that he could not complete this mission. He was too weak, unable to survive in this final blood battlefield. He was too strong and could not hide himself, easily attracting the underworld god hall's experts. Take Hua Tianyang, for example. He had appeared 9 times in the past and returned empty-handed, nearly dying here. On the other hand, the demon blood vulture was like a fish in water here, incredibly happy. The demon blood vulture could swallow up all demonic nature. When it opened its beak and sucked, it was like swallowing a demonic spirit fruit. With the demon blood vulture as a means of transportation, Xiao Chen had a much easier time in this forsaken place. There, in the depths of the final blood battlefield, a majestic and tyrannical figure appeared in the hazy dust cloud in the distance. The figure's eyes swept through the surroundings. Everyone who met its gaze trembled in fear, not daring to look at it for long. An ancient demonic sovereign. Xiao Chen knew that should be where the ancient demonic sovereign fell. In the past few days, he had seen several abyssal underworld sovereign emperors and demonic Dao experts rushing over. Actually, deep in his heart, Xiao Chen wanted to go and take a look. He had heard that no one had been able to get within 100 kilometers of the ancient demonic sovereign. Even though the ancient demonic sovereign died, the strong demonic gods might still linger, making it hard for people to move. However, this had nothing to do with the mission, so he could only put it aside for now and not join in the excitement. After 2 months, Xiao Chen still gained nothing in the final blood battlefield. He had no clue about the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. The dry days could temper his mental state. Xiao Chen discovered that even when he filled his entire body with demonic Dao divine energy, he could freely control his killing intent, rage, and all sorts of negative emotions in the final blood battlefield. During this time, Xiao Chen even saved some demonic Dao experts and Azura race cultivators. Xiao Chen gained some fame. Most of the cultivators who went to search for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse knew about this loose cultivator. Although this loose cultivator had not opened any divine veins, he cultivated an extremely powerful demonic Dao cultivation technique. He was very strong and skilled in the ice Dao. His whip techniques were extremely strange. "It looks like the thing that I feared the most has happened," Lin Feng said helplessly, sighing softly. The two had already searched every place in the final blood battlefield. Only the place where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse was left unexplored. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. Clearly, the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic should be where the demonic sovereign's corpse was. However, there were already many factions fighting over that place on the surface. It was chaotic, not to mention the experts hiding in the dark. I heard that with the various experts working together, they can already get within 10 kilometers of the demonic sovereign's corpse. Xiao Chun suggested softly, perhaps we can wait a little longer. After they deal with the demonic sovereign's corpse, we can make our move. It looks like that's all we can do. However, just at this moment, a strange light flashed in the two's eyes. Then, they each took out a jade strip. The jade strip flickered with a multicolored light. The two looked in the same direction at the same time. Lin Feng said sullenly, "That's impossible. I already searched that direction. How could the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic be found there? It is moving." Whoosh! The demon blood vulture flashed with light and turned into a beam of scarlet light, flying quickly in the air. Xiao Chun sat on the demon blood vulture's back and got it to quickly fly in the direction of the holy relic. In such an environment, the demon blood vulture was even faster than a regular sovereign emperor. It should be able to help Xiao Chun take the lead. However, Xiao Chun clearly underestimated Lin Feng. The instant Xiao Chun moved, Lin Feng stood on the demon blood vulture's back together with him. "Brother Lin, if this demon blood vulture carries two people, it will be slower," Xiao Chun said, feeling somewhat upset. Xiao Chun said somewhat unhappily. This fellow reacted rather quickly, directly jumping onto the demon blood vulture's back. This prevented Xiao Chun from making a move. Lin Feng glanced at Xiao Chun, showing an expression that said, "You understand, I understand, don't pretend to be confused." Then, he said indifferently, "That is still faster than me. When the holy relic appeared, whoever gained the initiative would definitely snatch it first." "Stop." Xiao Chun was about to say something when he sensed an extremely strong aura. He quickly ordered the demon blood vulture to stop flying in the clouds. Lin Feng frowned slightly as well. The two felt that something was wrong. When the two squinted, they saw a group of Azura race cultivators 500,000 kilometers below. Even the weakest of them was a sovereign personage. This was especially so for the person in the middle. His strength was extremely horrifying, at least a 3-vein sovereign emperor. Someone who could condense 3 divine veins was already extremely strong among sovereign emperors. 1 divine vein equaled 1 heaven. At the very least, the current Xiao Chun and Lin Feng were not a match for this person. Luoho Sovereign Emperor. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly as he recognized this 3-vein sovereign emperor. It was an old acquaintance. Xiao Chun also recognized Luoho Sovereign Emperor. Luoho Sovereign Emperor rode a tall mutated beast. Another person rode a mutated beast beside him, walking shoulder to shoulder. This was Luoho Yun. After recognizing Luoho Yun, it was not hard to guess Luoho Sovereign Emperor's identity. However, all this was not the important point. The important point was the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. It was currently adorned as a crown on Luoho Yun's head. When Xiao Chun saw this, he could not help breaking down. It turned out that he had been working for nothing in the past 2 months. Someone had discovered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic long ago. However, it seemed like these people did not know how miraculous the holy relic was. Chapter 2192. The holy relic that the Heavenly Alliance was searching for was actually an ornament on Luoho Yun's crown. Xiao Chun and Lin Feng didn't expect this at all. This meant that the sacred item had been discovered long ago. The two of them had been working hard for nothing. Lin Feng muttered, "Looks like this Luoho king is also here for the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. As a loose cultivator, you should be able to sneak in. Wait for an opportunity to snatch the dart head, then leave immediately without caring about anything else. When Xiao Chen heard this, he felt somewhat helpless. Snatching the holy relic from Luo Ho Wang's side is easier said than done. With Luo Ho Wang's strength, even if we work together, we might not be able to defeat him. I can't care so much anymore. If you manage to snatch the relic, I'll cover for you. With our strength, it shouldn't be a problem for us to block him together. Lin Feng was very confident in his and Xiao Chen's strength. Then it's settled. Xiao Chen was also a decisive person. He couldn't think of any good ideas in such a short period of time. For now, he could only do this. Lin Feng turned around and leaped into the clouds, leaving Xiao Chen alone on the demon blood vulture's back. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen got the demon blood vulture to turn into a beam of scarlet flame and purposely flew past Luo Ho Wang's group. Senior Xiao. Indeed, Luo Ho Yun, who was beside Luo Ho Wang, immediately shouted excitedly when he saw the demon blood vulture. Luo Ho Wang had a face even more handsome than Luo Ho Yun's. He raised his hand to stop the group from advancing. Then, he looked at the scarlet flame flying over and asked, "Yuner, do you know that demonic cultivator?" Luo Ho Yun nodded and said, "Father, this is the senior Xiao that I told you about. I met him by chance on the underworld boat. Unexpectedly, we met again here. I wonder if he heard me calling out to him." Luo Ho Wang thought for a while before saying, "The final blood battlefield is currently a gathering place. It is not surprising that this demonic cultivator is here. With his cultivation, he should have heard your voice. As for whether or not he will come to see you, that's hard to say." Luo Ho Yun rejoiced, "In that case, Senior Xiao will definitely come." Luo Ho Wang shook his head, but he smiled and did not say anything. Devil cultivators were usually cold-blooded people who killed without batting an eyelid. How could they really have any friendship with you? Even if he came, it would be because of me, King Luo Ho. Xiao. The scarlet flame flashed, and the demon blood vulture carrying Xiao Chen flew back. "Father, I told you. Senior Xiao will definitely return," Luo Ho Yun said joyfully, appearing very excited. "King, should we stop him?" Luo Ho Wang slightly waved his hand and said, "Let him come over." Divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor experts would attract attention no matter where they went. If this person didn't have any special background and was willing to join his team, he would have a higher chance of success. Under the cloak, Xiao Chen exchanged glances with Luo Ho Wang and said in a deep voice, "This Xiao greets Luo Ho Wang and young master Luo Ho." Luo Ho Wang smiled faintly and said, "Your eyes are pretty good. I heard from my son that you are a demonic Dao loose cultivator. What is your purpose in coming to this final blood battlefield?" Xiao Chen replied calmly, "I don't think I need to report my purpose in coming here to King Luo Ho." "How dare you not answer King Luo Ho's question?" A guard below immediately scolded, dissatisfied with Xiao Chen's attitude. "Where does that insignificant sovereign personage get the courage to scold me?" Xiao Chen snorted coldly. Dyed by his demonic Dao veritable essence energy, the snow god whip instantly coiled around this person's neck like a pitch-black venomous snake. Xiao Chen gently whipped the whip, wrapping it around the guard. Then, he smashed the guard heavily to the ground. This guard grabbed the whip with both hands, wanting to undo it. However, his body instantly got sealed in ice, unable to move. Clang! All of a sudden, the Azura guards tensed up. They drew their weapons and released killing chi. Their auras locked onto Xiao Chen, waiting for Luo Ho Wang to give the order to attack. Luo Ho Yun had never seen such a lineup before. Furthermore, he had never seen Xiao Chen make a move before. Unexpectedly, Xiao Chen was so strong. The sovereign personage guards that Luo Ho Yun normally found incredibly strong actually could not last one move against Xiao Chen. Luo Ho Yun was too shocked, somewhat at a loss. On the other hand, the two sovereign emperor experts beside Luo Ho Wang remained calm and indifferent. "How dare you? What have I taught you normally? When a sovereign emperor speaks, you are not qualified to interrupt. Put away your weapons, Luoho Wang shouted. King Luoho barked, and the group of guards hurriedly sheathed their weapons. When Xiaochen saw the situation, he heaved a sigh of relief. In this rundown place, no one would listen to you or believe you if you spoke nicely. You directly showed your strength. The stronger you were, the more people would respect you and trust you. It looked like Xiaochen had made the right bet. Otherwise, if this group of people started fighting, he would not be able to remain in this final blood battlefield. After removing the seal on the Azura guards, Xiaochen casually waved his hand, and the whip sent that guard back to his mount. Because he wanted to meet Luoho Wang, Xiaochen had already changed the dart head of the snow god whip replica to avoid attracting the other party's attention. When Luoho Wang saw the snow god whip, he did not think much of it. After all, it was just a peak Dao tool. What Luoho Wang truly valued was Xiaochen. Xiaochen was arrogant, unruly, and ruthless. If not on account of Luoho Wang, the person who shouted at him would have died already. Meeting this person here should just be a coincidence. After all, Luoho Wang's group set off with light equipment, bringing only 2 sovereign emperors and many sovereign personages. Yet, they arrived at the final blood battlefield in one day. If the other party knew about this in advance, that would be too terrifying. Furthermore, when Yuna first came into contact with the other party, it was Yuna who took the initiative to seek out the other party. I will take my leave first. Originally, I was curious about why young Master Luoho came to this final blood battlefield. Now, I understand after seeing Luoho Wang. After saying that, Luoho Wang turned and left, not lingering. Father, why did you not leave him behind? Luoho Yun could not help grumbling. My king, this person should be a loose cultivator who came to the final blood battlefield to try his luck. However, he probably underestimated the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse and did not gain anything. Since he is a loose cultivator, he should be useful if we offer him great benefits. The 2 sovereign emperor subordinates sent a voice projection to Luoho Wang, giving him their suggestion. Loose cultivators valued benefits. As long as there were sufficient benefits, one could keep the other party around and use him. Luoho Wang entered deep thought. Then, his figure flashed. In the next moment, he suddenly appeared before Xiaochen. Xiaochen feigned shock. He asked seriously, King Luoho, what is the meaning of this? Luoho Wang smiled and said, Mr. Xiao, don't overthink. I want to make a deal with you. If you are willing, I can give you an inferior grade soul tool. Or 50,000 kilograms of origin liquid. You can choose. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He asked sullenly, could it be that you want me to scout ahead? Too many factions are targeting the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. If I go, I will just be seeking death. Even if you give me 10 soul tools, I will not go. Luoho Wang said seriously, don't worry. I just want you to protect my son. Consider this 25 kilograms of origin liquid a deposit. After saying that, Luoho Wang tossed a jade bottle to Xiaochen. Xiaochen casually caught it. After thinking for a while, he nodded slightly and said, if it is just to protect young Master Luoho, this deal is doable. Good. It's a deal, then. After the matter is over, I will definitely reward you greatly. Whoosh. After a while, Luoho Wang and Xiaochen returned to the group. Then, Luoho Wang said softly, Mr. Xiao will be traveling with us from now on. Everyone, do not be rude to Mr. Xiao. If the 2 lords and I are not around, you will have to listen to Mr. Xiao. Luoho Wang's orders confused these sovereign personage guards. However, they still obeyed. Let's go. Give Mr. Xiao a savage beast. Riding on Luoho Wang's mutated beasts, Xiaochen and the others quickly headed for the ancient demonic sovereigns group. Xiaochen discovered that the 3 sovereign emperors, including Luo Ho Wang, appeared very anxious. As they rushed, they kicked up dust clouds. This appeared somewhat strange, raising suspicions. This Luo Ho Wang seemed to fear that someone else would snatch away the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse before him. There were only 3 sovereign emperors in Luo Ho Wang's group. Clearly, they were traveling light, not wanting to startle the other 3 Azura kings and other stronger factions. In the middle of the night, Luo Ho Wang and the other 2 sovereign emperors went out to scout, wanting to see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. Xiao Chen took this opportunity to ask Luo Ho Yun, "Young Master Luo Ho, this final blood battlefield is so dangerous. Why did your father bring you here?" Luo Ho Yun smiled and replied, "I begged him to come. Father said that it would be good for me to see the world. However, you don't have to worry about my safety. The crown on my head is a peak defensive soul tool that Father forged for me. Even if a sovereign emperor charged over, I would be able to protect myself." When Xiao Chen heard that, he naturally did not believe it. Even Luo Ho Wang might not be able to control the situation here. Unless the older generation experts of the Luo Ho clan made a move, they might be able to control the situation. However, that would definitely startle the older generation experts of the other factions. At that time, the factions near the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse would be even more chaotic. However, under the cloak, Xiao Chen saw the Heavenly Alliance holy relic on Luo Ho Yun's crown. This was an opportunity to take the holy relic and flee far away. Chapter 2193. This was indeed a chance to take away the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. However, it was too risky. Luo Ho Wang did not know when he would return. If the group of sovereign personage guards delayed him for even a moment, he would be in big trouble. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen chose to give up. He changed the topic and started chatting with Luo Ho Yun. After a while, Luo Ho Wang and the 2 accompanying sovereign emperors rushed back. Xiao Chen rejoiced that he had not chosen to make a move. The situation is not good. There are really many experts. Luo Ho Wang and the 2 sovereign emperors discussed the situation. They frowned heavily and did not look optimistic. Unexpectedly, the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race are here. However, fortunately, we did not expose ourselves. Luo Ho Wang revealed a faint smile as confidence flashed in his eyes. As long as the other 3 Azura kings do not come, this ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame will most likely be mine. Xiao Chen felt somewhat suspicious when he heard that. Luo Ho Wang should not have much desire for the true god flame. The most valuable thing about the true god flame was the expert's inheritance it contained. Furthermore, Luo Ho Wang already possessed the strength of a 3-vein sovereign emperor. If Luo Ho Wang received another inheritance, it would be hard to guarantee that it would not conflict with the Luo Ho clan's original inheritance. At that time, Luo Ho Wang would have to make a decision about whether to give up on his cultivation or not. The gains might not make up for the losses. Moreover, he was already old enough. It was hard to say if he would have enough time to cultivate a new inheritance. Or rather, Luo Ho Wang would only be able to accomplish this much in his lifetime. At best, he would be a 6-vein sovereign emperor. Obtaining the true god flame would be a waste, unable to bring out its greatest value. Of course, perhaps Luo Ho Wang only cared about the divine might and soul energy contained in the true god flame, which could strengthen his divine seal. However, was there a need to take such a huge risk just to strengthen his divine seal? Luo Ho Wang only brought 2 sovereign emperors. Clearly, he wanted to make a sudden move, taking out the true god flame without startling the other 3 Azura kings. Xiao Chen looked around and fixed his gaze on Luo Ho Yun. Then, his eyes lit up. Suddenly, he understood something. If he left the true god flame's inheritance to Luo Ho Yun, everything would be different. Luo Ho Yun was young, no more than 20 years old, but he was already a star venerate. Talent, comprehension ability, and bloodline went without saying. If he could obtain this great opportunity, it would be like ascending to the heavens in a single step, and his future would be limitless. No wonder Luoho Wang dared to take the risk of bringing only 2 sovereign emperors, traveling light. Mr. Xiao, take this. As Luoho Wang's thoughts wandered, he took out a black talisman and handed it to Xiao Chen. This is for hiding. We will be heading to where the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse is in 4 hours. Are the people of the Xuewu dynasty already impatient and are about to make a move? Xuewu dynasty? Yes, this group of people seems to be determined to obtain the corpse of the ancient demon monarch. However, since the corpse has appeared in the 9th underworld, this group of demonic cultivators is destined to be one-sided. When Xiao Chen heard this, he was slightly startled. He looked into the distance, where the ancient demonic monarch's monstrous divine might condensed into a majestic figure. Was he finally going to get close? Although Xiao Chen had been in the final blood battlefield for a long time, he had not truly gotten close to the demonic sovereign's corpse. At that time, there is no need for Mr. Xiao to make a move. Mr. Xiao just needs to protect my son, Luoho Wang said seriously as he looked at Xiao Chen. Luoho Yun smiled and said, Father, go in peace. With Senior Xiao around, I will definitely not be in any danger. Luoho Yun was very confident in Xiao Chen. He was even more confident in his father. Be it his father or Xiao Chen, they were both unrivaled existences in Luoho Yun's heart. This little fellow simply does not understand the gravity of the matter. Luoho Wang looked at Luoho Yun with doting eyes. This time, he took the risk because of Luoho Yun. Luoho Wang wanted to give Luoho Yun a future that surpassed that of the Azura King and the Azura race. Let's go. Xiao Chen activated the black jade strip, and demonic qi immediately shrouded his entire body. His aura merged perfectly with the surroundings of the final blood battlefield. Interesting. This jade strip is really miraculous. Given this, even a faux god would find it hard to discover them. At this moment, to others, Xiao Chen's group was like the baleful aura and resentment of the final blood battlefield. Soon, the group felt the ancient demonic sovereign's horrifying might and pressure. Their footsteps slowed. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Even in death, this fellow still possesses such divine might. How terrifying. When the group was only 5,000 kilometers away, Xiao Chen and the other sovereign emperors could already see the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. This corpse wore scarlet battle armor, and his body was as huge as a small mountain. His eyes glared furiously as black demonic qi continuously spread out from his corpse, materializing thousands of mysterious phenomena. Many overwhelming ferocious beasts materialized by demonic qi stood around him, looking like they were alive, inspiring fear. Many factions stood 10 kilometers away from the demonic sovereign's corpse amid the demonic might, finding it hard to advance. Luoho Wang whispered to Xiao Chen, of these factions, the ones we really pay attention to are the Rakshasa race, the Yiksha race, and the Xuewu dynasty's group. The leaders of the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race are experts under Rakshasa Tian and the Yiksha king. They are 2 vain sovereign emperors. As for the Xuewu dynasty's group, they seem to be from the royal court. If I recall correctly, the leader should be the current dynasty's 8th prince. As for the others, they are just some stragglers. There is no need to fear them. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. There seemed to be another strong faction in the surroundings. However, like Luoho Wang and the others, they were all in hiding, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. As for those stragglers, Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. With his sharp spiritual sense, he noticed that there seemed to be people of the righteous Tao disguised as demonic cultivators among them. If Luoho Wang was overly confident and rashly made a move, the consequences might be dire. However, Xiao Chen did not dare to be certain. If he said it, Luoho Wang would suspect him, so he could only keep it to himself. At the same time, the various factions made their final preparations, waiting for the divine might of the demonic sovereign corpse to slowly weaken. The Rakshasa race group had 2 sovereign emperors and several heaven-defying sovereign personages. They stood 10 kilometers away. The Rakshasa race cultivators looked at the demonic sovereign corpse helplessly, unable to get any closer. Lord Feng Sun, we can't get any closer. The leader was a sovereign emperor with 2 divine veins. His family name was Feng Sun, and he possessed horrifying strength. As for the other sovereign emperor, his strength was ordinary. Feng Sun said after some thought, "It looks like we can only think of a way after this demonic might weakens. However, it looks like the Xuewu dynasty's people have other plans." A sovereign emperor at the side nodded and said, "They might have a holy tool that can break the demonic might. However, they do not seem confident, so they have not made a move yet." After some thought, Feng Sun said, "Let's see how capable this group of demonic cultivators of the Xuewu dynasty are." On the other side, the 2 Yiksha race sovereign emperors also looked at the Xuewu dynasty's group. Not only that, but the rogue cultivators wandering nearby and the factions hiding in the dark also looked at the group of people. Back then, Shaochen blinded the Xuewu dynasty's 8th prince Li Yun in the desolate sea's azure mountain town, forcing him to flee in a sorry state. Now, Li Yun's eyes had recovered. Not only that, but he was also a sovereign emperor. Li Yun must have cultivated in a secret realm in the demonic Dao Hall. Otherwise, his cultivation would not have increased so quickly. This time, he probably intended to take away the demonic sovereign corpse and make a comeback. "Senior Tang, are the holy tools not ready yet?" The 8th Prince Li Yun stood 10 kilometers away, showing a somewhat crazed expression as he looked at the demonic sovereign corpse. The 8th Prince could feel the gazes of many sovereign emperors on his group. He smiled coldly in his heart, not minding it. Although the abyssal underworld sovereign emperors of the various races did not get along, they were still people of the abyssal underworld. But in any case, they were all from the netherworld. If they were to fight, it was obvious that they would first get rid of this group of demonic cultivators. The 8th Prince had already thought of this before coming, so he did not panic. "Your Highness, it is not time yet. We are not completely confident yet. The holy tools can be used at any time. However." Li Yun asked sullenly, "However what?" This old man is still somewhat worried about whether Yan Cangming's group is reliable or not. The 8th Prince Li Yun smiled and said, "There's no need to worry. Even in his dreams, this fellow wants the flood dragon humans to have a foothold. I gave him a conferred land in the central Great Realm. There is no way he could reject it. In that case, this old man can rest assured. We can use the holy tools at any time with your Highness's command." Li Yun scanned the surroundings indifferently, finally locking his gaze on the demon monarch's corpse, regardless of how many people were hiding in the dark. He did not care what the Rakshasa race and Yiksha race experts thought. As long as he used the holy tools, everything about this ancient demonic sovereign would belong to him, Li Yun. Chapter 2194. The sky of the abyssal underworld was perpetually covered in dark clouds. Light rarely shone in the final blood battlefield. It seemed like time moved more slowly in such an environment. If one could not calm down, one would easily feel restless. This was the case for the 8th Prince, Li Yun. When he saw the demonic might not weaken at all, he cursed, "Damn it! Why is it still not weakening? Old Tang, I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool." Clearly lacking confidence, Elder Tang said, "Your Highness, if the sacred tool forcibly breaks the demonic might, it will not last for long. If we wait for the demonic might to weaken before using the sacred tool, we will be able to obtain the demonic sovereign corpse. Wait. 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 How long? The longer we wait, the more variables there will be. This prince has already waited for more than 2 months. I can't wait any longer. Give me the sacred tool." The 8th Prince said somewhat irritably, showing rage on his face. Elder Tang sighed. After thinking about it, this made sense. The longer he waited, the more variables there would be. Taking out the sacred tool in a situation that no one expected might have a miraculous effect. After consoling himself, Elder Tang took out the sacred tool. It was a strange weapon, the Scarlet Moon, a scimitar that looked like a crescent moon. The interior of the crescent moon was very complicated, looking like a skeleton connected together. The entire moon was close to 3 meters long, looking incredibly huge. It gave off a strange demonic might. Elder Tang showed a serious expression as he started to drive the Scarlet Moon. The divine characters on the skeleton seemed to come to life. Soon after, blood seeped out of the crescent moon. The entire moon looked like an ancient ferocious beast coming to life. Roar! In that instant, everyone in the entire final blood battlefield heard a terrifying, ferocious roar in their hearts. This is... Xiao Chen's body trembled slightly as shock flashed in his eyes. As he looked in the 8th prince's direction, he saw a scarlet moon slowly rising. At this moment, nearly all the factions in the final blood battlefield looked over. Indeed, he brought out the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool, the Scarlet Moon. Luo Ho Wang muttered, not showing much surprise in his eyes. Scarlet Moon? What is that? A sovereign emperor at the side asked, feeling confused. Luo Ho Wang said softly, the dynasty's sacred tool is refined using a secret technique. I heard that the entire Xuewu dynasty refined only 10 of them. For a short period of time, it can make this saint tool reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool. While Luo Ho Wang was speaking, the 8th prince also made his move. He pushed the blood-colored crescent wheel with all his might. Boom! The dazzling blood-colored divine energy turned into crescent scimitars that forcefully split apart the demonic might and carved out a path. So. Li Yun's figure flashed, and the originally insurmountable barrier was broken. In an instant, he advanced 100 meters. The Xuewu dynasty experts behind quickly followed, not moving an inch. Following Li Yun's forceful breakthrough, the originally flourishing demonic might weakened slightly. Even with the blazing demonic might, it was hard to avoid being affected. Should we make a move? A Rakshasa sovereign emperor asked Feng Sun. Clearly, these people could no longer sit still as they watched Li Yun slowly approach the demonic sovereign's corpse. Feng Sun crossed his arms and replied indifferently, there's no rush. The demonic might has not weakened to the point where we can make a move. When he is halfway there, we should be able to make a move. If that is all he is capable of, he can forget about snatching away the demonic sovereign's corpse. Undercurrents immediately surged. An overwhelming aura accumulated in the dark. Once it erupted, it would be earth-shattering. Xiao Chen did not care about this. He was thinking, where is this brat Lin Feng hiding? Xiao Chen looked around and did not discover Lin Feng. He did not have any talisman to hide his aura. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, he realized that this fellow comprehended the horrifying death Great Tao. It would not be impossible for him to hide in this final blood battlefield. Actually, Xiao Chen had never considered this question. Would Lin Feng be interested in this demonic sovereign's corpse? If Lin Feng was interested, then this game of Go would be even more interesting. All the experts present, both in the open and in the dark, felt very tense. Only Xiao Chen remained as calm as still water, appearing indifferent. Luo Ho Wang, who was at the side, slowly showed a grave expression on his handsome face. His hands trembled slightly. The silly prince, Luo Ho Yun, seemed to sense this atmosphere as well. His originally cheerful mood slowly turned somewhat tense. No matter how stupid Luo Ho Yun was, even a fool could sense that the atmosphere was unusual. Luo Ho Yun seemed to already know that this operation was not as simple as bringing him here to broaden his horizons. Father, Yun is a little afraid. In reality, Luo Ho Yun's expression turned somewhat unsightly when the 8th prince took out the sacred tool. Luo Ho Yun was the weakest here. The instant that sacred tool appeared, even Xiao Chen felt fear in his heart. What more an insignificant star venerate like him? Only sovereign emperors could participate in this game of Go. Sovereign personages could barely be considered cannon fodder. Star venerates could not even be considered cannon fodder, just air. Luoho Wang revealed a smile on his tense face. He said softly, "Don't be afraid. Your father is here. Furthermore, with Mr. Xiao around, no one can hurt you." Luoho Yun seemed to understand. He asked sullenly, "Father, what are you going to do later?" Luoho Wang stared at the ancient demonic sovereign corpse and said, "I'm going to fulfill my promise to your dead mother. Just wait in peace. Father will return after killing them. Your Majesty, we will definitely protect little prince's safety to the death." The group of sovereign personage guards said in unison, sounding somewhat solemn. Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. "You are just a group of cannon fodder. If something really happens, it will be hard for you not to die." Luoho Wang felt somewhat helpless. As he looked at the group of sovereign personage guards, some words did not need to be said. With just one look, everyone understood. This group of guards also knew that they were cannon fodder. At best, they would only give Luoho Yun more time to flee. However, they still followed willingly. Such loyalty was hard to come by. "Mr. Xiao." Luoho Wang shifted his gaze and fixed it on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not wait for Luoho Wang to finish. He said seriously, "Luoho Wang, don't worry. Loose cultivators value benefits. I will definitely do my best to fulfill my promises. In that case, I'll leave it to Mr. Xiao. This is the remaining origin liquid. If you can return, come to my residence. I will give you an inferior grade soul tool." Luoho Wang handed over a jade bottle containing another 10 tons of origin liquid. "Your Majesty, they are going to attack." The two sovereign emperors at the side, who had been watching the situation closely, said softly. Luoho Wang's expression immediately changed. After handing the jade bottle to Xiao Chen, he focused all his attention on Li Yun, who was about to reach the ancient demonic sovereign corpse. Heavenly Cloud Dawn Chop. Evil Wind Palm. Breaking Blood Sword. At the same time, the sovereign emperor experts of the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race attacked first. The loose cultivators roaming the surroundings also attacked at this moment. In that instant, 10 odd sovereign emperors launched their attacks at the same time. Rumble. Immediately, all sorts of Dao domains clashed. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared, causing the sky to change color and the ground to tremble. Xiao Chen felt the talisman concealing his aura being affected. The baleful aura that he gave off rippled chaotically. However, at this moment, even if there was some chaos, it would not matter. No one paid attention to them at all. The scene of 10 odd sovereign emperors attacking at the same time was too shocking. Even for Xiao Chen, this was his first time seeing this, which shocked him slightly. The Tao might containing a divine nature appeared at the same time, temporarily suppressing the ancient demonic sovereign's overwhelming demonic might. Ha ha ha. When facing so much pressure, Li Yun, who had the sage tool hovering above his head, did not panic. Instead, he laughed. His laughter contained lofty sentiments and hot-bloodedness. He said loudly, "Senior Tang, bring people to retrieve the demonic sovereign corpse's parts and essence blood. Leave the true god flame to me. I will deal with these people." The sage tool's might rose another level, reaching its peak. It burst out with the might of a medial-grade soul tool. However, this was not the most horrifying thing. The most horrifying thing was that Li Yun's bloodline was perfectly compatible with that sage tool. It was like a medial-grade soul tool bringing out 80% of its might. Li Yun relied on the Xuewu dynasty's sage tool to block 10 odd sovereign emperors by himself. "I have been waiting for you for a long time already. No matter who comes today, don't think of stopping me from obtaining this demonic sovereign corpse. I will reign supreme under the blood moon. After blocking 10-odd sovereign emperors, Li Yun laughed somewhat arrogantly, his laughter filled with cockiness. Feng Sun and the other two vain sovereign emperors gritted their teeth in anger. This Li Yun was nothing in their eyes. However, the sage Tuul's might was too strong. Even though they were two vain sovereign emperors, they could only barely block Li Yun's attacks. Everything proceeded according to Li Yun's plan. Suddenly, winds and clouds blew, and the aura of a ruler surged out. Luo Ho Wang revealed himself, riding a bloodthirsty savage beast and holding a golden saber as he rushed over. Scatter! Those who block me will die. Luo Ho Wang's strength as a three-veined sovereign emperor stood at the top. He led his two sovereign emperor subordinates and charged forward, sweeping through everything in his way. No one dared to block him. Luo Ho Wang. It's Luo Ho Wang. Why is he here? Damn it! Why is he here instead of guarding his conferred land? Damn it! Is this fellow crazy? A person's name was like a tree's shadow. The moment Luo Ho Wang, one of the four Azura kings, appeared, he shocked everyone, attracting everyone's attention. Chapter 2195. The moment Luo Ho Wang appeared, his strong aura and vast accumulations as a three-veined sovereign emperor shocked everyone. When the two sovereign emperors charged over, no one dared to block them. Luo Ho Wang instantly inflicted severe injuries on some of the slower sovereign emperors, sending them flying back. Their survival was unknown. The strongest sovereign emperor present was only a two-veined sovereign emperor. As for Luo Ho Wang, he had been a three-veined sovereign emperor for many years. Of the 9 divine veins, every 3 was a threshold. If one could cross it, it would be a whole new world. If one could not, one would be stuck. While divine vein realm sovereign emperors were said to have 9 grades, in reality, there were only 3. Within 3 divine veins, one would be considered a small perfection sovereign emperor. After 3 divine veins, one would be considered a great perfection sovereign emperor. After 6 divine veins, one would be considered a consummation late-stage sovereign emperor. Luo Ho Wang's 3-vein cultivation could be said to be at peak small perfection. He had been stuck at this bottleneck for many years. Unless a great perfection sovereign emperor appeared, no one would be a match for him in a one-on-one fight. Although there were many sovereign emperors present, most of them fought for themselves, like a plate of loose sand. Shocked by Xiao Chen's aura, how could they dare to stop him? Luo Ho Wang only had one target, which was Li Yun, who had the dynasty's saint weapon on his head. His goal was even simpler, to kill him and seize the ancient demonic monarch's true god flame. But it wasn't easy to make it a reality. After all, Li Yun had used his own strength to block the terrifying attacks of 10-odd sovereign emperors earlier. The strength of a sage artifact was evident. When he saw Luo Ho Wang appear, a trace of undetectable panic flashed across Li Yun's arrogant eyes. He wasn't sure if the sage artifact could stop Luo Ho Wang, who was at the peak of 3 meridians. His fate would be even more miserable. It was hard to say whether he could even withstand 3 moves from Luo Ho Wang. Insignificant prince, how dare you behave atrociously in my Azura underworld? Quickly scram. Otherwise, don't blame this king for not giving the Xuewu dynasty face. Luo Ho Wang's handsome face was overflowing with domineering aura. His eyes were filled with shocking killing intent. The accumulations of a king's might unintentionally spread out, causing Li Yun to feel immense pressure and even waver. However, when Xiao Chen thought about it, he remembered that he had Yan Cangming's help in secret. It was not impossible for him to fight. Furthermore, the demonic king's fire of the true god was his only chance to make a comeback. He could not give it up. Having made up his mind, Li Yun's heart no longer wavered. He bellowed, "Today, even if the king of hell from the 9th level of the underworld comes, don't dream of making me retreat. Luo Ho Wang, since you dared to show yourself, then I shall have a taste of your Azura tactics. Under the blood moon, only I am supreme." Li Yun shouted and pushed the might of the sage tool to its limits. The scarlet moon above his head looked like a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The image of a dynasty quickly materialized on the back of the moon wheel. Rumble. The foundation of the ancient dynasty was activated by Li Yun at this moment. A shocking demonic might erupted from his body, as though he had grown tens of thousands of feet tall. Woo! Screams of agony echoed in the air. The savage beasts that Luoho Wang and the other two were riding on suddenly died. Luoho Wang's indomitable aura was actually forcefully forced back. Their auras clashed, and this part of the world began to tremble. Woo 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 woo. The countless ancient war souls that had settled in the final blood battlefield for 10,000 years seemed to be startled awake. True cries came from the depths of the ground. There were even war drums that transcended time and space, sounding like thunder, ringing out endlessly. This made one's bloodline swell, and their battle hunger and souls burned. I'll deal with this fellow. The two of you, go to the demonic sovereign's corpse. Luoho Wang instructed, getting his two sovereign emperor subordinates to stop Li Yun's subordinates from attacking the ancient demonic sovereign's corpse. You want to get past me? Forget about it. Lonesome Moon lives alone. When Li Yun saw the situation, he immediately attacked, wanting to block the two sovereign emperors. Boom! The moon will send out a scarlet light, encasing the two. Then, Li Yun threw two palm strikes. The thousands of scarlet shadows in his palms immediately turned into layers of crescents, charging at the two Azura sovereign emperors. The crescents were like blood. As they spun, light and shadow changed. Scarlet light flickered endlessly within 5,000 kilometers. Earlier, these thousands of crescent moons blocked the many sovereign emperors, making them flustered and fatigued from dealing with them. Every crescent looked like a true blood moon, containing the vast might of a dynasty. With the support of the scarlet light, Li Yun's Dao domain reached peak third layer, appearing startlingly mighty. Luoho Wang snorted coldly, and a slender saber appeared in his hand. As the saber light moved, a force that could uproot mountains and rivers erupted from Luoho Wang's body. With his strong three-vein sovereign emperor cultivation, he forcefully broke these two terrifying palm strikes. The two Azura sovereign emperors quickly took advantage of this opportunity to get under the ancient divine emperor. Elder Tang and the others felt shocked. They had no choice but to stop what they were doing and fight these two Azura sovereign emperors. Damn it! Luoho Wang, you spoiled my plans. I'll fight it out with you. Sensing Luoho Wang's strength, a crazed look flashed in Li Yun's eyes. His figure flashed, and he actually took the initiative to attack Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang's expression did not change as he dealt with Li Yun calmly. It would not be easy to deal with this crazed Li Yun, who wielded a sacred tool. The two of them quickly clashed, and a terrifying shockwave rippled out continuously. The other spectating sovereign emperors immediately moved back. Of these two, one was a three-vein sovereign emperor, and the other was a madman wielding a dynasty's sacred tool. Neither was easy to deal with. No one dared to interfere in the huge battle. The scattered shock waves were not easy to deal with. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly. He was already certain that aside from the experts of the Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race, there were definitely righteous Dao cultivators among the loose cultivators in disguise. When those loose cultivators retreated earlier, Xiao Chen had sensed a familiar aura. However, he could not recall where it was. Let's go. Not daring to take the risk, Xiao Chen led Luoho Yun far away. The Rakshasa race and the Yiksha race still harbored the thought of Luoho Wang and Li Yun injuring each other and taking advantage of the situation. Hence, they did not retreat far. Xiao Chen felt that something was wrong. He did not want to target that ancient demonic sovereign either. So, he led Luoho Yun far away, continuously retreating. Senior, I want to see my father. I don't want to leave. Luoho Yun was worried about his father's safety, so he resisted somewhat. However, Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain, forcefully pulling him far away. They kept retreating until they were 500,000 kilometers away. Even then, they could still hear the earth-shaking sounds of battle. "Little Prince, stop messing around. Mr. Xiao is doing this for Little Prince's safety." Luo Ho Yun only stopped after retreating 100,000 kilometers. The group of sovereign personage guards quickly consoled Luo Ho Yun, who had been making a fuss along the way. Luo Ho Yun's eyes turned somewhat moist. "I don't care. I want to see my father. I don't want anything to happen to him. I want to go back." As Luo Ho Yun spoke, he actually started crying. The group of sovereign personage guards could not do anything, feeling somewhat flustered. Xiao Chen could no longer stand by and watch. He ferociously stretched out his hand and flung Luo Ho Yun off the savage beast's back, causing Luo Ho Yun to fall heavily to the ground. "You are a man. What is the point of crying? If you go back, you will die. If you want to die, I will kill you now." Xiao Chen snorted coldly and released his killing intent, scaring the group of sovereign personage guards. Luo Ho Yun also panicked. "Mr. Xiao, don't be angry. Little Prince lost his mother when he was young. He grew up with King Luo Ho and had a deep relationship with him. It is hard to avoid some." The group of sovereign personage guards quickly explained, thinking that Xiao Chen really wanted to kill. Xiao Chen sighed when he heard that. Then, he said softly, "Since your father handed me to you, I have to take responsibility for you. The demonic sovereign corpse land is much more complicated than you imagine. You are just a star venerate. Going there is simply seeking death." In the end, Luo Ho Yun was not a fool. After being scared by Xiao Chen, he recovered his wits. However, he asked, "Senior, will my father be fine?" Xiao Chen did not feel confident. If he really had confidence in Luo Ho Wang, he would not have retreated so far away. Xiao Chen had made such a decision because he felt that something was wrong. That should be the case. Luo Ho Wang is a three-veined sovereign emperor. It should not be difficult for him to survive, that was all Xiao Chen could say. Right after he spoke, he suddenly felt the dynasty's accumulations in the distant Scarlet Moon weaken for a moment. This is... Not caring much, Xiao Chen opened a vertical eye on his forehead under the conical bamboo hat, activating his heavenly eye. Xiao Chen's vision continuously expanded. Finally, the scene of the demonic sovereign corpse land appeared before him. Cracks appeared in the Scarlet Moon above Li Yun's head. The dynasty's sacred tool seemed to be on the verge of breaking. Xiao Chen immediately rejoiced. Something must have happened when Li Yun forcefully broke the demonic might. Otherwise, the dynasty's sacred tool would not have lasted until now. Li Yun's crazed expression instantly paled in fright. He cursed as though he was trying to say who betrayed him. Seeing that he could not defeat Luo Ho Wang and that the sacred tool could not hold on any longer, Li Yun merged the sacred tool into his body and retreated quickly. Luo Ho Wang snorted coldly. Then, he wanted to pursue and kill Li Yun in one go. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. Xiao Chen's heavenly eye suddenly felt a piercing light, and a trace of blood appeared. Xiao Chen gritted his teeth and grunted. Then, he quickly closed his heavenly eye, showing an uncertain expression. The instant the intense light appeared, Xiao Chen saw the person who attacked. It was the profound heaven's holy son, Wenrenyu. Mu Yunju and Gu Yuhan, who had conflicts with Xiao Chen in the faux god world, stood beside Wenrenyu. When the three worked together, they seemed to activate some kind of secret treasure, instantly erupting with a Dao might that surpassed that of the dynasty's sacred tool. No one had expected such a scene to unfold. Although Luo Ho Wang had been wary of others attacking in secret, he relaxed his guard when he saw Li Yun's defeat. Furthermore, he had not expected such a strong attack. Although Xiao Chen did not see what happened later, he could guess what happened. After Luoho Wang suffered such an attack, he was surrounded by 10 odd sovereign emperors. His situation was definitely not good. Chapter 2196. A piercing light lit up the entire final blood battlefield like the blazing sun. Even from 1 million kilometers away, one could see the intense light and dazzling eyes. The light was too dazzling, blinding people temporarily. Aside from the intense light, they could not see anything else. When the intense light faded, Luoho Yun exclaimed in shock, "Light Dao domain. It's a righteous Dao cultivator. Why would righteous Dao cultivators appear in the final blood battlefield? Are these people tired of living?" After the group of sovereign personage guards startled to their senses, they showed worry on their faces, clearly feeling ill at ease. How can it be like this? Did Luoho Wang think of it? What a terrifying light Dao domain. It is even stronger than the 8th prince's sacred tool. Although the light only appeared for a short while, not as long as the sacred tool's might, the might it erupted with was much stronger than the sacred tools. Luoho Yun and the other Azura race cultivators could not help feeling nervous. Anyone would worry about Luoho Wang's safety under such circumstances. Xiao Chen's expression had already recovered its calm. Before he came, he had heard rumors of righteous Dao cultivators in the final blood battlefield. However, these people hid very well, mixing in with the demonic Dao loose cultivators and deceiving them. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were humans, and so were the righteous Dao cultivators. As long as they hid their auras, others would not notice them if they did not. Furthermore, the baleful auras in the final blood battlefield were chaotic, easily disrupting the perception of cultivators. "Let's go. This place is no longer safe," Xiao Chen said softly. Luoho Yun and the others had not seen it, but Xiao Chen had personally seen Luoho Wang get struck. Xiao Chen did not know what the situation was now, but he was certain that Luoho Wang could no longer control the situation. "No. I want to go and find father. I'm not leaving. Something must have happened to father. I want to go and save him." Luoho Yun showed a flustered expression, his eyes bloodshot. Perhaps it was because of the father-son connection, but he felt that Luoho Wang's current situation was terrible. Speaking of which, Luoho Yun had been rather miserable. Before coming here, he had not known anything. He had really thought that his father had brought him here to broaden his horizons. He had not expected such a cruel thing to happen. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Emotionally, he could understand Luoho Yun. However, rationally, he had to leave. Luoho Yun tried to flee. However, he was trapped in Xiao Chen's Taiji force field, unable to move an inch. His demonic essence surged all over his body as he howled, but he still could not move. "Damn it! Let go of me! Let go of me!" Luoho Yun shouted angrily, cursing Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with him. He calmly ordered, "Capture him. Let's go." The group of sovereign personage guards knew that Xiao Chen's actions were correct. Although they felt dissatisfied with Xiao Chen, they still did as he said. However, Luoho Yun suddenly became stubborn. He said, "Let go. If any of you dare to touch me, I will die in front of you. Little prince, don't be stubborn. Listen to Mr. Xiao and let's go." "That's right. With the king's strength, there's no need to worry about self-preservation. At that time, if he comes out and sees that something has happened to you, little prince, then it will be troublesome." Luoho Yun refused to obey no matter what. He kept nagging that something must have happened to his father. Something must have happened. Xiao Chen sighed softly, "Let him be. We will wait here for King Luoho." Xiao Chen understood Luoho Yun. After a 20-odd-year-old child erupted with emotions, he would inevitably lose his rationality. If Xiao Chen forcefully brought Luoho Yun away, something bad might happen. Since that is the case, so be it. Xiao Chen felt helpless in his heart. King Luoho really gave him a tough job. Xiao Chen could not be bothered with anything else. Then, he closed his eyes and cultivated peacefully on the demon blood vulture's back. Xiao Chen only spread out the Taiji force field. No matter how hard Luoho Yun tried, he could not struggle free. If Luoho Yun grew tired, he would naturally stop. 2 hours later, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. He saw a horrifying demonic might surging towards him from the fog-covered battlefield. However, if one carefully sensed it, one would discover that this aura was already a spent force. Luoho Yun held on to his last breath and rushed forward. Indeed, when Xiao Chen could sense it with his spiritual sense, he discovered that this aura came from Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang rushed over with all his might. A group of sovereign emperors chased after him. The surprising thing was that the profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were among this group of people. These demonic Dao cultivators, abyssal underworld sovereign emperors, and righteous Dao cultivators actually worked together to chase after Luoho Wang. On the demon blood vulture's back, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Luoho Wang forcefully obtained the true God flame. After thinking about it, this was the only possibility that could make the various factions put down their differences and work together to deal with Luoho Wang. Boom! A strong wind blew, scattering the demonic fog for 5,000 kilometers around. Then, Luoho Wang's figure appeared before Xiao Chen and the others. Wounds covered Luoho Wang's body. The huge wound on his chest, which still gave off a profound white light, was the most ghastly sight. Along the way, Luoho Wang forcefully carved out a bloody path. From a distance, it looked like a scarlet river spanning 5,000 kilometers. Father! The somewhat distracted Luoho Yun erupted, tears flowing down his cheeks. Xiao Chen scattered the Taiji force field, and Luoho Yun struggled free. Then, he started running frantically. Protect Luoho Wang. The group of sovereign personage guards could no longer hold themselves back. They all rushed out to block the group of sovereign emperors. When Luoho Wang saw Luoho Yun, he squeezed out a smile on his handsome face. Then, he leaped into the air and arrived before Luoho Yun. Pu Ci. However, the instant Luoho Wang landed, he fell to the ground with a plop. Then, he vomited 3 mouthfuls of blood and coughed endlessly. Miserable shrieks rang out. The sovereign personage guards could not resist these sovereign emperors, instantly dying miserably. However, this group of sovereign personage guards was very ruthless. Before dying, they chose to self-detonate, making things difficult for the sovereign emperors. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture turned into a beam of scarlet light and arrived beside Luoho Yun and Luoho Wang. Luoho Wang could no longer speak. Luoho Wang tightly held Luoho Yun's hand with one hand and tightly clenched the other, showing no signs of letting go. Yun, Luoho Yun looked at Xiao Chen. His eyes were red from crying as he said, "Senior, can you save my father? I beg you. I beg you." Xiao Chen said in frustration. How could a bona fide 3-veined sovereign emperor die so easily? If Xiao Chen handed over the true God flame, would these people dare to kill him, Luoho Wang? The Luoho clan also had older generation faux god experts. They were just children, yet they made it seem like they were parting forever. This made Xiao Chen feel a little sour. While Luoho Yun spoke, Luoho Wang already appeared weak. He did his best to raise his head and look at Xiao Chen. There was no need for words. Xiao Chen could tell what Luoho Wang wanted to say from Luoho Wang's eyes. Luoho Wang wanted Xiao Chen to protect Luoho Yun and let him inherit the true God's inheritance. Xiao Chen did not say anything. It was not that he was indifferent. It was just that he was a Heavenly Alliance member. Right now, he only needed to take away the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. There was no need for Xiao Chen to cause other trouble and take the risk of becoming enemies with so many sovereign emperors. Luoho Wang could not say anything. However, heavy sorrow appeared in his eyes. Now, it seemed like his life force was starting to fade. If one's heart died, even if one's body was fine, one would be no different from a dead person. Luo Ho Wang's final look touched the softest and weakest thing in Xiao Chen's heart. Xiao Chen thought of the faux god world. He thought of facing Lu Riyue for 5 years in Fiend Cloud Hall, suffering unspeakable pain. Xiao Chen thought of the days when his heart broke out like a living dead. The demonic fog lingered in the ancient final blood battlefield. Strong winds blew endlessly, dark clouds lingered, and a blood moon hung high. The souls of the deceased seemed to sing a sad song of the past in the howling wind, coldly watching the story of the day. The sad song remained forever. The battlefield never changed. The story was still the same. However, the heroes changed wave after wave. Sooner or later, we will all become heroes, legends, and later generations will recite our stories. Luo Ho Wang, are you a sentimental person as well? In that case, I, Xiao Chen, will help you this once. Xiao Chen nodded silently under the conical bamboo hat. When Luo Ho Wang saw Xiao Chen nod, he put down the bamboo hat and closed his eyes. Luo Ho Wang released his tightly clenched left hand, and the black flame immediately struggled free. Then, it slowly rose and hovered in the air. A dark demonic sovereign was always accompanied by fear. However, this black flame before Luo Ho Wang was dazzling, looking as pure as a star or gem. It actually looked somewhat holy. The 10-odd sovereign emperors behind immediately went crazy. However, not all the sovereign personage guards had died yet, still self-detonating. Even if they wanted to go forward, they did not dare to act rashly. Only Luo Ho Yun hugged Luo Ho Wang, crying his heart out. This silly fellow did not even know what agreement his father made with Xiao Chen. If the White Dragon King were here, he would definitely rejoice that he had a daughter. Giving birth to such a silly son was truly frustrating. Don't cry. Your father is not dead. Xiao Chen leaped down and grabbed the true god flame with one hand. Then, he used his other hand to carry Luo Ho Yun and Luo Ho Wang onto the demon blood vulture's back. When Luo Ho Yun heard Xiao Chen's words, he did not get angry at all. Instead, he exclaimed, "Senior, my father is fine." Xiao Chen explained. Then, he cut to the chase. Your father's injuries are just too severe. His body automatically entered a protective state, and he chose to forcibly sleep. When he recovers, he will naturally wake up. Don't say anything or ask too many questions. Take off the crown. Without sufficient intelligence, communication was difficult. Luo Ho Yun did not dare to say anything more. When he heard that his father was fine, he relaxed and did as Xiao Chen said, taking off the crown. Xiao Chen received the crown and glanced at the dying sovereign personage guards. Then, he said calmly, "Let's go. Don't be foolish enough to jump down. You and your father will be fine." Luo Ho Yun startled awake. "Senior, what about you? Come with us. I'll bring you to the Luo Ho royal residence." There was nothing wrong with having good intentions. However, being brainless was not right. Xiao Chen felt helpless. "If I go with you, can you still leave?" Xiao Chen could not be bothered to explain. He opened his left hand and looked at the ancient demonic sovereign's true god flame. Then, he made a move and forcefully separated the inheritance flame from the divine nature flame. Then, he gently tapped the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance flame and entered Luo Ho Yun's forehead. Before Luo Ho Yun could let out a startled cry, the demon blood vulture turned into a flash of scarlet flame and soared into the sky. Xiao Chen did not care for the ancient demonic sovereign's inheritance. However, the divine nature it contained was a great supplement to Xiao Chen. After giving Luo Ho Yun the inheritance and leaving behind this divine nature flame, Xiao Chen fulfilled Luo Ho Wang's promise. Boom! Suddenly, a strong wind blew, accompanied by an overwhelming aura. It kicked up sand and nearly blew Xiao Chen into the air. Without needing to look, Xiao Chen knew that the group of sovereign personage cannon fodder should be all dead. The 10-odd sovereign emperors no longer held back, directly charging over. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He only removed the 7-color stone from the crown, revealing the complete shape of a dart head. Then, he replaced it with his snow god whip. Back then, Hua Tianyang had shaken the world with the snow god whip, gaining fame and turning the Heavenly Alliance into a super faction. Now, the snow god whip was complete again. Even without a secret technique, as long as he could bring out 10% of its might, he would not fear this group of small fries. The many sovereign emperors looked at Xiao Chen, not acting rashly. Everyone had more or less heard of a mysterious demonic cultivator with a mysterious identity and strange whip techniques. However, they did not expect him to be with the Azura king. The Xuewu dynasty's 8th prince leaped out and shouted, "No matter who you are, hand over the true god flame, and I'll spare you from death." 8th prince, it looks like your eyes are not completely healed. You can't even recognize me. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and casually tossed off the conical bamboo hat on his head. Then, his black clothes exploded, revealing his white robes and long hair fluttering in the wind. "It's you. It's Xiao Chen. Lord Feng Sun, he is Xiao Chen, the Xiao Chen who killed Rakshasa Tian's clone back then." When the 8th prince clearly saw Xiao Chen's appearance, he was so shocked that his jaw nearly fell off, completely stunned. The profound heaven's holy son, Mu Yunzhu, and Gu Yuhan were equally shocked. The shock in their hearts was indescribable. Those Rakshasa cultivators also recognized Xiao Chen. This was the dragon race cultivator that Rakshasa Tian wanted dead. Kill him. The group of Rakshasa cultivators could no longer suppress the murderous intent in their hearts. They roared, and 10-odd sovereign emperors charged at Xiao Chen at the same time. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he said, "All of you, withdraw for this Xiao." Xiao Chen grasped the snow god whip with his right hand and gently swung it. Immediately, the scarlet whip, which looked like plum blossoms, gave off a startling crack in the air. Pa! The talisman scripts in the whip came to life. The instant the crack rang out, the 7-colored dart head gave off a magnificent light. Suddenly, pear blossoms filled the land. That crack of thunder caused snowflakes to fill the sky, covering the vast land. The 10-odd sovereign emperors felt their souls tremble as they vomited a mouthful of blood. At the same time, the crack of thunder knocked them back. Chapter 2197. What whip is this? The group of people were scared out of their wits. Just a single thunderbolt had shaken them all away and even wounded their souls. Boundless white snow covered the ground, making the final blood battlefield look like a world of ice and snow. White covered the entire world. The baleful aura and resentment that lingered on the battlefield seemed to be covered up for now, vanishing without a trace. The might of the snow god whip startled the group of sovereign emperors. Xiao Chen was similarly shocked. However, after this strike, he felt like some of his soul was sucked out. The soul energy in his divine seal drained a lot. It looks like I forced myself to use this snow god whip. I wonder how long my soul energy can last. However, it should be enough to deal with these people. Humph. Let's see what you are up to. The 8th Prince Li Yun roared, unwilling to submit. Then, he brought out the scarlet moon and charged at Xiao Chen again. Elder Tang, who was beside Li Yun, also charged over, trying to use the Xuewu dynasty's sacred tool to suppress Xiao Chen. No matter the price, I have to kill him today. Shock flashed in the profound Heaven Holy Sun's eyes. Back in Peach Blossom City, he had not truly cared about Xiao Chen. However, now that Xiao Chen showed such elegance, the profound Heaven Holy Sun sensed danger. If Xiao Chen obtained the true God flame, it would be terrible. As the profound Heaven Holy Sun spoke, he gritted his teeth. Then, an astrolabe appeared in his hand, and he swung it at the sky. As the astrolabe spun, it turned into a vast star chart that covered the entire sky. Stars flickered, and a river of stars surged. Covered in starlight, Wenrenyu charged over again in a flash. Xiaoqun raised his eyebrows. When he saw that astrolabe, he recalled some matters. He could not help saying, "Wenrenyu, it turns out that you were the one who came to steal my ethereal immortal palace key in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence." The mystery was finally revealed. Xiaoqun could not help feeling shocked. This fellow really hid himself deeply. Wenrenyu retorted coldly, "So what? After today, you will be a dead man. Could it be that you can report me to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter? Xiaoqun, will settle the score between us today." Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu hated Xiaoqun to the bone. Back at the faux god world's god-conferring platform, Gu Yuhan, Mu Yunzhu, and the others got chopped in half by Xiaoqun. If not for their master begging the Holy Lord to help, they would have died long ago. The experts of the Rakshasa and Yiksha clans calmed their souls for a moment before charging over. After being knocked back by the thunderclap, these sovereign emperor experts no longer dared to hold back. They either took out their soul tools or executed their secret techniques. For a time, many Dao domains joined together and pressed down on Xiaoqun. He wanted to suppress Xiaoqun's aura. He executed all sorts of killing moves, vowing to kill Xiaoqun. Xiaoqun did not panic. He activated his fourth-layer Thunder Dao domain and used all sorts of secret techniques to deal with the attacks. The snow god whip in his hand continuously unleashed might. Pa! 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 Immediately, heavy snow flew, and thunder crackled. Xiaoqun brandished the whip, the snow god whip changing thousands of times, dazzling everyone's eyes. Thousands of plum blossom petals surrounded Xiaoqun. Against the backdrop of the heavy snow, the plum blossoms looked as vibrant as fresh blood, looking poignant and beautiful. Using the might of the snow god whip and the supreme dragon fist, Xiaoqun fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors without falling into a disadvantage. However, Xiaoqun knew that this was only temporary. When he drained his soul energy and could no longer swing the snow god whip, only death awaited him. "I need to end this quickly." Xiaoqun looked around and fixed his gaze on the 8th Prince Li Yun. Li Yun scolded, "Little mixed-blood dragon, what are you looking at? Once your soul power is completely exhausted, this prince will definitely tear your body apart and extract your soul." Xiaoqun smiled coldly in his heart. Of these people, Li Yun was the weakest. Furthermore, Li Yun had fought a huge battle with Luo Ho Wang and was no longer at his peak. Who knew where he got his confidence to be so arrogant? "You overestimate yourself. I'll start with you." Xiaoqun's figure flashed as he dodged Wenrenyu and Mu Yunzhu's attacks. Then, he shook his hand, and the flexible snow god whip suddenly charged at Li Yun like a venomous snake. The plum blossoms exploded, and the dart head made of 7-color stone turned into a beam of light as it shot out. It expanded infinitely in Li Yun's eyes, shattering the crescent moon that Li Yun sent out and piercing into his forehead. Just as the dart head was about to strike Li Yun, a figure rushed over. "Your Highness, be careful." It was Elder Tang. He flew forward and blocked this sure-hit attack. Pu Chi. The instant the dart head entered Li Yun's forehead, a crisp bang rang out. Li Yun's head exploded into powder, and he could not be more dead. Bang! The dart head did not lose any momentum, knocking Li Yun, who was behind, into the air. Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood, and the scarlet moon above his head fell to the ground. Xiaoqun stretched out his hand and beckoned, collecting that scarlet moon into his storage ring. Now is the time. This moment of distraction gave the other sovereign emperors a great opportunity. They locked onto Xiaoqun at the same time, launching all sorts of killing moves at close range. Sweeping away 1,000 armies. Xiaoqun roared as he infused his soul energy into the snow god whip. The snow god whip became like a spear as it swept out. In an instant, the various killing moves broke. The shattered mysterious phenomena filled the air, and shock waves spread out. Xiaochen felt that if he continued to use the snow god whip in such a gradual manner, he would exhaust himself to death sooner or later. "I'll go all out." Gritting his teeth, Xiaochen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and entered the state of martial and soul as one. Then, he brandished the snow god whip without any care for his soul energy. Pa! A thunderclap shook the sky. The snow god whip split a demonic Dao loose cultivator, who had yet to open a divine vein, in half. Pa! 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 Without any care, Xiaochen's soul energy drained like a gushing river. He appeared to be in a frenzy. However, the horror of the snow god whip was fully revealed. Every time the whip landed, it tore open a crack in the ground. Terrifying demonic chi came out of the cracks. As the snow god whip lashed out madly, it was as if the world itself was shaking. It was as if the world was collapsing, and no one dared to block it. Pu Ci. Cracks appeared in Wenrenyu's star chart. Even though she managed to avoid the danger, she still managed to escape. Even though Wenrenyu managed to avoid the danger, the whip still tore his flesh, causing him to shriek miserably. As the crazed Xiaochen held the snow god whip, he looked like a demon god descending upon the world. In just a short moment, this boundless land had been shattered into pieces, and the earth quaked and the mountains swayed. Without exception, the many sovereign emperors were all covered in wounds. The sovereign emperors who had not opened a divine vein could not even block one whip, instantly dying miserably, their souls extinguished. Go! 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 This fellow is crazy. The demonic Dao loose cultivators were all frightened out of their wits. They no longer dared to linger and fled. No one knew what would happen to them if they got struck. No one dared to gamble on whether they would die or not. Let's go. After all, we did not come to this final blood battlefield for the demonic sovereign corpse. It is not worth losing our lives here. We still have time. When Wenrenyu saw the cracks in the star chart and the whip images whipped him into a miserable state, he did not dare to linger. After communicating with Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu, Wenrenyu quickly retreated. Gu Yuhan and Mu Yunzhu could no longer hold on. After receiving the voice projection, they quickly fled. As the world crumbled, Xiaochen gave chase while holding the snow god whip. Xiaochen did not know how long he could last. He needed to inflict severe injuries on these people, killing as many as he could. Otherwise, he would be the one to die. This was advancing as a way to retreat. After chasing for 2 million kilometers, Xiaochen stopped only when he could no longer see anyone. After overdrawing on his soul energy, the backlash started. Black cracks appeared on Xiaochen's face as if his soul would scatter. Gritting his teeth and snorting coldly, Xiaochen took out the ice-fire lotus platform and sat down cross-legged. Then, he opened his left hand, which he had kept tightly closed during the battle. Without hesitation, he quickly sent the black divine nature flame into his forehead. Boom! The exhausted blue dragon divine seal, which was crying piteously for food, instantly received great nourishment, frantically absorbing and refining this divine nature flame. Unable to care much, Xiaochen refined the divine nature flame on the spot. Then, he closed his eyes and circulated his energy. A scene of 10,000 dragons flying in the sky and diving into the ground appeared behind him. The ancient demonic sovereign's divine nature flame far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. After an entire night, he managed to refine only 10% of it. However, this 10% allowed his soul energy to return to its peak, even go even higher. If he could completely refine it, he wondered how great of an opportunity it would be. However, Xiaochen had no choice but to stop now. A person had appeared on the ice-fire lotus platform. Xiaochen opened his eyes and saw Grim Reaper Lin Feng walking over. The other party showed a calm expression, not showing much emotion on his face. Lin Feng had been around all this while. Xiao Chen knew that Lin Feng had many opportunities to kill him when he fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors. However, Lin Feng did not make a move. Clearly, Lin Feng was not a sinister person, someone who did not like to kill people behind their backs. Lin Feng only showed up now because he wanted to wait until he recovered before making a proper move. When Lin Feng arrived 50 kilometers before Xiao Chen, he stopped moving rhythmically. As he walked over, Xiao Chen could not feel any killing intent or aura. The instant Lin Feng stopped, the aura of the Death Dao domain turned into an overwhelming killing intent surging towards Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's divine seal flickered. 3 Dao domains of the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao instantly appeared, layering over each other and blocking the aura of the Death Dao domain 25 kilometers away. Whoosh! The instant the two terrifying auras clashed, they silently merged into the surroundings, entangling with each other. I know that you will definitely not hand over the holy relic. Let's make a bet. Whoever wins will take the holy relic and leave. Lin Feng said slowly, enunciating every word as he looked at Xiao Chen. As Lin Feng spoke, a green arrow image coiled around his right hand like a snake, flickering with a ghostly light. Xiao Chen flipped his hand and caught the seed that Mu Zifeng handed him with 2 fingers. Then, he nodded and said, "Sure." Chapter 2198. One move. In the end, Grim Reaper Lin Feng was a hot-blooded man. Back then, before Xiao Chen entered the battlefield, he already had a chance to make a move. Yesterday, when Xiao Chen fought with others, he had many more chances to make a move. However, Lin Feng still did not choose to make a move. He waited until Xiao Chen recovered to his peak and appeared before Xiao Chen. Actually, one could figure it out after thinking about it. This person betrayed the underworld god hall for a woman, destroyed his cultivation, and then started cultivating again. It was hard to say what kind of person Lin Feng was, but he was definitely not a despicable person who liked to sneak attack. The two both had great killing moves. Xiao Chen had the divine grade peony seed that Mu Zifeng gave him, and Lin Feng had the dragon-killing arrow forged by the ghost Ho. Deciding the victory in one move was very likely to decide life and death in one move. On the ice-fire lotus platform, Xiao Chen slowly stood up and activated his alloy battle armor. At the same time, Lin Feng's alloy battle armor also activated. The silver battle armor, coupled with the black death chi, looked somewhat strange. The two did not dare to be careless. Xiao Chen had already experienced how horrifying the Death Dao domain was. Back then, when Xiao Chen fought the flood dragon human Yen Tsangming, he had experienced it. It was extremely difficult to deal with. Similarly, Lin Feng did not dare to underestimate Xiao Chen. This was especially so when the other party had a great killing weapon like the Snow God Whip. However, Xiao Chen did not place much hope on the Snow God Whip, as cracks had already appeared on the 7-color stone. It was already impossible for the Snow God Whip to bring out yesterday's might. However, it was still the strongest move that Xiao Chen could rely on. It had a miraculous effect on countering the Death Dao domain. The two looked at each other from 50 kilometers away. Before they started fighting, their auras had already started clashing. Xiao Chen's 3 Dao domains layered over each other. Lightning, ice, and saber intent intertwined, merging into every corner of space. The surrounding 50 kilometers looked calm. However, in reality, there were 2 auras clashing in the air. However, they cancelled each other out, resulting in a silent scene. When the two truly made a move, their Dao domains with divine seals erupted, shaking the ground and mountains. See. SSSSSS. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows. He saw strands of black fog spreading out from the ground behind Lin Feng. With one look, he knew that this was the materialization of the Death Dao domain. The mist was so thick that everything behind him seemed to have disappeared. Not even light could penetrate it. A huge black hole appeared, making one's heart palpitate and tremble. They were about to make their move. Xiaochen understood that this was the prelude to Lin Feng's attack. He tightened his grip on the snow god whip. Suddenly, without any warning, the two attacked at the same time. Xiaochen activated his great desolate Ian bloodline and instantly infused most of his divine energy into the divine grade peony seed in his left hand. Lin Feng stretched out his right hand and condensed his divine essence into a bow. The black fog behind him condensed into a huge figure. Like a grim reaper, it also condensed into a bow with great pressure. Fallen peony, fallen petals profusion. Touch of death. Xiaochen shouted as the peony seed in his hand suddenly bloomed. In that instant, the peony blossomed, and countless petals danced in the surroundings. A boundless life force swept out in all directions like a ferocious beast. The instant the peony blossomed, the snow god whip gave off a thunderous sound. Then, it turned into a dragon that pierced through the petals and shot towards Lin Feng. The instant Xiaochen attacked, his heart trembled. Fear from his bloodline spread throughout his body, causing him to tremble slightly. Xiaochen's great desolate Ian bloodline actually panicked. This was a familiar fear. Xiaochen immediately startled to his senses. It was a hoe, a ghost hoe. This was not an ordinary ghost hoe. It was a 10,000-year-old ghost hoe that a faux god expert had modified using a demonic Dao secret technique. Then, Lin Feng infused his death Dao domain into it. Now, a dragon-killing arrow was knocked on the bow. Whoosh! That dragon-killing arrow and Xiaochen's snow god whip attacked at the same time without any delay. Shock flashed in the two's eyes. They had both underestimated their opponent's trump card. The ghost hoe was the nemesis of the dragon race. However, Xiaochen did not fear an ordinary ghost hoe. However, this dragon-killing arrow had a 10,000-year-old ghost hoe as its foundation. Swearing personally refined it using a demonic Dao secret technique. Then, Lin Feng drove it with his death Dao domain. Its might had long surpassed Swearen's expectations. Even Swearing had not expected this dragon-killing arrow to have such a horrifying aura when driven with the death Dao domain. Lin Feng had not expected Xiaochen to take out a peony seed when he attacked, either. As the boundless life force swallowed, the force field formed by Lin Feng's death Dao domain instantly weakened, and its defense plummeted. Pu Ci. The two could not react in time. The moment they attacked, they got hit at the same time. The snow god whip pierced through Lin Feng's alloy battle armor, and the seven-color stone pierced his chest, shattering his internal organs. The divine seal in Lin Feng's sea of consciousness also suffered severe damage. It dimmed, and his mind trembled. The horrifying saber intent contained in the dragon-killing arrow wreaked havoc in his body, battering the divine energy sea where his dantian was. Xiaochen did not fare well either. The dragon-killing arrow pierced through his chest and turned into a ghost hoe. Then, it rampaged through Lin Feng's body. Finally, it entered Lin Feng's sea of consciousness and turned into a horrifying ghost hoe, wanting to swallow up the divine seal. Plop! The two fell to their knees at the same time. Blood leaked out of the corners of their mouths, and their complexions turned incredibly pale. With just one move, the two could no longer continue attacking. They had to focus on dealing with the problems they faced. Xiaochen had to deal with the ghost hoe in his sea of consciousness and expel the death qi in his body. Lin Feng had to deal with the saber qi in his sea of consciousness and the life force contained in the seven-color stone. To him, that boundless life force was like a great flood or ferocious beast. The two coughed continuously, vomiting mouthfuls of blood. They looked incredibly miserable. After a while, Xiaochen opened his eyes first. He had the two-star alloy battle armor and the blue dragon divine body. In the end, his recovery and resistance were superior. Pooh! Lin Feng ferociously whipped the snow god whip out of his body. The snow god whip dragged the half-kneeling Lin Feng into the air before landing heavily on the ground. Bang! 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 Lin Feng's body bounced up and down a few times before finally falling to the ground weakly. However, he could not move at all. When the two fought, they competed on the trump cards that Mu Zifeng and Swearing Ji gave them. No matter how horrifying the ghost hoe was or how it changed, it was still a ghost hoe in the end. Coincidentally, Xiaochen was different from the other dragon race cultivators. He had a strong resistance to the ghost hoe. The other dragon race cultivators would not be able to block this dragon-killing arrow. At this moment, the ghost hoe would devour their souls, and the death chi would corrode their physical bodies. Their souls would be destroyed, their physical bodies would rot, and their Tao would disappear. However, Xiaochen had experienced the ghost hoe several times before. He had even killed the ghost hoe more than once. After the initial fear, he quickly calmed down. However, he still did not feel good. This injury was even more severe than when he fought the 10-odd sovereign emperors the day before. Xiaochen looked at the motionless Lin Feng, who was barely breathing. Then, he frowned slightly and said, "He can't be dead, right?" Right after Xiaochen spoke, Lin Feng coughed intensely a few times. Then, he struggled to stand up weakly. With one glance, Lin Feng could tell that Xiaochen was in a better state than he was. "You win." Lin Feng's complexion paled. However, the scarier thing was that his pale face still had black veins covering it like a spider web. Lin Feng's face looked like it would explode at any moment, appearing horrified. Xiaochen knew that this was the price of cultivating the Death Dao domain. The pain would be indescribable with words. Whoosh! Lin Feng gritted his teeth with much difficulty. As he looked at Xiaochen, he ferociously waved his hand. Then, the death chi in Xiaochen's body was continuously sucked into his palm. Whoosh! Phew! Phew! Xiaochen immediately felt much better. This Lin Feng was willing to admit defeat. He said one move, and he meant it. If he lost in one move, the grudge would be over. Unfortunately, Xiaochen could not help Lin Feng. The life force contained in the snow god whip was materialized from the divine grade peony. He could not retrieve it. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just as Xiaochen was about to say something, several figures suddenly arrived in the air. Xiaochen's expression changed slightly. He looked over and saw a group of abyssal underworld cultivators wearing underworld god guard uniforms charging over. The 8th Prince Li Yun seemed to be among them. When Xiaochen clearly saw the faces of the two leaders, his expression changed again. It was Yan Cangming and the deranged Zhen Yuan. Xiaochen chopped Yan Cangming into pieces with one saber strike, but he did not die. Not only did Yan Cangming not die, but he even seemed to have obtained an opportunity and became an underworld god guard. Li Yun, was it that bastard who lured him here? A murderous intent immediately surged in Xiaochen's heart. Given his and Lin Feng's current states, they could not fight at all. Someone is coming. Let's go. Xiaochen had always been decisive. Without overthinking, his figure flashed and landed beside Lin Feng, preparing to leave with him. Whoosh! 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 However, it was too late. With a few flashes, Yan Cangming and the others blocked Xiaochen and Lin Feng. Just as Yan Cangming was about to say something, his gaze landed on Lin Feng. This stunned him, and shock flashed in his eyes. After a while, he muttered, "First senior brother, I thought you already died." Chapter 2199. First senior brother, I thought you were already dead. Yan Cangming's words stunned Xiaochen slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Feng, whom he was supporting. What's going on? To think that these two were actually senior brothers. Based on Yan Cangming's gaze, it seemed like they once had a deep connection. Yan Cangming's usually cold and emotionless face appeared somewhat dazed. It was like he was immersed in some memories, unable to extricate himself. "Why are you in a daze? I called you over to kill this fellow. My dynasty's sacred tool is still in his hands. Yan Congming, why are you still not making a move?" When he saw Yan Congming in a daze, he said somewhat impatiently, "The 8th Prince Li Yun got angry when he saw Xiao Chen." Yan Congming did not seem to hear Li Yun, remaining unmoved. He only stared at Lin Feng and the alloy battle armor Lin Feng wore. Lin Feng's gaze also fell on Yan Congming. When he saw the Underworld God Guard uniform, he felt slightly stunned. "Congratulations. In the past, you have always wanted to join the Underworld God Guard. Now, your wish has finally been fulfilled." "Now, you finally got your wish," the pale Lin Feng sighed softly, his tone somewhat mocking. Yan Congming said indifferently, "Indeed. Back then, I wanted to be like first senior brother, to join the Underworld God Hall and become an Underworld God Guard. My first senior brother was the hero of the Flood Dragon humans, the disciple that Master was the proudest of. He was the first Flood Dragon human to become an Underworld God Guard, the person I admired the most back then." At this point, the complicated expression in Yan Congming's eyes slowly faded, turning cold again. "You are not my first senior brother. My first senior brother is already dead. He absolutely would not wear the Heavenly Alliance's alloy battle armor. All the more, he would not support a mixed blood dragon. Back then, he swore to lead the Flood Dragon humans back to the Divine Dragon Empire, the hero." Yan Congming's voice grew increasingly softer. As he spoke, the murderous intent coming from him intensified. Yan Congming turned back into that cold and emotionless Yan Congming, who could endure humiliation and bear a heavy burden. Compared to Lin Feng, Yan Congming was more suitable to be called the Grim Reaper. "Lin Feng, no matter what method you use, delay him for another minute. I just need 1 minute. Otherwise, we will both die here." Xiao Chen was not interested in the grudges between these two senior brothers. Right now, he only wanted to live. Under the current situation, not to mention Yan Congming, just Zhen Yuan alone was more than enough to deal with the two of them. Furthermore, there were several Underworld God Guards and Li Yun here. Although they were not in desperate straits, they were not far from it. Lin Feng thought for a while before nodding in the end. Then, he looked at Yan Congming and said, 2 months ago, I went to junior sister's grave. Thank you for your care and worship over the years. Her spirit in heaven should be very happy that little junior brother from back then has grown into a man now." Yan Congming paused for a moment. The murderous intent that he gathered vanished, and pain and nostalgia appeared in his eyes. "Now!" Xiao Chen shouted ferociously and drew the tyrant saber on his back. Then, he executed the fiendish saber's first move, all things rejoicing together. In that instant, the final blood battlefield for 500,000 kilometers around seemed to come to life. The mountains and rivers were shaking, and the ancient departed spirits were roaring. Every inch of land and every inch of light and shadow turned into a fiend, turning into the saber intent in Xiao Chen's heart. The instant Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber, the entire world seemed to come to life. The instant the saber light left the scabbard, it turned into a saber hum that sounded like a peerless zither. It reverberated in all directions in this boundless battlefield. It sang loudly in the howling wind, rejoicing with all things in this immortal final blood battlefield filled with demonic creatures. The green mountains were the green mountains, the white clouds were the white clouds, all things had spirits, all things were fiends. What was a fiend? All things rejoiced together. The world turned silent. In the next moment, the vast battlefield and 500,000 kilometers of desolate plains rejoiced together with Xiao Chen. Boundless saber lights burst out from the dark clouds in the sky, bursting out from the vast desolate plains. Aside from Xiao Chen and Lin Feng, countless saber lights shot towards Yan Congming and the others. Immediately, it looked like the sky fell and the ground cracked. Resplendent saber lights lit up the entire battlefield. This startled Yan Tsangming and the other underworld god guards. They all made their moves to block the boundless saber lights. Dang! 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 Amid the chaos, the underworld god guards could not even take care of themselves. So, Xiaochen carried Lin Feng and leaped high into the air. As Xiaochen leaped over the sky and landed, a bewitching red light shot out, catching Xiaochen and Lin Feng. Then, they quickly flew far away. This was the demon blood vulture that had left and returned. It came at the right time at the crucial moment. Pu Ci. The moment Xiaochen landed on the demon blood vulture's back, he vomited a mouthful of blood. Executing all things rejoicing together in a severely injured state, Xiaochen really did not care about his life. However, in the earlier situation, Xiaochen had no other choice. He had to fight for a chance of survival. The saber chi materialized by all things rejoicing together flustered the underworld god guards. The saber chi pierced through the weaker underworld god guards, leaving them in miserable states. By the time everything calmed down, the surroundings had already changed. The terrain had changed. This all things rejoicing together had turned space into an unrecognizable mess. Damn it! Yan Tsangming, why did you not make a move earlier? Why were you in a freaking daze? The 8th Prince Li Yun raged. He pointed at Yan Tsangming and cursed. Yan Tsangming simply could not stand wasting such a good opportunity on his grandson. How could he endure this? Furthermore, he had been severely injured by the saber chi, so he could not help but feel even angrier. Bang! However, before he could finish cursing, a figure suddenly appeared beside Li Yun. Before he could react, he was sent flying by a kick. After landing on the ground, that foot stomped heavily on his face. The one who attacked was Zhen Yuan, the demonic blade. Yan Tsangming looked indifferently and said calmly, "Let him go." Pa! Zhen Yuan did not hold back. He tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and sent the other party flying again. After a few ups and downs, Li Yun vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he looked at Yan Tsangming and the other underworld god guards in a somewhat sorry state. He discovered that these people were all looking at him expressionlessly. Their calm expressions made him feel somewhat afraid. "You, what do you want to do?" "Yan Tsangming, don't forget our agreement. Previously, you reneged on it, not helping me deal with Luo Ho Wang. That was already too much. Are you rebelling now?" Li Yun asked with a somewhat trembling voice, feeling fear for some reason. "Agreement? What agreement?" "I have an agreement with your first brother. He told me to take care of you and not to die in this final blood battlefield, embarrassing the Xuewu dynasty." Yan Tsangming revealed a smile as he spoke with some mockery. "What?" This stupefied Li Yun. It was like a bolt from the blue, rendering him speechless for a long time. Li Yun came to the final blood battlefield to obtain the ancient demonic sovereign true god flame so that he could make a comeback and fight for the throne with his first brother. When Li Yun suddenly heard Yan Tsangming's words, the horror in his heart was easy to imagine. It turned out that his first brother had anticipated Li Yun's every move. Furthermore, his first brother had even sent Yan Tsangming to watch him. Yan Tsangming said softly, "So, don't overthink. The underworld god guards did not come to the final blood battlefield to be your helper. If not for your first brother's instructions, would not have bothered with you. Now, scram. Scram as far as you can. Don't appear before me again." Li Yun was at a loss. However, when he saw the cold gaze in Yan Tsangming's eyes, he suddenly felt that Yan Tsangming's emotions seemed somewhat unstable. Yan Tsangming was not joking. If Li Yun did not leave now, he might not be able to. Li Yun used his hands and feet to crawl to his feet, fleeing in a fluster. However, after taking a few steps, a roar from hell suddenly erupted from behind. When Li Yun looked back, the entire world immediately turned dark. The black mysteries of death lingered, looking like a ferocious beast from hell opening its mouth and swallowing Li Yun up. Amid the miserable shriek, Li Yun roared, "Yen Tsangming! Yen Tsangming, you did not keep your word." Then, Li Yun's voice grew softer and softer until the death qi swallowed up all his life force, turning him into a dried-up corpse. "When did I say that I would not kill you? Idiot!" Yen Tsangming snorted coldly. However, the cold qi from his body did not weaken by much. Zhen Yuan, who was at the side, knew that Yen Tsangming had purposely let Xiao Chen and Lin Feng go earlier. In the end, Zhen Yuan could not steel himself to truly kill his first senior brother. However, Yen Tsangming had already become the Yen Tsangming that Zhen Yuan knew. From now on, Zhen Yuan would no longer have any worries. Yen Tsangming's earlier benevolence meant that Yen Tsangming had made a clean break with the past, no longer having any ties to it. From now on, the past would become the norm. As for Li Yun, it was purely because Yen Tsangming had nowhere to vent the pain and depression in his heart. Furthermore, he sought death himself, so he vented it all on Yen Tsangming. If Li Yun died, so be it. He would just treat it as a gift to his first brother. "Senior brother Yen, should we continue searching for the ethereal immortal palace key or chase after the traitor Lin Feng?" An underworld god guard asked softly after stepping forward. Yen Tsangming replied seriously, "We must kill the traitor Lin Feng. Both of them are injured and cannot go far. Bring over the underworld god guards keeping an eye on the universe origin sect and the profound heaven holy land. Search the entire final blood battlefield and find these two." Yes. Chapter 2200. When the blood moon set, the entire final blood battlefield plunged into absolute darkness. Speaking of which, it was strange. The abyssal underworld only had some light at night, when the blood moon appeared. On the contrary, it was always dusky during the day. As for the final blood battlefield, it was pitch black during the day. Even spiritual sense was restricted by the complicated environment of the battlefield. The demon blood vulture carried Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. After flying for half a day, it had to stop. The demon blood vulture had to stop. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng could no longer hold on and needed to recuperate. What the two lacked was time. Even with their peak strength, they might not be able to block the underworld god guards' attacks. However, if they did not recover from their injuries, they would not have any chance to leave. Only death awaited them. Whoosh! The demon blood vulture landed, and the two landed one after another. Xiao Chen looked at Lin Feng and handed the ice-fire lotus platform to him. Lin Feng shook his head and said, "Use it yourself. You forcefully executed a killing move. Your injuries are no lighter than mine." Xiao Chen said softly, "You are overthinking. Perhaps my Dao domain is not as good as yours, but my physical body is much stronger. My injuries will definitely recover faster than yours." Lin Feng thought for a while and did not refuse. Then, he sat cross-legged on the ice-fire lotus platform and started to treat his injuries. The final blood battlefield was not peaceful in the darkness. Demonic creatures ran amok, and corpses littered the ground. The demon blood vulture roamed the surroundings, protecting the two. Circulating the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art to absorb the surrounding demonic chi to heal in the final blood battlefield would definitely be faster than the 10,000 dragons art. With a thought, Xiao Chen circulated the demonic cloud heaven swallowing art. His body immediately became like a funnel, frantically absorbing the surrounding demonic chi. As Xiao Chen circulated his cultivation technique, a huge demonic cloud bird image slowly appeared, encasing Xiao Chen. This demonic cloud bird, a great desolate and ferocious beast, opened its huge mouth and swallowed the surroundings, looking like it wanted to swallow up the world. Xiao Chen's divine energy recovered quickly. Now, he was one with the demonic and divine. Whether it was demonic chi or spiritual energy, it would eventually turn into primal chaos veritable essence energy. After that, he could manifest spiritual energy and demonic chi divine energy as he pleased, merging them into one. There was no distinction between righteous and demonic. To put it simply, how much devil chi divine essence there was how much spirit chi divine essence there was. The two were one, and they were each other's shadow. 2 hours later, Xiaochen opened his eyes. His injuries were already half healed. Xiaochen's internal organs had all healed. Only his divine seal and soul were still somewhat dim. Unfortunately, this place was not peaceful. Otherwise, it would be a good idea to continue refining the divine fire of the ancient demon monarch. However, once the process of refining the divinity flame was interrupted, the gains wouldn't make up for the losses. Not everyone was like Lin Feng, giving him a chance to have a fair fight with him. On the ice-fire lotus platform, Lin Feng opened his eyes at the same time. With the help of the ice-fire lotus platform, his complexion looked much better in just 4 hours. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. In reality, there was not much color on his face, but the black aura that resembled a spider web had already disappeared. Neither of them were talkative people. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, not saying anything. Then, they each did their own things. Xiaochen took out a bottle of burning moon and leaned against a rock to taste it alone. After Xiaochen finished the wine in the bottle, it was time to continue. The longer he stayed in the final blood battlefield, the more danger he would face. Lin Feng casually lay on the ground, toying with an exquisite mirror box. He rubbed it repeatedly with a gentle gaze. When Xiaochen glanced at it, he nearly vomited the wine in his mouth. Lin Feng's current expression was too different from his usual stern expression. The strong contrast between this and the way he rubbed the mirror box looked like he was caressing a young girl's hand. Honestly speaking, Xiaochen felt that Lin Feng looked like a pervert. After taking only one glance, Xiaochen looked away. If he took a few more glances, he might really vomit the wine in his mouth. Xiaochen took out the snow god whip. The dart head made of 7-color stone already had many cracks. When he removed the dart head, it immediately lost its divine nature. Xiaochen shook his head and sighed softly. No wonder Luoho Wang treated it as an ornament. The Heavenly Alliance's holy relic had lost too much of its divine nature over time. Furthermore, Hua Tianyang had used it too often back then, so it had probably overdrawn. Otherwise, the dart head would not have fallen off. Now that Xiaochen used it, it could be considered to have used up the last of its power. It might just be trash. Hua Tianyang probably would not be too happy about sending it back. The 7-color stone was no longer comparable to the one from back then. After Xiaochen finished the wine in the bottle, he shook it a few times. When he confirmed that there was nothing left, he stood up to leave. However, he discovered that Lin Feng was still doing the same thing. Xiaochen found this somewhat strange. He walked over and asked, "What is in this box?" Lin Feng startled awake and sat up. Then, he said softly, "This is the token of love that my junior sister gave me back then." "What is it?" "Junior sister said that it was her most precious thing. She handed it to me and told me to take good care of it, to treat it well forever. You still have not told me what is in it?" Lin Feng shook his head and said, "I don't know what it is, either. Since junior sister said that it is the most precious thing, then it is definitely the most precious thing. I could not bear to open it. After she passed away, I could not bear to open it. What if I opened it and it was gone?" Xiaochen felt somewhat confused. In the end, he did not even know what it was, yet he had been touching it for so long. "I did not misunderstand you. You are indeed a monster." However, Xiaochen's curiosity was piqued. He wanted to see what was in it. "Let's open it and take a look." Lin Feng said seriously, "There is no need. Junior sister said that it is the most precious thing, so it is definitely the most precious thing. I will know without opening it." This fellow is really infatuated, Xiaochen thought. He could not help feeling some admiration for Lin Feng. Lin Feng flew into a rage for his lover, betraying the underworld god hall and crippling his demonic Dao cultivation technique. Then, he restarted his cultivation with a righteous Dao cultivation technique. All for one thought, to charge back and take revenge for her. Sometimes, when Xiao Chen thought about it, Yan Cangming was right. Lin Feng's first senior brother was indeed dead. After the person he loved the most died, he no longer had a first senior brother. Such a person lived only for his obsession. Once that obsession was fulfilled, there might be no more meaning in living. After taking revenge, Lin Feng would probably choose to commit suicide to accompany his junior sister, no longer longing for anything in the world. Seeing that Lin Feng was unwilling to open it, Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he said softly, "Perhaps she wants to say something to you in this mirror box. Think about it. Your junior sister's words are definitely very important. She definitely wants you to know. You have been unwilling to open it all these years. Isn't that because you are not willing to see what your junior sister wants to say to you?" Lin Feng felt slightly stunned when he heard that. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that what Xiao Chen said made sense. Lin Feng's expression changed somewhat, but he still felt some doubts. Xiao Chen continued, "Open it. Perhaps the two of us will not be able to leave this final blood battlefield alive. At that time, it will be a lifetime of regret." Xiao Chen was right. No matter what, this was the abyssal underworld's territory. Two Heavenly Alliance members had appeared and had a grudge with Yan Cangming. The longer they delayed, the harder it would be for them to leave. Originally, Xiao Chen had not expected to expose his identity during the mission and face so many twists and turns. Mu Zifeng and Suiren Ji probably would not have expected this either. All the more, they would not have guessed that Xiao Chen and Lin Feng would work together to flee. Xiao Chen's words thoroughly moved Lin Feng. At this moment, his survival was uncertain. The underworld god guards might catch up at any moment. If Lin Feng died, it would be as Xiao Chen said, a lifetime of regret. Ka. When the mirror box opened, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng were somewhat stunned. This was especially so for Lin Feng. He stared at the mirror box for a while before saying, "A mirror? How can it be a mirror?" Unexpectedly, when he opened the mirror box, there was nothing but a mirror in it. A confused Lin Feng appeared in the mirror. His pale complexion, the grief in his eyes, the stubbornness hidden in the depths of his eyes, the helplessness of living like a walking corpse, and the pain he suffered over the years all appeared clearly on that face in the mirror. Lin Feng felt somewhat stunned. "This is me? Ka Xie." As Lin Feng felt confused, a crisp sound came from the mirror. The mirror cracked, and a drop of blood seeped out. The blood slowly dripped out like a tear, looking extremely strange. What happened? Lin Feng was dumbfounded. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen angrily and said, "I told you not to open it, but you insisted on making me open it. Now, it's really gone." Xiao Chen felt that something was strange. He looked at Lin Feng and said calmly, "Are you trying to kill me with that look in your eyes? Don't think too much about it. My injuries are lighter than yours. The one who will die will be you." Humph. Although his words were harsh, they were the truth. Lin Feng coldly snorted and ignored Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen said softly, "This mirror is a little strange. Let me take a look." Without any hesitation, Xiao Chen took it over and blocked Lin Feng, who was about to snatch it back, with one hand. With the other, he held the mirror box and examined it carefully. So, that is the case. This mirror reminded Xiao Chen of the Smiling Daughter Pavilion's fairy basket. However, this mirror did not have that many special tricks. What was special about it was that it could feel the emotions of the person in the mirror and make a decision. Just as Lin Feng was about to explode, Xiao Chen returned the mirror box to him. "I understand now. This mirror is indeed strange. It can feel your emotions and react accordingly. Lin Feng raised his eyebrows and asked, "What did you say?" Xiao Chen said indifferently, "If you don't believe me, you can smile at the mirror. If I guess right, the mirror should slowly heal." Lin Feng felt suspicious. As he looked at the bleeding mirror, he entered deep thought without saying anything. After a while, he said, "I can't smile." Xiao Chen thought about it and agreed. Getting him to smile was even harder than ascending to heaven. "I got it. Watch me. Look at the mirror and don't move. That's right. That's it." Xiao Chen walked over to Lin Feng's side and placed his right hand on Lin Feng's mouth. Then, he pushed up and forced out a smile. It had to be said that this forced smile was uglier than crying. However, something strange happened. It was as Xiao Chen said. The mirror slowly healed, and the flowing blood vanished. Xiao Chen lowered his hand, and Lin Feng's face turned lifeless and cold again. The mirror immediately stopped healing, and the cracks started spreading. "Do you understand now? This is your junior sister's most proper item. What is the most precious? The person in the mirror is the most precious to her. Didn't you swear to charge back to the Divine Dragon Empire? This is clearly sending yourself to death. Your junior sister did not say it, but she understood it in her heart. That's why she gave you this mirror. She hoped that you could understand that all she cared about was you. She wanted you to live, wanted you to be happy, wanted you to be happy. She would be like this mirror, watching you forever." As Xiao Chen spoke, he found himself unable to continue. Perhaps back then, his junior sister already knew that the Underworld God Hall's Vice Hall Master would kill her as a cultivation furnace. She also knew that Lin Feng would disregard everything and fall out with the Underworld God Hall for her. Hence, when she was alive, she gave this mirror to Lin Feng to let him understand her feelings. "I don't want you to become the hero of the Flood Dragon humans. I don't want you to be infatuated with me. I only hope that you can live and smile when you are free. That's all. That's all." However, Lin Feng was destined to be a hero. He was destined to never be able to smile. There were infatuated people in the world. Xiao Chen thought of himself. What about me? Am I infatuated? Chapter 2201. Junior sister Lin Feng's infatuation reminded Xiao Chen of his own emotional wounds, making him feel somewhat helpless. It was easy to criticize others, but it was hard to see oneself clearly. Xiao Chen shook his head, not bothering with this matter. The night was long, and he was not in the mood to continue traveling. After rummaging around in his storage ring, Xiao Chen found the pipa that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King once left behind. This was a medial-grade soul tool. Xiao Chen had intended to give it to his little martial nephew to use as a token of love for the headliner Ling Long. Xiao Chen recalled that his little martial nephew had a 5-year agreement with the headliner Ling Long many years ago. Now, it had been 10 years since he parted with his little martial nephew. Xiao Chen wondered how his little martial nephew was doing since he went to keep the appointment. It was all because of love and helplessness. Xiao Chen casually strummed the pipa, unable to vent his emotions. The sound of his saber being drawn rivaled the most wondrous zither music in the world. However, Xiao Chen was not good at music. Even though he had a powerful instrument, he could not play a complete tune. He could only casually play a seemingly unrelated tune in this boundless night. Ding! Ding! Dong! Dong! However, the pipa in Xiao Chen's hand was a medial-grade soul tool. Even though Xiao Chen was not good at music, the pipa was connected to his heart. The tune he played was what he thought and longed for in his heart, which was surprisingly pleasant to the ear. It was like a clear spring in the mountains, flowing water splashing rocks. It was pleasing to the ear, containing a trace of sorrow and helplessness. There was also a trace of longing gathered at his fingertip, turning into a clear sound that lingered endlessly in an empty valley. In the boundless night of the final blood battlefield, which had existed since ancient times, two men, one played the pipa in a comical manner, his movements jerky and inelegant. The other was even more comical, doing his best to squeeze out a smile in the mirror, trying to repair the broken mirror and stop it from dripping blood. Suddenly, the pipa music stopped. Xiao Qun raised his eyebrows, and there seemed to be a sharp light on his face, illuminating the dark night. Lin Feng put away the mirror box. His face filled with coldness and sternness. One for each? Xiao Qun suggested to Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded slightly. Whoosh! The two turned into beams of light, moving very quickly. In the blink of an eye, they were each 50,000 kilometers away. Before the two underworld god guards, who had followed the pipa music, could react, they were startled by Xiao Chen and Lin Feng's sudden appearance. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng would not be able to fight for long in their current states. In Xiao Chen and Feng's underworld Chen and Feng, the underworld Lin Feng and Lin Feng could not last for long. This Xiao Chen's king. Xiao Chen, your head is worth an inferior grade soul tool to the Rakshasa race. Xiao Feng of Chen of. With Lin Chen back, Xiao Chen. When he Chen, to the Lin. Chen shock. When he Feng, when, Chen for Chen had Tian. Xiao. Ling, Chen to say, to he, Chen, to he. Chen, in Chen. In. Back then, Xiao Chen had not even reached sovereign personage, so one could easily imagine the shock it caused. Xiao Chen asked softly, is it that valuable? However, I'm afraid that you do not have the ability to take it. Humph. Is that so? The spirit Chen smiled coldly. Then, he grasped the bone spike in his left shoulder with his right hand. Then, he pulled hard, and a white bone sword came out of his body. The sword intent surrounding the bone sword was connected to the spirit Chen's mind, flesh, and blood. Using the bone as the sword and the body as the scabbard. The stronger the physical body, the stronger the sword. The martial techniques and cultivation techniques of the Rakshasa race were very strange. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The Rakshasa race's sword Dao seemed to have some similarities to his flawless saber Dao. However, the spirit Chen was even more extreme. He directly refined his shoulder bone into a sword and fed it with his flesh, blood, and soul. His cultivation, Dao domain, cultivation technique, martial technique, and even his divine seal were all in this bone sword. Take this. The spirit Chen thrust his sword forward. Just this strike alone caused the entire world to tremble. Rumble. The sword move was like a ferocious beast from the great desolate Aeon. Now, it easily crushed the tall mountains and the ground, unblockable. Interesting. Unfortunately, I do not have time to exchange pointers with you. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. He felt interested in this Rakshasa race's sword Dao. If Xiao Chen had time, he could use his flawless saber Dao to exchange pointers with the other party. However, now was not the time. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique, Buddha in the mortal realm. When facing the overwhelming mysterious phenomenon materialized by this sword move, Xiao Chen countered in an even more berserk manner, drawing the tyrant saber. A supreme killing Buddha image appeared. That killing Buddha was 30 kilometers tall, looking down on the world. Its expression was as cold as ice, emotionless and devoid of desires. Only its Buddhist might shook the surroundings. Buddha is merciful. Bang! The killing Buddha ferociously pushed its palms forward, and the middle-aged Rakshasa race's attack instantly crumbled. Just as the Rakshasa race was about to make a move, Xiao Chen roared ferociously. With the support of his divine seal, the Ice Dao, the Thunder Dao, and the Saber Dao spread out layer by layer. 3 Dao domains? The 4th layer of the Thunder Dao domain? The middle-aged Rakshasa cultivator's expression instantly turned grave, and the bone sword in his hand flew out and stabbed forward. Beams of sword light turned into resplendent black light. In an instant, they poked thousands of holes in Xiao Chen's Dao domain. What a sharp sword! Naturally, Xiao Chen would not let the Rakshasa race continue as he pleased. With a flick of his finger, he sent out a raindrop. What is a fiend? Water droplet breaking the firmament. The second move of the fiendish saber inheritance, a raindrop, instantly struck the Rakshasa race sovereign emperor. Boom! Boundless saber light tore apart the Rakshasa race sovereign emperor's flesh, clothes, and armor, leaving only a skeleton. Die for me. Xiao Chen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He executed the Mahamaya abstinence violation saber techniques, entering hell while carrying the might of his third-layer Dao domain. The saber light turned into a dragon, turning into a world-destroying dragon that roared ferociously from hell. Then, it struck the skeleton. Ka-Cie! Ka-Cie! The skeleton immediately shattered into pieces. A flash of white light wrapped around the shattered bone sword as it frantically fled far away. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and did not give chase. It would be very difficult to truly kill a sovereign emperor. As Xiao Chen thought this, he heard a miserable shriek from the other side. It came from the other underworld god guard. Lin Feng's death Dao domain eroded away all the life force of the underworld god guard, causing it to die powerlessly. Xiao Chen was flabbergasted. Then, he thought to himself, of course, even a sovereign emperor would be wise not to offend a madman who grasped the death Dao domain. Whoosh! After dealing with their opponents, the two soared into the air and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then, they flew quickly through the night. The two spent the remaining days dodging the pursuit of the underworld god guards. To sovereign emperors, the final blood battlefield was not very vast. However, they could not break out of it. The two fought with the pursuers practically every day and night. Furthermore, they did not dare to linger. Once they were delayed, the underworld god guards would surround them and attack them. At that time, only death awaited them. This was how miserable it was to be in someone else's territory. If they were in the central great realm, given the heavenly alliance's strength, they would not be in such a sorry state. Unfortunately, the ninth layer of the abyssal underworld was the underworld god hall's main camp. Once the underworld god guards targeted them, it would be extremely difficult to shake them off. Xiao Chen would be fine. Actually, he could use the divine universe steel to return to the blue dragon's old lands and shake off the pursuers. However, if he did that, he would have to abandon Lin Feng. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen decided that there was no need to use the divine universe steel unless he was truly in dire straits. However, it was not all bad news. After half a month, the two recovered 80% of their injuries. While they were not at their peak, they were not far from it. As long as they did not get surrounded by more than 10 underworld god guards, they would not be in danger of getting delayed. Touch of Death. Mahamaya abstinence violation technique, in the mortal realm. When Xiao Chen and Lin Feng knocked back the underworld god guards chasing them again, they showed strange expressions. Xiao Chen, did you notice that, aside from the underworld god guards fighting at full power at the start, something happened later? These underworld god guards only want to trap us in the final blood battlefield and are not in a rush to surround and kill us. Lin Feng voiced the doubts in his heart as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen nodded slightly. However, he could not understand what was going on. The two could feel it. In the first 7 days, the underworld god guards followed them like shadows, not giving the two time to catch their breaths. The underworld god guards looked like they wanted to kill Xiao Chen and Lin Feng, not stopping until they were dead. However, something happened. Suddenly, they felt that the underworld god guards' pursuit weakened significantly. However, they chased but did not fight. It seemed like they only wanted to delay the two in the final blood battlefield. After they dealt with other matters, they would surround and kill Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Say, do you think it is possible that the underworld god guard's target was not us or even the ancient demonic sovereign corpse from the start? Think about it. If they cared about the ancient demonic sovereign corpse, why did they not appear when Luo Ho Wang made a move? A thought occurred to Xiao Chen. The more he thought about it, the more plausible it seemed. He continued, that must be the case. Back then, I saw Li Yun cursing and saying that someone betrayed him. Now that I think about it, this group of underworld god guards must have made an appointment with him but did not show up. Lin Feng said after some thought, the underworld god guards rarely interfere in these matters. When they move out, they usually target the righteous Dao cultivators and the righteous Dao super factions. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. The righteous Dao faction? Is it the Profound Gate's Holy Son, Wenren Yu's group? Is it possible that this group of people's target is not the ancient demonic sovereign corpse either? Thinking about it, a group of righteous Dao factions does not have much desire for the demonic sovereign corpse. They might just be taking advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha. The two of us are confused. Why are we guessing? We only need to know that the underworld god guard's main target is not the two of us. A bright light flickered in Xiao Chen's eyes. He smiled faintly and said, since that is the case, we will not leave. We will use this opportunity to recover our strength to our peak in one go. If I refine that divine nature flame, it might be possible for me to break through to one-vein sovereign emperor. When Xiao Chen gained the strength of a one-vein sovereign emperor and Lin Feng recovered to his peak, they could break through the seal and charge out of the final blood battlefield. Lin Feng said softly, if I refine the life force of the divine grade peony, I might be able to break through as well. Your death great Dao can refine life force? Xiao Chen asked, finding it strange. Lin Feng nodded. The strongest poison is the best tonic. As long as one can endure the pain and fear of life and death, you can also refine the death great Dao. As long as you are willing, I can teach you the method to help you grasp the death great Dao. Xiao Chen felt tempted for a moment. However, he chose to give up in the blink of an eye. Based on Lin Feng's appearance when he suffered the rebound, he could easily imagine the pain. It was not as easy as Lin Feng made it out to be. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had the cycle Dao, which was even stronger than the death great Dao. However, it was harder to cultivate. We will talk about this matter later. Right now, let's find a quiet place to make our breakthroughs. Let the demon blood vulture protect us. Chapter 2202. After some speculation, they concluded that something had changed with the underworld god guards and that they had changed targets. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng decisively chose to enter closed-door cultivation to break through without hesitation. This opportunity was fleeting. If they missed it and the underworld god guards recovered their wits, they would be trapped in this final blood battlefield forever. Xiao Chen chose to refine the divine nature flame, and Lin Feng chose the divine grade peony's life force. He wanted to make a breakthrough while lingering between life and death. Comparing the two, Xiao Chen was much safer than Lin Feng. He only needed to refine the divine nature flame. Lin Feng had to risk the rebound of his life force. If he could not endure it, the consequences would be dire. Choosing the Death Dao domain required an unimaginable price. However, it was nothing special to Lin Feng. Above the ice-fire lotus platform, Xiao Chen sat cross-legged and circulated his energy with his eyes closed, using the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art to refine the divine nature flame. Back then, Xiao Chen had absorbed only a tenth of the divine nature flame left by an ancient demonic sovereign, allowing him to recover from his injuries and return to his peak. If Xiao Chen could absorb all of it, he would be filled with anticipation. What kind of opportunity would he obtain? In the soul pool, the divine flame filled the entire soul sea. The black flame was burning fiercely. As far as the eye could see, the entire soul pool was filled with this divine flame. The blue dragon divine seal in the center of Xiao Chen's soul sea frantically absorbed this black flame. Time passed. Soon, one day and night passed. In his soul pool, Xiao Chen's blue dragon divine seal flickered with light as the divine nature flame absorbed it. Xiao Chen sat cross-legged on the ice-fire lotus platform with his eyes closed, appearing very holy. Specks of holy light appeared around him, as if he was bathing in a celestial rain. The sun and moon behind him shone together, looking very wondrous. Xiao Chen could clearly feel his soul energy growing at a horrifying rate, continuously climbing. Boom! The blue dragon divine seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool flickered with light before exploding. The scattered soul pool quickly regathered and formed a brand new divine seal. A halo appeared around the azure dragon divine seal, bathing the entire divine seal in divine light. Before Xiao Chen's divine energy broke through, his soul energy already reached the level of a one-vein sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen was overjoyed. There was still half of the ancient demon sovereign's divine nature flame left to be absorbed. This was just the beginning. Indeed, 2 days later, Xiao Chen's soul energy broke through again, reaching two-vein sovereign emperor. An even larger divine vein halo appeared around the azure dragon divine seal. Bathed in the 2 layers of divine vein halo, Xiao Chen's body trembled. He could clearly feel that the power of the divine seal was no longer the same as before. The greatest difference between a sovereign emperor and a human monarch was that aside from divine energy, their divine seals could be infused into their Dao domains. With the support of the divine seal, the Dao domain was like it had blood, flesh, and soul. Its might was completely different. Even now, Xiao Chen possessed the soul energy of a two-vein sovereign emperor. Even if his cultivation was lacking, he would not fear a two-vein sovereign emperor in a clash of Dao domains. Of course, this wasn't the end, because there was still a third of the divinity flame remaining. The last third was the essence of the ancient demonic king, a real god expert's divine fire. Whether Xiao Chen could break through or not depended on this. After another 3 days, the 10,000 dragon images on the divine energy sea under Xiao Chen's dantian suddenly gave off a bright golden light. The dragon images turned into beams of divine light and charged out of the divine energy sea, continuously crashing into each other. After advancing to Sovereign Emperor, Xiao Chen's body no longer had an ordinary body. He had already shed his mortal body. The divine veins in Xiao Chen's body waited to be opened. Once they were opened, his divine energy could circulate unobstructed. The divine veins would no longer be controlled by the meridians but by the stronger divine veins. Bang! 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 As the 10,000 beams of divine light continuously charged, the bottleneck Xiao Chen held started to loosen. Since entering the Heavenly Alliance for more than a year, Xiao Chen had been making preparations. If nothing unexpected happened, he would be able to open a divine vein within 3 years. Now that Xiao Chen obtained the divine nature flame and his soul energy soared, it also stimulated his cultivation. This was a form of reciprocation. It was like how a person's spirit would improve after their body recovered. When the soul grew stronger, it would also nourish the physical body. Essence, qi, and spirit became one, influencing each other. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiao Chen frantically tried to break through his bottleneck. This time, Xiao Chen was determined to succeed. He was very confident in himself. Xiao Chen tried again and failed again and again. With each failure, he suffered great pain. However, Xiao Chen did not care. He firmly believed that as long as he persisted and did not give up, there would be a result. Boom! Xiao Chen did not know how many times he failed, so many that he could not even remember. Then, he heard an explosion in his divine energy sea. It seemed like a brand new door opened in his physical body. A divine vein opened from the dantian to the heart, then to the forehead. Finally, it connected to the soul pool and the divine seal. Good things came in pairs. Just as Xiao Chen felt confused, his soul energy broke through again. Another ring of light appeared under the blue dragon divine seal. His soul energy now reached the level of a three-veined sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen opened his eyes. However, he did not show joy in them. Instead, he appeared somewhat confused. Breaking through to one-veined sovereign emperor was understandable. Xiao Chen had been preparing for this for a year. Furthermore, he cultivated two powerful cultivation techniques, the 10,000 Dragons art and the demonic cloud heaven-swallowing art. Even without this divine nature flame, breaking through would have been a matter of time. What confused Xiao Chen was that his soul energy had increased so quickly. In a mere 7 days, he had reached three-veined sovereign emperor. This was an incredible progress. In reality, Xiao Chen had somewhat underestimated the divine nature flame. This was the divine nature flame of an ancient demonic sovereign's true body. It was not as simple as Xiao Chen thought. However, the true reason was Xiao Chen's body. The Thunder Cliff tree, a 100,000-year-old herb king, that he had consumed and refined in the faux god world long ago, already had terrifying accumulations. Many medicinal properties had settled in his body, not being activated. That was a natural treasure that tempted even faux gods. The benefits it brought far surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Furthermore, Xiao Chen's soul energy accumulations were very strong, resulting in such a horrifying increase in his soul energy. If it was anyone else, even if they refined the flames of divinity, only their soul energy and cultivation would increase by 1 element each. If it were a three-veined sovereign emperor or above, the effects would be significantly reduced after refining it. It would be unknown whether they could break through or not. This is still somewhat terrifying. I need to consolidate my strength. Xiao Chen could not figure out the reason. After calmly analyzing it, he felt that advancing his soul energy too easily might not be a good thing. If it were anyone else, they would definitely rejoice. However, Xiao Chen had his own plans. How could he limit his vision to that of a three-veined sovereign emperor? He considered even further. Xiao Chen imagined his opponents to be the experts of the entire Great Thousand Realms, the entire martial epoch. He was no longer the Xiao Chen of the past. Xiao Chen leaped down from the lotus platform and stretched his body. With a thought, he felt his divine energy sea surge with strong waves. The surging divine energy gathered in his palm through his divine veins. What was even more miraculous was that this divine energy already contained his Tao domain and soul energy. That divine vein connected the nodes of his divine energy, divine seal, and physical body, merging the three into one. Now, Xiao Chen truly entered the sovereign emperor realm. Whoosh! Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a sharp light turn into a surging aura pressing over from the side. Xiao Chen turned around and looked over. That surging aura instantly became like mud falling into the sea before him, vanishing into nothing. It was Lin Feng, who had broken through at this moment, successfully advancing to one-veined sovereign emperor. Lin Feng opened his eyes and happened to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. He immediately felt immense pressure, feeling like he was weaker than the other party from the depths of his soul. What's going on? His cultivation is clearly the same as mine. Why does he give me such immense pressure? Shock appeared in Lin Feng's eyes. He could not figure it out no matter how he thought about it. You broke through? Xiao Chen asked softly as he walked over. Lin Feng nodded and stared at Xiao Chen for a while. Then, he said, you seem to be somewhat different. Xiao Chen did not deny it. His soul energy had reached three-veined sovereign emperor. Even if Xiao Chen did not do it on purpose, Lin Feng could feel the pressure. It was just like when Xiao Chen faced Luo Ho Wang back then. When Luo Ho Wang stood beside Luo Ho Wang, Lin Feng could feel the pressure unless Luo Ho Wang purposely withdrew his soul energy. However, doing so was very tiring. It was like pretending to be thin despite being a fatso. Reaching three-veined sovereign emperor's soul energy was still somewhat exaggerated. Xiao Chen did not intend to tell Lin Feng. He nodded and said, yes, the divine nature flame is even more extraordinary than I imagined. Lin Feng understood. So, that was the case. Then, he said, that is natural. After all, you are an ancient demonic sovereign, a bona fide true god. Congratulations. Xiao Chen nodded slightly, and confidence appeared in his eyes. It looks like we guessed right. The underworld god guards do indeed have a new target and have no time to care about us. However, with our current strength, even if we walk out openly, we do not have to worry about them surrounding us. Whoosh! With their strength improving, the two felt very confident of charging out of the final blood battlefield. Just at this moment, a flash of scarlet flame entered the two's vision. The demon blood vulture had returned. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. Then, he looked at Lin Feng and said, the demon blood vulture said that it sensed from afar that the underworld god guards are fighting with someone. It seems like the battle is very intense. Lin Feng immediately felt interested. He said coldly, let's go and take a look. The enemies of the underworld god guards are our friends. That's what I was thinking. In reality, the two wanted to teach the underworld god guards a lesson. Given Xiao Chen and Lin Feng's characters, they had been chased miserably for more than a month, stuck in the final blood battlefield, unable to leave. How could they let them off so easily? If there was an opportunity, they would definitely make a move to take revenge. Chapter 2203. Xiao Chen's soul energy reached the level of a three-vein sovereign emperor, and his divine energy successfully opened a divine vein. Now, Xiao Chen really wanted to see who was fighting the underworld god guards. Lin Feng, who was at the side, said sullenly, the underworld god guards are the backbone of the underworld god hall. They are somewhat similar to the Heavenly Alliance's members. In order to become an underworld god guard, one needs to be a sovereign emperor. This kind of elite force usually won't interfere in secular matters. Most of them are here to deal with the righteous path's super forces. Xiao Chen was deep in thought. Are you saying that they might be attacking the Mystic Light Sect Saint? Lin Feng nodded. It's very likely. As for whether it's true or not, we'll know once we go over and take a look. The two gently pushed off the ground and landed on the demon blood vulture's back. Then, they quickly flew towards the place where the incident occurred. The demon blood vulture moved very fast in this final blood battlefield. Furthermore, it was a demonic beast. In this battlefield, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng were on its back, which could achieve the effect of deceiving others. Outsiders only knew that it was a demonic creature flying over, but they didn't know that Xiao Chen and his companion were also on it. Boom! Suddenly, a dazzling white ray of sword light erupted 500,000 kilometers ahead, and it illuminated the heavens and the earth as if it was daytime. Lin Feng was slightly startled. It looks like there is an 80 to 90% chance that it is that group from the profound light Holy Land. This was clearly the Light Dao domain. Previously, when Wenren Yu attacked Luo Ho Wang, the mysterious phenomenon was similar to this. Let's go take a look. The demon blood vulture accelerated, continuously flying closer. Sword hum sounded like flute music in the surroundings. The piercingly cold sword wind blew over from afar, causing people to feel a slight chill on their bodies. What a strong sword intent! Before we even get close to his Dao domain, the sword light he emits already makes it hard to approach. Lin Feng frowned slightly. With a thought, traces of black death chi emanated from his body. However, when the formless sword intent intertwined with the aura of death on his body, it was as if the sword intent was invisible. There was a hissing sound as the sword intent wrapped around Lin Feng's death chi, corroding his death chi. This, Lin Feng was greatly startled. His death Dao domain was very strong, aside from the life Dao domain. He had never suffered such a loss. His death chi was actually being corroded by someone else. Even when Xiao Chen layered his 3 Dao domains, he could barely block the death Dao's Dao might. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he glanced over. What a familiar sword light. Don't care about the demon blood vulture. The two of us will go over first. A trace of anticipation appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. He gently leaped up and unexpectedly flew over alone against the sword wind. Whoosh! A figure followed closely behind. It was Lin Feng. He was very curious about when such an expert had appeared in the profound light Holy Land, so he quickly followed. After a short while, the two of them landed on a mountain peak and stopped. If one went any further, it would be the Dao domain of that group of underworld god guards and the mysterious expert. Once one entered, one would definitely be dragged into a huge battle. Thousands of mysterious phenomena appeared in front of Xiao Chen, looking like demons dancing wildly. Xiao Chen could see close to 20 underworld god guards. He dashed about in all directions, executing all sorts of killing moves. Demonic chi surged like a boundless ocean. The person in the middle held a sword, not flustered at all. His body gave off a slightly chaotic light, dodging the killing moves. However, when he attacked, a 30-kilometer-long sword light tore through the sky, howling in all directions and illuminating the world. One sword light illuminated the 9 provinces. This person showed a smile on his face. Despite being surrounded by close to 20 underworld god guards, he still remained calm. With a sword in hand, he used the least amount of energy to defend himself, making it an impenetrable defense. What exquisite sword techniques! Who is this person? He does not look like someone from the profound light Holy Land. Lin Feng felt somewhat surprised. This person's light Dao domain was terrifyingly strong. He managed to suppress all these underworld god guards, who cultivated demonic Dao techniques, all by himself. Unexpectedly, this person was not from the profound light Holy Land. He looked very unfamiliar. Chu Chaoyun. Indeed, it is him, Xiao Chen muttered to himself. When he saw that sword light earlier, he found it somewhat familiar. Now that he saw this person's face clearly, if it was not Chu Chaoyun, who else could it be? Xiao Chen could not help revealing a smile. He sighed ruefully in his heart. After parting in the Kunlun realm, if he counted the time in the faux god world, it had been more than 20 years since they last met. 20 years passed quickly. Chu Chaoyun still looked as elegant as before. You know him? Lin Feng looked at Xiao Chen, finding it strange. Xiao Chen sighed softly. It's not just knowing him, it was not just knowing him. Xiao Chen's grudge with Chu Chaoyun had been entangled ever since he left Mo City. In the Sky Dome realm, in the Kunlun realm, the two were friends and enemies at the same time. Xiao Chen gave the other party the divine item that the Tianwu emperor left behind and personally let the other party leave the abandoned land. The word acquaintance simply could not describe all the things that happened. Go and save him. It looks like these underworld god guards are just delaying, waiting for reinforcements. This is for you. With a glance, there were close to 20 underworld god guards. Even with Xiao Chen's current strength, he would not have any hope of victory against so many sovereign emperors. At best, he could leave calmly. While Chu Chaoyun did not seem to be at a disadvantage, in reality, he could not escape. The 20 underworld god guards formed a killing formation, avoiding the battle and surrounding Chu Chaoyun without attacking. Clearly, they wanted to exhaust Chu Chaoyun's divine energy and soul energy, waiting for stronger reinforcements to arrive. This is a medial-grade soul tool. Lin Feng casually received the secret treasure that Xiao Chen gave him. At first, he did not pay much attention to it. After checking it out, he exclaimed. The Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. This was one of the 3 medial-grade soul tools that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind. Soul tools were also known as soul treasures. Only rank 6 sects could possess them. An inferior-grade soul tool was sufficient to form the foundation of a rank 6 sect. Medial-grade soul tools were something only rank 7 sects could possess. Even the sovereign emperors of super factions rarely had inferior-grade soul tools. Medial-grade soul tools were even rarer. That was not all. When Xiao Chen took out the God's Shadow Bow, Lin Feng felt somewhat stupefied. Another medial-grade soul tool. Xiao Chen, you really hit it deeply. Lin Feng sighed deeply. Then, he said somewhat helplessly, if you had taken out such a trump card earlier, we would not have ended up in such a sorry state. As Xiao Chen fiddled with the God's Shadow Bow, he said indifferently, one should not flaunt one's wealth. If I had taken out this soul tool earlier, I might have attracted some trouble. Furthermore, when I first advanced to Sovereign Emperor, I could bring out only 40% of this medial-grade soul tool's might. What about now? Xiao Chen replied softly, saving him comes first. As Xiao Chen spoke, he drew the bowstring. In the past, he could only draw it slightly. At this moment, the bowstring was easily drawn into the shape of a full moon. The soul energy in the divine seal drained like a flood. However, Xiao Chen did not find this unbearable. When the conditions were right, success would follow. When the bow was drawn into the shape of a full moon, the entire bow shone with a hazy red light, looking like blood about to drip out. A baleful aura spread out from the bow, making the entire sky tremble. This slender bowstring stirred the winds and clouds. When the heart flame spread out on the arrow, a baleful aura spread out. Behind Xiao Chen, the boundless momentum, the mountains, rivers, grass, trees, and demonic chi for 5,000 kilometers around seemed to stir. The underworld god guards surrounding Chu Chaoyun all felt their hearts skip a beat, a strange horror spreading in their hearts. For some reason, they felt like the Grim Reaper was approaching, 1 foot in the gates of hell. Danger! Quickly scatter! Someone shouted, and the 20-odd underworld god guards gave up on Chu Chaoyun at the same time, scattering. Whoosh! However, it was too late. The instant Xiao Chen released his hand, he could not see the arrow's trajectory at all. Nearly the instant Xiao Chen released his hand, an underworld god guard got struck. His physical body exploded on the spot, and his soul perished. His boundless life force vanished in 1 second. Immemorial Qiongqi Beast, Great Desolate Aeon's Rage. On the other side, Lin Feng used his Death Great Dao to activate the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant. It produced an unimaginably horrifying might. A gigantic Qiongqi Beast image charged out of the pennant, carrying the rage of the Great Desolate Aeon that could destroy the world. It instantly knocked back a group of underworld god guards and made them vomit blood. The underworld god guards' souls trembled, and their physical bodies nearly turned into meat paste. Their hovering bodies wobbled, unable to stand stably. Whoosh! 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 Xiao Chen followed up with more force, firing 3 arrows in a row, killing a martial emperor with each arrow. Whoosh! After continuously drawing the God's Shadow Bow to a full moon and shooting 4 arrows in one breath, Xiao Chen found this somewhat taxing, so he let out a long breath. However, Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face, not showing any fatigue at all. Clearly, Xiao Chen did this with ease, not injuring himself at all. In the past, when he used the God's Shadow Bow, he would only injure the enemy 1,000 times but himself 800 times. Soul energy. This was the strength of a 3-veined sovereign emperor's soul energy. On the other side, Lin Feng was laughing maniacally as he held the Qiongqi Ghost Streamer. As he wielded the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, he was pleasantly surprised to discover that his Death Dao domain was unexpectedly easy to wield with this medial-grade soul tool. He even managed to activate the Great Desolate Aeon's Rage hidden in the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, controlling the ferocious beast image to charge around, flustering the remaining underworld god guards. Although it was not as shocking as the God's Shadow Bow's 1-arrow kill, its might was even greater when it continued to attack. None of the remaining 10-odd sovereign emperors managed to escape. At the foot of the mountain, Chu Chaoyun felt suspicious. When he looked up, he happened to meet Xiao Chen's gaze. In an instant, the gazes of the two of them met even though they were separated by 10,000 li. After a while, After a while, the two smiled at each other. Many emotions and all sorts of emotions were unspoken. Chapter 2204. Chu Chaoyun recognized Xiao Chen. He was slightly taken aback, and involuntarily recalled the past. For a moment, the past slowly unfolded like a scroll in Chu Chaoyun's mind. Lin Feng used the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant to torture the remaining 10-odd sovereign emperors, making them suffer a fate worse than death. The Qiongqi ghost, which was already extremely terrifying, was actually triggered by Lin Feng's primal chaos rage. Traveling through time and space, the rage of the Great Desolate Aeon from the distant Great Desolate Aeon landed on the body of the Qiongqi beast. It was like a Great Desolate Aeon ferocious beast had returned to the mortal world. What was even more terrifying was that it also contained the profound of death. It could extinguish all life and devour everything. Kill him. When these underworld god guards saw that they could not leave, they found it hard to advance or retreat. Coincidentally, he saw that Chu Chaoyun was in a daze. Immediately, he hardened his heart. Since he couldn't leave anyway, he couldn't. Now that Chu Chaoyun had revealed an opening, they would strike together and kill him. Kill. The 10-odd sovereign emperors used various killing moves at the same time, charging at Chu Chaoyun. Instantly, the world turned dark. The dense demonic qi dyed the sky pitch black, and not a single ray of light could be seen. The demonic Tao veritable essence energy was tyrannical, untamed, and unrestrained. When the 10-odd sovereign emperors attacked at the same time, it brought out its full potential. Every single underworld god guard's Tao domain was as terrifying as an endless purgatory. The flame Tao domain was black, and vengeful spirits roared angrily as vengeful spirits roared. The ice Tao domain was blood red, and the ice spread out like fresh blood. It was unknown how many martial artists' blood it had refined, making it seem sinister and terrifying. The various Tao domains were supported by the divine seals, layered over each other. The ruthlessness of the attacks left everyone flabbergasted. These underworld god guards were prepared to kill Chu Chaoyun regardless of anything else. Even if they had to endure a frontal attack from Qiongqi, they had to kill Chu Chaoyun. While he was in a daze, he didn't give him any chance. It had to be said that these people had grasped the perfect opportunity. With Chu Chaoyun's temperament, he wouldn't have made such a big mistake if he hadn't seen an old friend. Oh no, your friend was too careless. Lin Feng could not help feeling anxious when he saw the situation. How could one be careless when fighting sovereign emperors? Even if they were a group of sovereign emperors severely injured by the Qiongqi beast's ghost, they were still sovereign emperors. Not to mention a sovereign emperor, even if it was a fight between regular cultivators, the slightest opening could result in death. Now, Xiao Chen exposed his weakness to 10-odd sovereign emperors. He had been too careless. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. He wanted to warn Chu Chaoyun, but it was already too late. Without saying a word, Xiao Chen took out the god's shadow bow and knocked another arrow. Then, he infused all his soul energy into it. However, it was still too late. The killing moves of the 10-odd sovereign emperors instantly encased Chu Chaoyun, preventing him from dodging. When Chu Chaoyun came to his senses, he smiled. Still not flustered, he turned around and began to perform incantation gestures with his left hand. As his fingers moved, incomparably mysterious divine characters spread out from his body and surrounded him. When the 10-odd sovereign emperor's killing moves landed, a sword light flew out unhurriedly. Boundless primal chaos, heaven-splitting sword. Boom! When this sword light appeared, a loud sound came from Chu Chaoyun's body. The ground within 500,000 kilometers trembled. In the next moment, the sword light released a dazzling light. A sword intent even more ancient than the Great Desolate Aeon spread out. The 10-odd sovereign emperors paused before the ancient sword intense intimidation. It felt like time and space froze. They were clearly in front of Chu Chaoyun, but they could not get close. As long as they landed their killing moves, Chu Chaoyun's Tao would disappear. However, they could not land their killing moves on him. By the time the 10-odd sovereign emperors could move again, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The sword light knocked them into the air, a huge hole in their chests. Whoosh! Nearly at the same time, Xiaochen unleashed his full power with an arrow. A sovereign emperor exploded on the spot. However, that was not all. The shock waves from the arrow, which contained heart flame, spread out. Boom! The other sovereign emperors were blasted into pieces, a cruel sight to behold. Then, the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant charged over, carrying the rage of the great desolate Aeon. Miserable shrieks rang out. Most of the nearly 20 sovereign emperors died on the spot, leaving only 4 sovereign emperors. The remaining 4 sovereign emperors seemed to have gone berserk and fled, not caring about anything else. Xiaochen did not want to leave behind any future problems. He also did not want to expose his 2 medial-grade soul tools as his trump cards, so he overdrew on his soul energy. Xiaochen fired another 4 arrows. The 4 sovereign emperors, who were already startled by the mere twang of a bowstring and suffered many rounds of severe injuries, all died, leaving none alive. After putting away the bow, Xiaochen felt like his head would explode. He stumbled and fell from the summit. The demon blood vulture moved quickly, turning into a beam of red light and catching the falling Xiaochen. Bang! After landing heavily, Xiaochen patted his head and shook his head. Even if you have the soul energy of a 3-veined sovereign emperor, you should not play like this. This is too scary. The arrow that Xiaochen shot to save Chu Chaoyun drained nearly all his veritable essence energy and soul energy. Then, he overdrew on his soul energy to shoot 4 more arrows. If he were an ordinary person, he would have fainted long ago. In the end, sovereign emperors were still too difficult to kill. Even with the 2 medial-grade soul tools that the Scarlet Blood Pirate King left behind and an absolute advantage, it was still difficult for sovereign emperors who had not opened divine veins. This time, if Lin Feng had not accidentally activated the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant's Great Desolate Aeon Rage, his Death Great Tao, and the terrifying might of Chu Chaoyun's final sword strike, it would have been nearly impossible for Lin Feng to kill these nearly 20 sovereign emperors. It would have been nearly impossible for Lin Feng to kill these nearly 20 sovereign emperors. This is too much. 20 Underworld God Guards died. The Underworld God Hall will definitely send out the Underworld God Protectors. Lin Feng felt flabbergasted. He had thought of charging back to the Underworld God Hall to take revenge for his junior sister. However, he had never thought that a 1-veined sovereign emperor could kill 10-odd Underworld God Guards. The Underworld God Hall gathered the outstanding talents of the 9 layers of the Abyssal Underworld. Each Underworld God Guard was nurtured with a vast amount of resources. Losing 20 of them at once would definitely incur the wrath of the elders. A sovereign emperor, even an ordinary sovereign emperor, was a huge fortune. However, it was fortunate that these were not elite Underworld God Guards. Otherwise, they might have attracted the attention of the First Elder. Although Lin Feng said that, he still directed Qiongqi's ghost to absorb the souls of these Underworld God Guards. A sovereign emperor's soul was a great supplement to the ghost pennant's refinement. He found himself falling in love with the Qiongqi ghost streamer. It was as if it was tailor-made for him. With the help of the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, the Death Dao domain brought out a might that even Xiaochen did not expect. On the other side, the Demon Blood Vulture carried Xiaochen to Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun's condition was not very good. That streak of sword light seemed to have been completely drained of his soul power and true essence. Congratulations. You seem to have touched the threshold of the primal chaos Dao domain. In that final sword strike, Xiaochen could tell that although Chu Chaoyun had not comprehended the primal chaos Dao domain yet, he had touched the boundary of the primal chaos Dao domain and was extremely close. Chu Chaoyun smiled bitterly. That is easier said than done. I might not even be able to take half a step in my entire life. However, Chu Chaoyun raised his eyebrows and changed the topic. He smiled faintly and said, "After not seeing you for 20-odd years, I was wondering what your first words would be." Unexpectedly, it would be congratulations. Xiao Qun could not help feeling flabbergasted. Could it be that I nearly lost my life because I was thinking about this earlier? What are you doing in the final blood battlefield? What are you doing in the final blood battlefield? After a moment of silence, the two spoke at the same time, asking in unison. You first. You first. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun felt somewhat embarrassed. The second sentence was exactly the same. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun did not know what to say. Let me say it. The two of you are really strange. Holding the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, Lin Feng appeared before the two. Then, he said, he and I came to the Heavenly Alliance to carry out a mission. As for the contents of the mission, the Heavenly Alliance's rules state that we cannot divulge it. Xiao Chen nodded and said, there were some twists and turns along the way. It is basically as Lin Feng said. Chu Chaoyun felt slightly stunned. Then, he asked, finding this strange, could it be that you are here to find the same thing as me? Xiao Chen and Lin Feng felt slightly stunned. They exchanged glances, finding this somewhat strange. Chu Chaoyun is here to find something as well. Take it out together. Let's see what everyone is looking for. Alright. Everyone had their own thoughts. Xiao Chen took out the Heavenly Alliance holy relic, the cracked 7-color stone. Chu Chaoyun took out a key. Coincidentally, it was the ethereal Immortal Palace key. Chapter 2205. The Ethereal Immortal Palace Key. The Ethereal Immortal Palace key in Chu Chaoyun's hand surprised Xiao Chen. This meant that Wenren Yu's group was here for the Ethereal Immortal Palace key as well. You found this in the final blood battlefield? Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun nodded slightly and raised his eyebrows. He could tell what Xiao Chen was implying. You seem to know about the Ethereal Immortal Palace key. Xiao Chen did not say anything. He took out the 2 Ethereal Immortal Palace keys he had. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had given him one, and he was, temporarily, keeping the other for Yuan Zhen. 2. One is mine, and I'm temporarily keeping the other for someone else. Lin Feng said, let's go first. This place is not safe. Right. The 3 soared into the air and mounted the demon blood vulture, quickly flying far away. Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun showed calm expressions, not showing any changes in their expressions. Only Lin Feng frowned slightly when he turned his head and looked at the 10-odd corpses on the ground. Lin Feng had stayed in the Underworld God Hall before and knew how big of a matter it was for 10-odd Underworld God Guards to die. After the 3 left for 4 hours, Yan Cangming and Zhen Yuan rushed over with a group of Underworld God Guards. When they saw the Underworld God Guards' corpses, their expressions changed drastically. Whoosh! 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 The group of Underworld God Guards behind very professionally stepped forward to check the corpses, their injuries, and the cause of death, to see who could be saved. After a while, one of them stepped forward and said, Lord Yan, 18 Underworld God Guards are all dead. They died no more than 10 hours ago. There are sword wounds, lingering auras of the Death Dao domain, and arrow wounds. It seems like a demonic Dao expert used a ghost pennant as a sacrifice, leaving no souls behind. The injuries were all messy, not easy to analyze. Just thinking about it gave Yan Cangming a headache. Yan Cangming asked, Zhen Yuan, what kind of conditions do you think are needed to kill 20-odd Underworld God Guards? Zhen Yuan thought for a while before replying, at least a 3-vein Sovereign Emperor expert or stronger. They would have a suppressive advantage, unable to flee. However, this possibility is very small. 3-vein Sovereign Emperors and above can be considered great perfection Sovereign Emperors. The appearance of such enemies will not escape the Underworld God Hall's attention. Silence. No one at the scene spoke. Everyone's face was a little ugly. More than 10 sovereign emperors died. This was not an era of war. The underworld god hall rarely suffered such heavy casualties. Everyone knew that someone was going to be out of luck. Yan Cangming said indifferently, "That's it, then. Continue searching for Chu Chaoyun. I will report this and get the Vice Palace Master to send the Underworld God Protector to the final blood battlefield to receive us." Yes. When the others saw Yan Cangming so calm, they felt confused. However, they still obeyed and scattered. Zhen Yuan said softly, "I thought that you would fly into a rage." Yan Cangming's expression did not change as he said sullenly, "The ones who died were the Underworld God Hall's people. There were no flood dragon humans, so it has nothing to do with me. This problem cannot be blamed on me. A righteous Dao Great Perfection Sovereign Emperor must have sneaked in. The Underworld God Hall is at fault. What does it have to do with me?" Zhen Yuan felt slightly stunned. Then, he understood that Yan Cangming had made up his mind to push the blame to the Underworld God Hall's intelligence department. The demon blood vulture flew for half a day before stopping near the edge of the final blood battlefield. With the demon blood vulture guarding, Xiao Chen and the other two circulated their energies with their eyes closed, recovering their exhausted divine energy and soul energy. Chu Chaoyun exhausted the least. 1 hour later, he was the first to open his eyes. Chu Chaoyun looked around and fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen, who circulated his demonic Dao cultivation technique. A strange look flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself. Dual cultivation of the demonic and righteous. To think that Xiao Chen chose to dual cultivate. Those who took this path did not end up well. After a while, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng opened their eyes one after another. "I'll go ahead and scout the way." Lin Feng entered deep thought. He knew that Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun were old acquaintances and would definitely have something to say to each other. After a while, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun started chatting casually. Naturally, the first thing they talked about was the ethereal immortal palace key. Xiao Chen was very interested in this key. In Peach Blossom City, the profound heaven's holy son did his best to obtain the key. In the faux god world, Zhen Yuan did the same. Now, Chu Chaoyun took the risk to come to the final blood battlefield for the same reason. Speaking of the ethereal immortal palace key, naturally, we have to talk about the ethereal immortal palace. Everyone is interested in the wings of time in the ethereal immortal palace. Xiao Chen knew all this, so he gestured for Chu Chaoyun to continue. No one knows the exact location of the misty immortal palace. However, after the last demonic calamity, the misty immortal palace was located there. However, after the previous demonic calamity, every few thousand years, a diviner would swear that the ethereal immortal palace would appear. At the very beginning, it would attract the experts of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao of the entire Great Thousand Realms. However, they would return empty-handed every time. As time passed, everyone became indifferent to it. Furthermore, even if the ethereal immortal palace appears and we gather all 7 keys, it will be useless without the inheritance key. Chu Chaoyun paused for a moment before continuing, "It is the same this time. The top diviners of the 4 dynasties, the Tianwu dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty, the Yanwu dynasty, and the Xuewu dynasty, prophesied that the ethereal immortal palace will appear again." Xiao Chen suddenly understood. So, whether it was true or not, the 4 dynasties had to make a move. After careful thought, Zhen Yuan's hidden spirit temple represented the Yanwu dynasty. The profound heaven's holy son, Wenrenyu, represented the Shenwu dynasty. In addition, Chu Chaoyun represented the Tianwu dynasty. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "It looks like you thought of it as well. Although the prophecy is not accurate, it concerns the wings of time. The 3 dynasties have to make a move. Hence, they sent people like us to collect keys. This key of mine was snatched from Wenrenyu's hands." Xiao Chen said after some thought, "I still do not understand. What is the point of obtaining this key?" If we cannot find the inheritance key, it will be useless. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, yes, it is indeed useless. However, with one key, one has the capital to compete for the ethereal immortal palace. Those without keys do not even have the qualifications. Hence, they still have to compete for it. Even if they know that it is useless, once they obtain it, they will have the capital to keep each other in check. Xiao Chen was not stupid. With just a hint from Chu Chaoyun, he figured out the principle. There were only two words: keeping each other in check and grasping the initiative. Without a key, one would be in a much more passive position if one wanted to compete for the ethereal immortal palace. Chu Chaoyun took a sip of wine and suddenly said, actually, I know some information about the inheritance key. Speaking of which, it has something to do with your dragon race. Oh? Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. This piqued his interest. Speaking of which, only the blood-soaked dragon emperor truly used the wings of time. Actually, it was not surprising that the inheritance key had something to do with the dragon race. It is rumored, just rumored, that only one person knows the location of the inheritance key. That person is someone from your dragon race. When Xiao Chen heard that, a person immediately appeared in his mind. He could not help saying, the previous generation heaven dragon. Chu Chaoyun nodded and said, that's right, that's him. Rumor has it that the purple gold dragon emperor did not kill the previous generation heaven dragon because he wanted to force out the inheritance key's location. Unfortunately, there does not seem to be any results. The tragic scene of the previous generation heaven dragon being imprisoned in the starry heavens dragon prison appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. It was not just the physical body but also the soul that suffered constant torture. Now that Xiao Chen put it that way, it did seem like a method to force the previous generation heaven dragon to submit. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, let's not talk about this for now. How did you survive after leaving the Kunlun realm? Me? That's a long story. When Xiao Chen thought back to how he left the Kunlun realm and got to where he was today step by step, he found it incredibly difficult. First, he wandered the outer realm for 5 years. During that period, he faced so many trials and dangers that he could not even count. After he entered the central great realm, he had settled down in the Heaven Dragon Palace. In the end, he was chased out in a sorry state. Fortunately, he had advanced to Sovereign Emperor now. Everything was over. However, Xiao Chen did not know when Lu Riyue could truly tell him the truth. After giving a rough account of his experiences, Xiao Chen said, let's talk about you. I'm more curious about how you managed to survive these years. Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, I was slightly luckier. I have the bloodline of the Tianwu dynasty's royal clan. The moment I left the Kunlun realm, the Tianwu dynasty's old ancestor sensed my bloodline wandering outside. The 4 dynasties attach great importance to the royal clan's bloodline. Once they discover a royal clan disciple wandering outside, they will do their best to find him. I only wandered for a year before I was brought back. My bloodline was verified, and I was recognized as a descendant. Then, my name was written in the clan records. Later, I learned that the prince who came to the Kunlun realm in a fit of pique was actually an incredible existence. After he left the Kunlun realm, he actually returned to the Tianwu dynasty and became the emperor. He even became the Universe Origin sect's palace master. Xiao Chen knew that Chu Chaoyun was referring to the Kunlun realm's first-generation Tianwu emperor. Then, have you ever thought about taking revenge? Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, that fellow died long ago. He ran into a bad era. He was a genius, but he could not become a true god. Now, that group of old fellows from the royal clan thinks that I will be a second Xiao Chen. The resources they give me are practically limitless. Speaking of which, it is really funny. I clearly hate that fellow to death. However, he is now my most hated enemy. When Xiao Chen heard this, he could not help but turn silent. Fate was fickle, it really liked to play tricks on people. Chu Chaoyun had worked hard in the Kunlun realm for his entire life. He wanted to charge out and ask that fellow, who left without caring about the destruction of the Kunlun realm's Tianwu dynasty, why was he so heartless? However, who knew, the first-generation Tianwu emperor had died long ago. Now, because Chu Chaoyun had the first-generation Tianwu emperor's bloodline and came from the same realm, he ended up being treated as the person he hated the most. However, Chu Chaoyun could not explain this to anyone. Whoosh! 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 A figure flashed, and Lin Feng returned. He said sullenly, "We have to leave tonight. Otherwise, when the underworld god protectors charge over, it will be hard for us to escape." Chapter 2206. Nether God Protector? Lin Feng could tell that Chu Chaoyun and Xiao Chen were confused. He explained simply, the god of the underworld is a kind of faith. It is the supreme being that the 9 great underworld worships together. The god of the underworld's protector is equivalent to a god in the underworld. They are seen as the underworld god's personal guards. They possess horrifying strength, at least as strong as 4 vain sovereign emperors. Chu Chaoyun had a pensive look on his face. Is it because 18 underworld god guards died? Lin Feng nodded. That's right. The death of so many underworld god guards will definitely shake the entire underworld god hall. Normally, when such a situation occurs, the Vice Palace Master will personally send the underworld god protector to handle it. Right now, the Vice Palace Master is the one in charge of the final blood battlefield. Xiao Chen said, "They shouldn't have come so quickly." Lin Feng said with a grave expression, "As long as Yan Cangming sends the message and the underworld god hall confirms it, the underworld god protector will need only 2 hours to be sent to the final blood battlefield." Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun immediately felt the seriousness of the matter. The sky of the 9th netherworld is filled with underworld god hall Dao platforms. A forbidden land like the final blood battlefield is no exception. Hence, we can only leave the final blood battlefield while Yan Cangming sends the message and the other party confirms it. Lin Feng sighed softly, "I only hope that the underworld god hall will take as long as possible. I took a look earlier. The final blood battlefield is already sealed. Only people can leave, not enter. Those who go out have to undergo strict interrogation. It's almost impossible to leave without making a sound." Chu Chaoyun said, "There's no time to lose. Let's kill our way out. There's no need to think too much. The longer one remains in the final blood battlefield, the more dangerous it is." Xiao Chen's and Chu Chaoyun's missions could be considered completed. They had both found what they wanted to take. There was no longer any need to remain in the final blood battlefield. What Xiao Chen needed to do now was leave quickly. Go. The 3 were decisive people. After confirming this, they did not hesitate to head to the edge of the final blood battlefield. So. Soon, Xiao Chen saw 3 people wearing underworld god guard uniforms rushing over from the sky. These underworld god guards were very cautious. They stopped far away and shouted, "Halt! The final blood battlefield is already sealed. If you want to leave, state your identity first." Xiao Chen released his demonic aura and shouted, "Friend, we are a group of rogue cultivators, we have no way to prove our identities. Might I know what matter the lords of the underworld god guards have with me? Could we speak in private?" When the 3 underworld god guards saw the demonic Dao baleful aura on Xiao Chen, they relaxed somewhat. However, they still said ruthlessly, "Since you cannot prove your identity, please remain in the final blood battlefield. The underworld god hall will not kill the innocent." Xiao Chen and the other 2 exchanged glances and frowned slightly. These underworld god guards seemed to have received the news. All of them became extremely cautious and did not approach Xiao Chen's group of 3. They only shouted at them from afar. If the 3 made any strange movements, the underworld god guards would immediately raise their guard and inform all the nearby underworld god guards. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he said softly, "My god Shadow Bao can instantly kill one person." Lin Feng entered deep thought. After thinking for a while, he said, "This is too far. If I control the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant, I can only guarantee severely injuring one person. I might not be able to kill them." Chu Chaoyun shook his head and said, "That won't do. As long as one person does not die, the underworld god guards rushing over might delay us. At that time, we will be in trouble. What should we do, then?" Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly and said, "Trick them into coming over." Right after speaking, Chu Chaoyun shouted, "Lords, they do not have any identity. I have the identity token of a rank 7 Moon Demon Palace. Can that serve as proof?" Three blurry figures in the distance whispered to each other in the hazy demonic fog. After a while, three figures approached from afar, slowly becoming clearer before Xiao Chen's group. However, just as the three approached, they stopped. The leader of the underworld god guard said indifferently, "Remove the conical bamboo hat on your head and give me the identity token to verify its authenticity. After that, we will release them." Chu Chaoyun did not say anything. He tossed a jade bottle over. The person in the middle caught the jade bottle and frowned slightly. When he opened it, he discovered that it was origin liquid. Origin liquid? What does that mean? Boom! However, the reply to that person was a strike from Xiao Chen's group of three after storing up power, a peak strike from each of them. Xiao Chen flicked his finger and executed the fiendish saber inheritance's water droplet breaking the firmament. A drop of water containing all of Xiao Chen's fiendish saber quintessence instantly struck the leader. Chu Chaoyun's sword moved as fast as a fleeting shadow. In a flash, it pierced the forehead of the person on the left. Lin Feng stretched out his hand, and the Death Dao domain turned into a beam of black light that instantly pierced the chest of the person on the right. Ignoring these three, Xiao Chen's group's figures flashed as they quickly fled far away. Pu Ci. The three underworld god guards suddenly suffered severe injuries. Before they could send a message, they instantly fell into dire straits. They quickly tried to save themselves, unable to care about Xiao Chen's group. 1 hour later, the three successfully walked out of the final blood battlefield. Then, they turned their heads to look at the final blood battlefield. and released their bated breaths. Lin Feng said, "Those three should not die. However, they can't even protect themselves. They will not be able to send a message immediately. We should take this opportunity to go as far away as we can." Right. The three disguised themselves and suppressed their cultivations. Then, they moved about the abyssal underworld cities, heading for the crack that led back to the central Great Realm. During this period, the three felt jittery at every city they went to. The city was heavily guarded. Underworld god guards appeared nearly everywhere. Underworld god guards would not easily appear before ordinary cultivators. Since they appeared so frequently, something major clearly happened. In a few days, news of the final blood battlefield spread throughout the entire abyssal underworld. Now, all the cultivators in the abyssal underworld knew of a sovereign emperor expert called the Heavenly Alliance's Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen had single-handedly killed 10-odd sovereign emperors of the righteous Dao and demonic Dao, snatching away the divine nature flame of an ancient demonic sovereign. Xiao Chen's reputation soared. It was even possible that the deaths of the 18 underworld god guards were related to him. The entire underworld god hall frantically searched for this Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen's group carefully traveled for 8 days, they arrived at the banks of the underworld river. After crossing this river, they would basically be out of danger. They would need less than 1 day to leave the 9th layer of the abyssal underworld. At that time, they would be free to soar in the vast sky and swim in the vast sea. Even if the underworld god hall's 9 vain sovereign emperors gave chase, it would be useless. Given the strength of the Heavenly Alliance and the Universe Origin sect, they could send experts over at any time to provide reinforcements. After hiding for a few days, Xiao Chen's group was not used to it. They were bona fide sovereign emperors, peak experts no matter where they went. There was no need to feel so sullen, not even daring to reveal their cultivations. However, this was the underworld god hall's territory. No matter how sullen they felt, they had to endure it. As Xiao Chen's group looked at the surging, unending underworld river, they hid in the crowd, carefully waiting for the underworld boat to arrive. One could not fly across the underworld river. Even sovereign emperors had to ride the underworld boat. "It's coming," Lin Feng said softly. Xiao Chen looked up and saw an underworld boat steadily rowing over the surging Scarlet River. After reaching the riverbank, Xiao Chen's group joined the crowd and boarded the underworld boat. After entering the boat, the three felt much more relaxed. As they looked behind them at the distant ninth layer of the abyssal underworld, they felt deeply moved. After leaving the final blood battlefield, Xiao Chen and Chu Chaoyun realized how much trouble they had caused by killing 20 underworld god guards. The two felt like the underworld god guards were like shadows. Everywhere they went, there were underworld god hall experts searching the area. At all times, the three felt danger hovering above them, not daring to be careless. Even when they cultivated, the three took turns, allowing one person to remain absolutely awake, ready to fight at any moment. Everyone's heart was as taut as a string, and they could not relax. Now that the three boarded the underworld boat and gradually left the ninth layer of the abyssal underworld, they could finally calm down. "Strange, why do I feel that the people on this boat are strange?" Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and looked at the cultivators on the boat. There were Yiksha, Asura, Rakshasa, and demonic Dao cultivators. They gathered in groups of 2s and 3s, speaking in soft voices. They did not seem any different from usual. However, at a glance, it felt strange. Chu Chaoyun frowned slightly. "Something is not right. These people seem to be looking at us." "That's right." Xiao Chen and Lin Feng suddenly startled awake. They were shocked to discover that the demonic Dao cultivators, who were talking, had their backs to the three, or were resting with their eyes closed, all seemed to have an eye on them. They were clearly an ordinary group of people, but it was like they all had an eye at the back of their heads. As the two thought this, they could not help feeling their hair stand on end. The more they thought about it, the stranger it felt. "Don't panic." Xiao Chen held back Lin Feng, who was about to make a move. Then, he walked over to a Rakshasa cultivator and asked probingly, "This friend, I have something I would like to ask you." "Huh? What is there to ask? Do I have an eye at the back of my head?" "There is no need to ask. I can tell you that I do." That person did not have an eye. He chuckled, and right after he spoke, a vertical eye suddenly opened at the back of his head. Whoosh! At the same time, a vertical eye opened at the back of the head of everyone on the boat. The originally noisy underworld boat immediately turned strangely quiet. Aside from Xiao Chen, everyone else remained motionless. Only the vertical eye at the back of the head looked strangely at Xiao Chen and the others, seeming to be laughing. Die! Lin Feng, who was at the side, could no longer hold back. He directly attacked, landing a palm strike on the Rakshasa cultivator who spoke to Xiao Chen. Boom! That Rakshasa cultivator exploded before turning into a clump of images and vanishing. In the next moment, the surroundings suddenly changed. The three appeared in a desolate plain. There was a formless suction under their feet, making it hard for the three to move, much to the point where they found it hard to move. Illusion. Chu Chaoyun's expression changed slightly. He said sullenly, "We entered someone's illusion Dao domain." The underworld god protectors. Among the underworld god protectors, there is a four-vein sovereign emperor skilled in illusions. They still caught up to us, Lin Feng cursed softly. Then, he looked around helplessly. The desolate plain stretched out as far as the eye could see. The sky was dark and gloomy, looking horrifying. The three could not see the end of the desolate plain. At this moment, not to mention the fact that they could not move their feet, even if they could move freely, they would not dare to do so. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. In his eyes, this desolate plain was somewhat different from what Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun saw. In the eyes of Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun, the desolate plain was the real desolate plain, perfect and flawless. However, in Xiao Chen's eyes, the desolate plain seemed somewhat unreal. The ground occasionally trembled, and black cracks flickered endlessly in space. Naturally, the reason was that the underworld god protector underestimated Xiao Chen's soul energy, which rivaled that of a three-vein sovereign emperor. Whoosh! When those black cracks reappeared, Xiao Chen suddenly appeared. The three divine vein rings under the blue dragon divine seal in the spirit sea pool rippled. In the next moment, the blue dragon divine seal on Xiao Chen's forehead shot out a beam of light made of soul energy and struck the black crack. Bang! The illusion shattered like a mirror, and the three returned to reality. The three suddenly discovered that the underworld boat had sunk into the river. Ghostly hands passed through the river and tightly grabbed their ankles. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng sucked in a breath of cold air. If not for Xiao Chen breaking the illusion, the three would not have woken up after being dragged into the underworld river. Chapter 2207. Hey! Just at this moment, someone on the underworld boat exclaimed softly. Xiao Chen raised his eyebrows and saw a black-haired old man standing on the bow of the half-submerged underworld boat. This old man looked ugly with two horns on his head, the symbol of the Yiksha race. When Lin Feng saw this person, he felt slightly startled. Indeed, it is old eccentric Qiao, the four-vein sovereign emperor who is the best at illusions among the underworld god protectors. Old eccentric Qiao held a scepter with a crystal gem embedded at the top. There was an eye hidden in the gem, looking very breathtaking. Xiao Chen and the other two struggled, trying to break the ghostly hands in the underworld river. Unfortunately, they could not break them all. Since they could not break them all, they could only allow the underworld boat to sink into the river. This old man discovered you 3 days ago but did not make a move. Since I already made a move, how can I give you a chance to struggle free? These ghostly hands of the underworld river are resentful spirits that have been here for countless epochs. They cannot be broken. Lin Feng, you should be the clearest about this. Old eccentric Qiao showed a calm expression. His lips curled up in a cocky expression. Old eccentric Qiao had effortlessly captured the three alive. When he returned to the underworld god hall, he would definitely make a great contribution. The value of a dead person and a living person was completely different. This was especially so for Lin Feng, whom the Vice Palace Master wanted captured alive. Damn it! After a while, the river water reached the three's knees. The ghostly hands of the underworld river took advantage of the situation to climb up, and the tearing force became even more horrifying. It was not just their physical bodies. Xiao Chen and the other two felt like their souls were slowly being torn out by these ghostly hands. Stop struggling. Only this old man can save your lives. Obediently hand over your medial grade soul tools, and I will spare you from death. Old eccentric Qiao revealed a sinister smile as he continued. Xiao Chen, what should we do? I have heard of these ghostly hands of the underworld river. Once, a righteous Tao great perfection sovereign emperor fell into them and lost his life. Chu Chaoyun's face sank slightly. Clearly, he could not think of a good solution for now. If he comprehended the primal chaos Tao domain, he could erode all these ghostly hands of the underworld river. Unfortunately, the Tao domain was just one step away from the Tao domain. All other methods were useless. Lin Feng's entire body was emitting a thick deathly aura. He wanted to devour those ghostly hands, but the speed at which he devoured them could not keep up with the speed at which they appeared. Damn it! The underworld river, which flowed through the 9 abyssal realms, had already been refined by the underworld god hall. Normally, the underworld river ghost hand was not this terrifying. It must be old eccentric Qiao's doing. Lin Feng had once stayed in the underworld god hall and knew some secrets. Old eccentric Qiao smiled but did not say anything. The eye in the gem on the scepter in his hand flickered with a strange light, as if it was verifying Lin Feng's words. Although Shao Chun did not have a high chance of victory against a four-veined sovereign emperor in the first place, his chances could even be said to be slim. However, if he were to die in such a sullen manner, he would not be willing to accept it. That was especially true for old eccentric Qiao. He had not even done anything, yet he had already been reduced to such a sorry state. He was truly unwilling to accept this. Shao Chun remained silent. He stared at the eyeball in the scepter, deep in thought. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng were thinking about how to deal with the problem before them. However, Shao Chun had other thoughts. When did the three of them fall for the illusion? Is it possible that everything before us is still an illusion? Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng had not experienced a heart tribulation before. However, Shao Chun had. He knew about the existence of multi-layered illusions. Some illusion experts were especially skilled in this path. Illusions hid the environment. It was like a dream within a dream. One might think that one had woken up, but in reality, one was still dreaming. However, if it was not a dream, then Shao Chun could not afford to gamble. Right now, the crux of the problem was, when did the three fall for the other party's illusion? Did they fall for the illusion when they entered the dock, or did they fall for the illusion when they boarded the underworld boat? Shao Chun had always felt that, given the three's strength, they could not have fallen for the other party's trick without a sound. They must have triggered some kind of medium. Damn it. In the end, they relaxed when they saw the underworld river. Shao Chun could not recall many of the details. Alright, I promise you. I can hand over the soul tool to you, but you have to save our lives. Shao Chun said ferociously as he looked at old eccentric Qiao. Shao Chun. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng felt mildly startled. They did not know why Shao Chun suddenly gave up on begging for mercy. Shock immediately flashed in old eccentric Qiao's eyes. Then, greed replaced it. Good. This old man was wondering why those 10-odd underworld god guards all died. I guessed right. Brat, you do indeed have a medial-grade soul tool. As long as you hand over the medial-grade soul tool, this old man will spare your life now. If you do not believe me, I can swear an oath to the underworld god. Lin Feng knows that we, the protectors who serve the underworld god, cannot go back on our oath. Shao Chun looked at Lin Feng. Lin Feng nodded and said, he is right. I am not asking you to spare our lives now. If you spare our lives now, you will still have to bring us back to the underworld god hall. What is the point? I want you to send us out of the netherworld. If you are willing, please swear an oath. Shao Chun said faintly as he gradually gained some confidence in his heart. Old eccentric Qiao's expression immediately changed. He said with a cold expression, little brat, you actually dare to negotiate with me. In that case, just wait for death. Wait for this old man to scoop up your floating corpses. It's not like I can't report back. Shao Chun smiled confidently and said, have you thought it through, senior? In that case, you will lose 2 medial-grade soul tools. With a thought, I can destroy the soul tools at any time. What? 2? Old eccentric Qiao's heart immediately thumped heavily. 1 medial-grade soul tool already made him somewhat unable to control himself. 2 medial-grade soul tools were simply too shocking. Shao Chun continued, you can calculate this deal yourself. 2 mid-grade soul tools in exchange for our lives. As for the underworld god hall, you have only failed in your duties. How much punishment can you receive? No matter how you look at it, this deal is a profit, a huge profit at that. Old monster Qiao was silent. His face was gloomy, and the eyeball hidden in the gem on the scepter was blinking at a much higher frequency. Alright, this old man agrees. The underworld god above, I swear to you right now that as long as he hands over 2 medial-grade soul tools, I am willing to let them out of the netherworld. If I go back on my oath, I will suffer the torment of the netherworld's flames for all eternity. Old eccentric Xiao finally made up his mind. He swore to the underworld god that he would let them go at the price of 2 medial-grade soul tools. No matter who it was, they would make the same decision as old eccentric Xiao in this transaction. In fact, even if there was only 1 medial-grade soul tool, he could let Xiao Chen and the others go. This was because the price was too small. As long as they were not discovered, it would just be a breach of duty. However, Lin Feng felt that something was strange. He kept feeling that something was wrong, but he could not figure out what was wrong. A bright light flashed in Chu Chaoyun's eyes. He entered deep thought and seemed to understand something. I already swore. Toss out the soul tool, and I will let you go. Old eccentric Xiao shouted as he looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen took out the god's shadow bow but did not toss it out. He said, "Senior, come and take it." "I told you to toss it out, not hold it." Xiao Chen mocked, "What's wrong? Senior is a bona fide 4-vein sovereign emperor. You do not even have the courage to come and take the soul tool." When old eccentric Xiao saw the mocking look in Xiao Chen's eyes, he could not help feeling slightly stunned. Then, he showed some mockery in his heart. This fellow is playing this game with me. He really does not know his limits. From the start to the end, I played him in circles. To think that he wants to gamble one last time. How laughable. Some pity appeared in old eccentric Xiao's heart. Perhaps the weak were just so laughable, truly lamentable. Alright, this old man will come and take it. I know what you are thinking. You think that this old man is skilled in illusions. My physical body might be weaker, but if you make a desperate counterattack, you might have a chance. Ha ha ha. That's right. This old man's physical body cannot withstand severe injuries. However, this old man will walk over now. You can attack me as much as you want. Let's see who dies first. Remember, if you attack me, I will no longer have to worry about my oath. Old eccentric Xiao laughed maniacally as he walked over. His laughter was filled with confidence and arrogance as he walked over step by step. As old eccentric Xiao approached, the atmosphere turned somewhat tense. Lin Feng showed a grave expression, feeling somewhat worried. However, he did not know what he was worried about. Xiao Chen appeared calm and collected. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, showed a smile. When old eccentric Xiao arrived before Xiao Chen and was only 3 steps away, he said indifferently, "Hand it over." Xiao Chen handed the god's shadow bow over and said with a smile, "Senior, take it." Old eccentric Xiao snorted coldly and reached out to grab the god's shadow bow. However, when he was about to take it, he discovered that Xiao Chen did not let go. Old eccentric Xiao's expression changed slightly as he asked sullenly, "What do you mean? Do you really want to die that much?" Before old eccentric Xiao could finish speaking, something strange happened. Chu Chaoyun, who was at the side, suddenly attacked, piercing the crystal gem in old eccentric Xiao's scepter. Chapter 2208. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Chu Chaoyun's sword pierced through the eye in the gem on old eccentric Xiao's scepter. Ka Xie. Ka Xie. In that instant, the surroundings shattered like a mirror, turning into countless shards. Then, the scene before them changed again. Xiao Chen's group returned to the underworld boat. However, the underworld boat had not sunk, and all the passengers were on board. It was like time flowed in reverse, returning to when Xiao Chen went to test that Rakshasa cultivator. Furthermore, that Rakshasa cultivator still had his back to Xiao Chen. However, this time, there was no strange vertical eye at the back of his head. Of course, what was even more different was that an old man appeared in front of Xiao Chen. This old man grasped the god's shadow bow with horror in his eyes. Who else could this Yaksha race old man be but old eccentric Chiao? Whoosh! Old eccentric Chiao's earlier arrogance and confidence vanished. Horror flashed in his eyes for a moment. The instant Xiaochen looked at him, old eccentric Chiao let go and quickly fled far away. Boom! However, Xiaochen had planned this for so long. How could he let old eccentric Chiao leave so easily before old eccentric Chiao let go? Before old eccentric Chiao let go, a golden light flashed in Xiaochen's eyes. He instantly activated his great desolate divine eyes and blue dragon bloodline. What was supreme? In the entire world, only I am supreme. Xiaochen instantly executed the strongest move of the supreme dragon fist. 10,000 dragons gathered above his divine energy sea, and a vast and boundless 10,000 dragons picture appeared behind Xiaochen. The great desolate Aeon dragon might appeared. This punch displayed the tyranny of a sovereign ruler. Old eccentric Chiao could not dodge at all. Xiaochen's supreme dragon fist's strongest move struck him. Bang! This punch blasted a huge bloody hole in old eccentric Chiao's chest. What a horrifying fist might! The horrifying fist might carried old eccentric Chiao away as it crashed into many figures. Then, it dove into the underworld boat and fell into the underworld river. What's going on? Damn it! Who hit me? It hurts. Why does it feel like I was dreaming? What a strong dragon might! How can there be such a horrifying dragon might in the abyssal underworld river? After old eccentric Chiao fell into the underworld river, the cultivators on the underworld boat felt like they had just woken up from a dream. They felt like they had just woken up from a dream, feeling somewhat confused. The people injured by old eccentric Chiao all howled in pain as they lay on the ground, dying from the pain. Xiaochen's dragon might had not scattered yet. The remnant might of the supreme dragon fist spread out in all directions in the warship's hold. The horrifying might deterred the various abyssal underworld cultivators from approaching. They all fled far away, not daring to remain in the warship's hold. What exactly is going on? Feng was, to say, to, was, old, and was, Feng. Chen was. Chen was, is. Was. Chu Chaoyun revealed an expression of understanding. It was indeed so. He looked at Xiaochen and asked, "How did you think of this?" Xiaochen scattered his dragon might, but his great desolate Aeon bloodline did not. He said, "I suspected long ago that the first layer of the environment was a trap that this old eccentric Chiao laid. However, I could not figure out when I fell for his trick and entered an illusion, so I could not be sure. When he approached me, I was sure that I was still in an illusion. Otherwise, this old fellow would not have risked his life to come and take my soul tool alone." Old eccentric Chiao's illusion was hard to distinguish between real and fake. At that time, Xiaochen could not be sure that he was still in an illusion. However, once a person showed greed, they would definitely reveal an opening. Old eccentric Chiao was very smart. However, he did not know that Xiaochen had already seen through his tricks. All he needed was a final confirmation. Feeling confused, Lin Feng asked, "But, why did he come over to take the god's shadow bow?" Xiaochen explained calmly, "Because of greed and self-confidence. The medial grade soul tool made him blinded by greed. Furthermore, he was confident in his illusion Dao, so he thought that I would not be able to detect that it was still an illusion. However, the most important thing was that Brother Chu had shattered his illusion. Even if I made a move back then, I would still be in an illusion and would not be able to injure his true body. Hence, I was betting on whether Brother Chu could break his illusion or not. Otherwise, only death awaits you." When Lin Feng heard that, he felt shocked in his heart. This Xiaochen was really bold. Not only was Lin Feng betting on whether old eccentric Chiao would fall for it or not, but he was also betting on whether Chu Chaoyun could detect the opening. However, Lin Feng was in awe of Xiaochen and Chu Chaoyun's tacit understanding. Even without any communication, they could cooperate so perfectly. Once there was a voice projection in the illusion, the other party would hear it. Lin Feng asked, Xiao Chen, why did you take out the god Shadow Bao in the illusion realm? Why did you take it out in reality as well? Xiao Chen replied softly, I do not know much about the illusion Dao. However, I know that illusion Dao experts all have a skill that can turn the illusory into reality. As long as old eccentric Qiao wills it, he can materialize whatever we do in the illusion in reality. It is like he is controlling us. What is real and what is fake and what is real. Some people might not even realize that they have been controlled by illusions for their entire lives. Others might not even notice anything strange. Chu Chaoyun asked, when did we fall for the illusion? Xiao Chen replied sullenly, if I guessed right, we all fell for it the moment the vertical eye appeared on the back of those people's heads. Earlier, we felt that the ship was strange probably because old eccentric Qiao was secretly trying to find the opening in our minds. Lin Feng's face sank slightly. He said with some lingering fear, what a terrifying illusion. It is really hard to guard against. What should we do now? A ruthless look flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes as he said coldly, let's wait for that old thing to come up. If I guessed right, he will appear the moment my great desolate Ian bloodline vanishes. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng felt slightly stunned before they reacted. Old eccentric Qiao was a four-veined sovereign emperor. Even if he was only skilled in illusions, he was still a bona fide four-veined sovereign emperor. Although Xiao Chen's earlier strike was horrifying, it could not truly injure old eccentric Qiao's foundation. Even without using illusions, old eccentric Qiao could suppress the three as a four-veined sovereign emperor. The danger was not completely resolved. However, compared to when they were in the illusion, Xiao Chen's group now had more initiative against the severely injured old eccentric Qiao. Whoosh! Xiao Chen had clearly said that he would only attack after old eccentric Qiao came up. Right after he spoke, he drew the bowstring and opened the heavenly eye on his forehead. Immediately, the heavenly eye pierced through the river and revealed old eccentric Qiao charging up. A divine image appeared in the sky above the underworld river. As Xiao Chen plucked the bowstring, the world shook. A divine sound reverberated as Xiao Chen released the bowstring. The arrow silently entered the underworld river. Bang! In the next moment, the underworld river exploded, and a scarlet wave soared into the clouds. A figure on the top of the wave let out a miserable shriek. The shriek was sharp and terrifying, echoing over the surging underworld river. Xiao Chen, this old man will make you die without a burial. It turned out that although old eccentric Qiao had sunk to the bottom of the river, he still knew everything on the underworld boat. He had heard everything Xiao Chen said. Old eccentric Qiao smiled coldly in his heart. He wanted to catch Xiao Chen off guard and beat him at his own game, capturing Xiao Chen in one go. However, how could old eccentric Qiao have imagined that Xiao Chen only said that on purpose? With his heavenly eye, he could see through the underworld river at any time. Before Xiao Chen's great desolate Ian bloodline scattered, he was at his peak state. When he drew the god Shadow Bao, he struck old eccentric Qiao. This arrow, which could instantly kill a one-veined sovereign emperor, severely injured old eccentric Qiao's physical body and soul. The more horrifying thing was that old eccentric Qiao's injuries worsened, inflicting unbearable pain. If Xiao Chen were stronger, he might have been able to kill old eccentric Qiao. Rumble. The shock waves from the god Shadow Arrow shook the bottom of the underworld river. The underworld boat shook, looking like it would capsize at any moment. For a moment, all the cultivators on the ship panicked, feeling uneasy. That is the underworld god protector, old eccentric Qiao. To think that it is Xiao Chen. Could these three be the righteous Dao cultivators that the underworld god hall recently placed on arrest warrants? However, why is old eccentric Qiao in such a sorry state? He is a four-veined sovereign emperor. What is the point of caring about this now? If these people really start fighting, the boat will definitely sink. At that time, we will all die. Inside the boat's hold, Xiao Chen's group felt the demonic might that surged over with old eccentric Qiao's words. Their bodies shook slightly, and they could not stand stably. The group's expressions immediately turned somewhat unsightly. Unexpectedly, old eccentric Qiao was still so mighty after being struck by the god shadow arrow. Xiao Chen clenched his teeth and said, "What a troublesome old man. I need to let him strike me again. Otherwise, he will not be able to escape death." The difference was simply too great. With just one shout, old eccentric Qiao managed to make Xiao Chen's group stumble. Furthermore, old eccentric Qiao was severely injured. If he were at his peak, the result would be unimaginable. Fortunately, old eccentric Qiao coveted the medial-grade soul tools of Xiao Chen's group and was overly confident in his illusion Dao. If old eccentric Qiao had faced Xiao Chen's group head-on from the start, he would not have stood a chance. However, Xiao Chen's group did not know that if they did not die in the battle above the underworld river, they would become famous. Furthermore, this old eccentric Qiao was a 4-veined sovereign emperor, someone who had already surpassed 3-veined sovereign emperor. The difference in strength was on a completely different level. If it were anyone else, they would be frightened to death. How could they have the courage to face old eccentric Qiao head-on? "I'll do it." Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng spoke at the same time. Then, they exchanged looks, and determination flashed in their eyes. Without hesitation, they soared into the air and charged out of the underworld boat, taking the initiative to charge at old eccentric Qiao. When in a predicament, one could either wait for death or save oneself. The only way to save oneself was to be brave. "You are seeking death." Old eccentric Qiao, who stood on top of the waves, showed a ferocious expression, making his face look even uglier, like a malicious spirit from hell. When old eccentric Qiao saw Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng charging over, he snorted coldly. Then, he dragged his injured body and threw a palm strike. Boom! This palm strike was very horrifying. Overwhelming demonic might filled the sky. Layers of demonic might layered on top of each other, a total of 4 layers layered over each other. It was bottomless, looking as horrifying as an abyss. Before Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng could get close, the suppression made their qi and blood surge, making them feel extremely unbearable. Scram! When that palm strike landed, Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng each vomited a mouthful of blood. As their bodies wobbled, they felt the suction from the underworld river. The situation immediately became extremely dangerous. Great desolate Aeon's rage. Charge! 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 Lin Feng appeared deranged. Black lines appeared on his face as he took out the Qiongqi beast ghost pennant. Lin Feng clenched his teeth and charged forward with overwhelming rage. On the other side, a sword light burst out of Chu Chaoyun's body. It was like the stars existed forever, existing with the rivers, the sun, and the moon. Then, Chu Chaoyun tore through the suction of the underworld river and charged forward proudly. Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun were risking their lives to delay old eccentric Qiao for Xiao Chen. A formless pressure landed on Xiao Chen, who was in the underworld boat. Xiao Chen only had one chance. Could he hit? Chapter 2209. Xiao Chen had only one chance to shoot the arrow. If he missed, the 3 would have a chance to survive. If he missed, all 3 would die. Xiao Chen did not fear death. However, he did not like this feeling. He did not want to lose his friends' lives because of his mistake. If possible, Xiao Chen was even willing to sacrifice himself for his friends' chances of survival. However, due to their trust, Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng placed their hopes on Xiao Chen, putting the greatest pressure on him. Old eccentric Qiao fought with Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun above the underworld river. His aura fluctuated as his figure flickered, creating many afterimages. After suffering once, how could old eccentric Qiao let Xiao Chen shoot him again? Whenever he sensed something, he would immediately dodge. It was simply too difficult to lock down a four-vein sovereign emperor. Old eccentric Qiao's soul energy was stronger than Xiao Chen's, and his soul sense was very sharp. Old eccentric Qiao's divine energy cultivation went without saying. With a thought, he could send out vast, sea-like divine energy with a wave of his hand. Even if old eccentric Qiao focused on illusions and not martial techniques, he could easily suppress Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng with just divine energy. This was the so-called breaking technique with brute force. No matter how powerful one's martial techniques were or how strong one's Dao domain was, old eccentric Qiao only needed one palm strike to easily break the peak strike that you put in so much effort. Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng were fighting with their lives on the line. If not for the two being outstanding geniuses and if not for old eccentric Qiao being severely injured, they would not even have the chance to fight with their lives on the line. Damn it! Xiao Chen cursed in his heart. I can't find him. 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 Xiao Chen continuously swung the god's shadow bow in his hand, but he could not draw the bowstring. When facing the wary old eccentric Qiao, the other party sensed at the moment Xiao Chen used his soul energy. Before Xiao Chen even used his soul energy, old eccentric Qiao already sensed it with just one look, allowing him to react in advance. Xiao Chen had always been decisive in killing, never hesitating. However, at this moment, he felt fatigued. The mountain-like pressure prevented him from firing the arrow. Beads of sweat fell from his forehead like raindrops, blurring his vision. However, he did not dare to wipe them off. Little by little, Xiao Chen's heart became restless. The invisible torture was testing Xiao Chen's state of mind. An inner demon quietly emerged. A voice echoed in his mind. You were afraid that if this arrow missed, it would kill Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun. Because you are not a demon. Because you are weak. If you become a demon, you will be emotionless and loveless. There will be no worries or worries in your heart. There will be no fear, worry or cowardice in your heart. If you become a demon, this arrow will definitely kill that underworld god protector. If you become a demon, you won't need to fear the underworld god protector. This world will be yours. Formless black demonic qi leaked out of Xiao Chen's body uncontrollably. It gave off a sinister light as it wriggled. Black devil qi converged bit by bit in his eyes, transforming into a sea of ink. It was pitch black and unfathomable as it devoured the last bit of spiritual light. This demonic qi inspired fear in the world. All the cultivators on the underworld boat trembled. The god's shadow bow was infected by demonic qi, slowly turning cold. The cold aura startled even old eccentric Qiao, who was in the distance. Xiao Chen, fall into the demonic Dao. The inner demon sounded its final horn, wanting to corrode Xiao Chen's final thoughts and make him fall into the demonic Dao. Become a demon? No. The instant Xiao Chen said no in his heart, the spiritual light in his eyes exploded. The overwhelming demonic qi and the boundless ink sea all disappeared. What demon? I've always been me. You'd better obediently lie down for me. Xiao Chen snorted coldly in his heart. Then, he looked at Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng, who were fighting old eccentric Qiao above the underworld river. The two fought with their lives on the line, constantly on the verge of death. With every second that passed, they could die. However, the two fought with all their might every second, not giving up. Xiao Chen could not help but understand. While he was not afraid of death, Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun were not people who feared death. It did not matter whether the arrow hit or not. Most importantly, there was once a bond that bound the three of them together above the underworld river. Unwilling to admit defeat, they fought with a four-veined sovereign emperor. Xiao Chen's left hand, which held the bow, no longer trembled. His heart was calm. This arrow is connected to my heart. Boom! However, just as Xiao Chen was about to fire this arrow, a black-clad figure suddenly appeared out of nowhere and smashed through old eccentric Qiao's demonic might. Suddenly, it appeared out of nowhere and directly smashed through old eccentric Qiao's demonic might. A hole appeared in the sky, where the 4 layers of demonic might spread. The moment that black figure appeared, the pressure on Chu Chaoyun and Lin Feng immediately decreased significantly. Bang! The 2 palms clashed, and old eccentric Qiao vomited a mouthful of blood as the black-clad figure knocked him back 5,000 kilometers. This startled old eccentric Qiao. He seemed to recognize this person. However, just as he was about to say it, the black-clad figure pressed forward and attacked again. This forced old eccentric Qiao to swallow his words. He could only receive the attacks helplessly as he was continuously pushed back. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. Then, he put away the god shadow bow and entered deep thought. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's figure flashed, and he arrived beside Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun. The 2 were incredibly fatigued and covered in injuries. However, they were still spirited, their fighting spirit not diminished. This gave Xiao Chen some relief. Xiao Chen, who is that person? I find him somewhat familiar. Lin Feng said, finding this strange. To think that someone in the abyssal underworld helped them push back old eccentric Qiao. This was simply incredible. Lin Feng could vaguely sense who that figure was, but he could not be sure. That is someone from the Azura race's Luoho bloodline. I'll talk to you in detail later. The 3 left elegantly on the underworld river before the dumbfounded cultivators below, leaving behind phantoms. After landing on the riverbank, Xiao Chen said somewhat apologetically, "Sorry, I made a mistake with that arrow earlier." Chu Chaoyun smiled and said, "You are overthinking." Xiao Chen, there is no need to apologize. In reality, both Lin Feng and I could feel it. If not for your existence, making that old fellow fear you and keeping his guard up against you, we would not have lasted for so long. Lin Feng nodded. He could have killed us several times, but he gave up in the end. At first, I did not understand. Now, I understand that you scared him. Ha ha ha. Old eccentric Qiao has dominated the abyssal underworld for his entire life. First, you broke the illusion Dao that he is most proud of. Then, you scared him until he could not even kill 2 one-vein sovereign emperors. After this battle, he will definitely embarrass himself. Lin Feng laughed very carefreely. Xiao Chen was slightly stunned. It seemed like ever since he met Lin Feng, Xiao Chen had always felt this way. It seemed like Xiao Chen had never seen Lin Feng laugh before, much less laugh as happily as he did today. The god Shadow Bao did not fire that arrow. However, that arrow already appeared in Xiao Chen's heart. This allowed Xiao Chen to understand many things. There were some things that he could not give up. That was a bond and friendship that could not be obtained even with the entire world. Come, let's leave the abyssal underworld first. Right. Xiao Chen called out the demon blood vulture and quickly carried the 3 far away. After that, there were no more surprises, everything went smoothly. Xiao Chen briefly told Lin Feng and Chu Chaoyun about the deal he made with Luoho Wang in the final blood battlefield. The 2 felt enlightened and said that Luoho Wang was indeed a passionate person. At the very last moment, he actually got an older generation sovereign emperor of his race to save Xiao Chen. It was worth it for Xiao Chen to face 10-odd sovereign emperors for him back then, helping him fulfill his wish. As for what kind of pressure Luoho King would face after this, the 3 of them were well aware of it. Feeling helpless, they did not say anything. The underworld god temple would definitely not let Luoho Wang off. He was an Azura noble, so they would definitely not kill him. However, their punishment would definitely not be light. 2 days later, Xiao Chen's trio passed through the abyssal rift and returned to the central world. The long-awaited sun was rather dazzling, but it was also abnormally comfortable. His repressed emotions were swept away. Thinking back to everything that had happened in the netherworld, it had been full of twists and turns. It had been extremely dangerous, but fortunately, everyone had returned alive. Before he could be happy for too long, it was time to part again. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng wanted to return to the Heavenly Alliance, while Chu Chaoyun wanted to return to the Universe Origin sect. Naturally, the paths were different. Xiao Chen, if you need anything in the future, you can come to the Universe Origin sect to find me directly. If it's inconvenient for you to come, you can also send a message. Before parting, Chu Chaoyun revealed his signature smile and said softly. Xiao Chen nodded. You too. Goodbye. Chu Chaoyun looked at Xiao Chen and Lin Feng. Then, he performed a cupped fist salute and left. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng only withdrew their gazes after Chu Chaoyun finally vanished from their sight. Let's go. It's time for us to turn in our mission. Lin Feng reluctantly returned the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant to Xiao Chen as he spoke. Xiao Chen raised his hand and stopped Lin Feng. Take it first and make do with it. You can return it to me when you no longer need it. Oh, by the way, this is for you as well. Lin Feng looked at the item Xiao Chen gave him in his palm. This greatly startled him, rendering him somewhat speechless. That's not good, right? Xiao Chen smiled and said, who cares? It's useless anyway. Come, let's return to the Heavenly Alliance. Lin Feng looked at the item in his hand and shook his head. He thought to himself, I really can't figure out Xiao Chen's thoughts. Then, he carefully put it away and quickly caught up to Xiao Chen. The two walked side by side under the blazing sun, gradually going far away. Chapter 22:10. 7 days later, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng returned to the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters and returned to their respective residences. At Xiao Chen's residence, Bao and Elder Lu led a group of servants to welcome Xiao Chen at the entrance. When Xiao Chen appeared, they knelt and greeted him. Xiao Chen nodded slightly and gestured for everyone to leave. The demon blood vulture happily flew to Elder Lu's shoulder, appearing excited. Congratulations, young master. It looks like you gained a pretty good harvest on your trip to the abyssal underworld. Bao observed Xiao Chen's expression. Although she could not figure him out, she could sense that Xiao Chen was very different from when he left. The aura that Xiao Chen gave off was even stronger, so much so that Xiao Chen did not dare to look at him directly. Even if Xiao Chen tried to restrain himself, he could not completely withdraw the pressure from his soul. Of course, this was not a good thing. In the eyes of experts, it was a sign that he could not control his soul freely and did not have sufficient accumulations. Xiao Chen nodded and said, I'm all right. Did anyone come looking for me? Although Xiao Chen knew that no one would come looking for him, he still asked casually. Yes. Lord Mu came a few times. Oh. Xiao Chen nodded slightly to indicate that he understood. You may withdraw first. After I soak in the medicinal spring, should be going to meet the Alliance chief. Bao bowed and left obediently. After entering the medicinal spring, Xiao Chen felt warm and indescribably comfortable. Even his soul relaxed. Previously, the intervals between missions were short, so he did not feel much. This time, he spent several months in the abyssal underworld. After Xiao Chen returned, he immediately felt the benefits of the medicinal spring. Only now did he truly relax. Soon, Xiao Chen fell into a deep sleep. When he opened his eyes again, all his fatigue was gone. He felt energized, and his eyes glowed. He looked like he was brand new. Xiao Chen muttered, interesting. My soul energy seems to have become denser. Previously, Xiao Chen only felt that the medicinal spring was for treating injuries. However, he did not notice that it had such a wondrous effect on nourishing his soul energy. Xiao Chen's soul energy had soared wildly, reaching the three-veined sovereign emperor realm. Now, it looked like he could use external objects to nourish it. Young master is awake? Through the hazy mist, Xiaochen saw Bao's beautiful figure appear on the opposite side of the medicinal spring. Such a scene had appeared many times, but this time, it seemed especially tempting. Strange, is it because after increasing my soul power, I can feel things that other people can't? Shaking his head, Xiaochen stopped thinking about it. How long did I sleep? Young Master slept for 4 whole days. Lord Mu said that when young Master wakes up, he will go and see the Alliance Master. As they spoke, Bao walked over and helped Xiaochen put on his clothes. After everything was ready, Xiaochen calmed himself down and walked towards the peak of the sacred mountain alone. This time, there was no one to guide them. However, the guards at the checkpoint seemed to have received the news and did not stop Xiaochen. A while later, Xiaochen arrived at Hua Tianyang's residence. When he saw Lin Feng waiting for him, he nodded slightly and walked over. Just like last time, when Xiaochen arrived, Hua Tianyang and the core doyens appeared at the end of the palace once more. They were clearly very close, yet they seemed far away, separated by a world. However, this time, Xiaochen sensed some clues. Hua Tianyang's group should be in the residence. However, after Xiaochen refined this residence, the laws of the world inside changed at any moment, giving off this misconception. The increase in Xiaochen's soul energy lessened the mysteriousness of this residence. Xiaochen, Lin Feng, I have been waiting for the two of you for a long time already. The two of you are truly incredible this time. When I received the news, it startled me. You have also raised the might of my heavenly alliance. These will be rewarded separately. Right now, I just want to know if you have found the holy relic. Hua Tianyang stared at Xiaochen and Lin Feng as he spoke casually. However, he exuded a strong pressure that deterred others from being presumptuous. Xiaochen stepped forward and reporting to the Alliance Chief, we have already found the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. The moment he said that, the expressions of the core doyens behind him changed slightly, revealing expressions of joy. Mu Zifeng felt shocked. Then, he rejoiced in his heart. This meant that Xiaochen must have brought the holy relic. Swearenji's expression did not change. When he looked at Lin Feng, a vicious look flashed in his eyes. Reporting to the Alliance Master, I've also found the relic. Right at this moment, Lin Feng took a step forward and said softly. Hua. This immediately set the place abuzz. The core doyens felt confused. How could there be two Heavenly Alliance holy items? Could it be that one of them was fake? Hua Tianyang's expression changed slightly. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He was somewhat displeased. Before Hua Tianyang could say anything, Xiaochen and Lin Feng opened their palms. A 7-colored light flickered in their palms. If one looked closely, they would see that they were fragments of the 7-color stone. Alliance Master, although we found the sacred relic, it's still not enough. But when we found it, it had already lost its divinity and became like this. Xiaochen unhurriedly told Hua Tianyang what he had prepared. In reality, this was indeed the truth. The Heavenly Alliance holy relic had lost its divinity long ago. Even if Xiaochen had not used up the last bit of its divinity, it would have ended up like this sooner or later. Hence, Xiaochen had decided to shatter it and split it with Lin Feng. That way, he could complete this somewhat troublesome mission. Whoosh! Hua Tianyang stretched out his hand and grabbed the fragments of the 7-color stone. Then, he frowned slightly as he looked at them. Ku Yun, take a look. Master Ku Yun specialized in refining equipment. After taking a look, he said, Alliance Chief, this is indeed the 7-color stone that was refined when the Heavenly Alliance was first established. Hua Tianyang said somewhat helplessly, actually, I already guessed it. I did not repair it in time after the battle back then. After so many years, most of its divinity should have disappeared. Unexpectedly, it is completely useless. Hua Tianyang sighed and looked at Xiaochen and Lin Feng. No matter what, the two of you managed to retrieve the Heavenly Alliance holy relic. You may withdraw first. Xiao Chen could not help smiling in his heart. It looked like there was no chance of him agreeing to a request. Yes, Alliance Chief. The two performed cupped fist salutes and turned to leave. After Xiao Chen and Lin Feng left, Hua Tianyang asked, Ku Yun, is there any way to refine it again? There is. However, it will take 100 years. It will probably be difficult to restore it to its peak. 70%. When Hua Tianyang heard that, he felt utterly disappointed. If 100 years could restore it to 70% of its former might, it would be better to forge a new superior grade soul tool. In that case, never mind. Restore it. Since it is a holy relic, just treat it as an inheritance. Mu Zifeng said, Alliance Chief, no matter what, the holy relic is back. In the future, the Heavenly Alliance's inheritance will be able to proceed smoothly. Given the Heavenly Alliance's current accumulations, it might be possible to forge a soul tool that surpasses the Snow God Whip. Hua Tianyang nodded. I think so, too. No matter what, this Snow God Whip has been passed down for tens of thousands of years. It is already the symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's spirit. As for forging another soul tool, leave that to Ku Yun. This time, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng made great contributions. How do you think we should reward them? Mu Zifeng and Swearing Ji exchanged glances. Next, it was up to these two to fight for their people. After leaving the temple, Xiao Chen and Lin Feng released their bated breath. The mission of retrieving the holy relic was not just about retrieving it. It also involved the power struggle between Mu Zifeng and Swearing Ji. Xiao Chen and Lin Feng were not willing to get involved. Shattering the holy relic and handing over half each was the best way to resolve this. The two had a tacit understanding. They knew that they could not say anything here, so they nodded slightly and left. After returning to his residence, Xiao Chen started to organize his gains from his trip to the abyssal underworld. Aside from the divine nature flame, his greatest gain was naturally the Xuewu dynasty's holy relic that Li Yun left behind. The Scarlet Moon. Naturally, its might went without saying. Xiao Chen had personally witnessed it, so he did not have much to say about it. However, it seemed to be severely damaged and needed to be repaired. Young Master, Lord Mu is here. As Xiao Chen fiddled with the Scarlet Moon, Bao arrived. Then, Xiao Chen put away the Scarlet Moon. He knew that the Heavenly Alliance's reward had arrived. The original reward was that Xiao Chen could make a request of Hua Tianyang. However, based on Hua Tianyang's final expression, this reward should have fallen through. Let's see what kind of reward there is. Chapter 22:11. After a while, Mu Zifeng arrived. After Bao served him tea and water, she withdrew obediently. Mu Zifeng picked up his teacup and did not mention the tea. As he watched Bao leave, he smiled and asked, How is it? Are you satisfied with the maidservant I arranged for you? Xiao Chen had known from the start that Bao might be Mu Zifeng's person. So, he did not say anything more. He said softly, Bao is a good lady. It's good that you like her. I can arrange a few more for you. Take them as a reward for this mission. Pfft. Xiao Chen nearly spat out the tea in his mouth. He put down the teacup and caught his breath. Then, he said, Lord Mu, you really know how to joke. You completed this mission pretty well. Unfortunately, the seven-color stone no longer has any divine nature, Xiao Chen added, it is indeed quite unfortunate. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and changed the topic. However, I heard that someone used the Snow God Whip to fight 10-odd sovereign emperors, looking very awe-inspiring. Word of this spread in the abyssal underworld. Several one-vein sovereign emperors shattered on the spot, not even leaving a corpse behind. Xiao Chen calmly spouted nonsense, this person is really incredible. Incredible. It looks like Lin Feng is much stronger than I imagined. Huh. Let's not talk about this for now. In any case, even if we find the 7-color stone, there will not be much divine nature left. This is something that everyone understands. However, it is still too much to not have any divine nature left. The reward will definitely shrink. Don't even think about making a request to the Alliance chief. Mu Zifeng laughed at Xiao Chen's nonsense. Then, he got down to business. Xiao Chen did not care. In any case, this was how the Heavenly Alliance was. He could not say whether it was good or bad. If Xiao Chen managed to bring back a 7-color stone that still had most of its divine nature, Hua Tianyang would not go back on his word. Now, Hua Tianyang wanted to make a request with just a pile of fragments. Clearly, he was not a fool. However, no matter what, the Snow God Whip is my Heavenly Alliance's holy relic. You and Lin Feng brought back the holy relic, which is a great merit. You have to be rewarded. Now, Xiao Chen listened attentively to see what the reward was. Mu Zifeng said, "What I'm fighting for is for you to rise by 1 rank and become a 5-petal member of the Heavenly Alliance." Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. He had not expected Mu Zifeng to give him such a huge gift. A 5-petal member could already be considered as one of the upper echelons of the Heaven Alliance. He had only been in the Heaven Alliance for less than 2 years. Lord Mu Zifeng waved his hand and said, "I know that you do not want to get too involved. I roughly know what you are thinking about this matter. You were the one who shattered the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, right? Everyone has their own ambitions. I will not force you." Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed at Mu Zifeng's words. He could not help feeling apologetic. After all, he had the ability to directly bring back the complete sacred relic, but in the end, he did not do so. You're quite similar to Mr. Peach Blossom. I didn't promote you to a 5-petal member because I wanted you to continue climbing the ranks. I'm going to send you out. As a 5-petal member, you can oversee a region and become an inspector. As Mu Zifeng spoke, he waved his hand, and a light screen of the Great Thousand Realms appeared before the two. The light screen was densely packed, showing the entire Heavenly Alliance's territory. 7 colors separated the factions into grades. The different grades had different accumulations. This was a shocking scene, showing a super faction in its entirety before them. With the vast and boundless Great Thousand Realms as the background, the Heavenly Alliance's tentacles seemed to be everywhere in the great desolate universe, the mysterious heaven and earth, shocking everyone. The highest was rank 7, and the lowest was rank 1. Xiao Chen took a look. The Heavenly Alliance's Grave Sea cluster was divided into 3 grades. As a 5-petal member, you can choose a rank 5 region to be an inspector. You will be responsible for overseeing a region and managing all the Heavenly Alliance's subordinate factions in that region. However, in the eyes of others, you are still one of my people. So, you cannot embarrass me. You can rise by another grade and choose a rank 6 region to oversee. Overseeing a region and being an inspector. This was an extremely great authority with boundless benefits. It was like being a dynasty's governor. Xiao Chen could use all the resources within his territory as he pleased, having absolute authority. Normally, only veteran members who had served the Heavenly Alliance for 100 years or more could enjoy this honor. Many people risked their lives to complete missions, getting squeezed dry by the Heavenly Alliance, all for this moment. However, Mu Zifeng forcefully promoted Xiao Chen to this position, all for the sake of distancing Xiao Chen from the struggle for core authority in the Heavenly Alliance, fulfilling Mu Zifeng's wish. Xiao Chen felt somewhat stunned as he said, "Lord Mu, your favor is so great that I cannot reject it." Xiao Chen simply could not reject it. Overseeing a region would not affect his cultivation, and he would have ample freedom, countless resources, and ridiculously great authority. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly and said, "I have always been like this. Since I cannot force you to be one of my people, I might as well do you a favor. one so great that you cannot reject it. Who knows, I might need your help in the future. Xiao Chen thought for a while, weighing the pros and cons. Then, he said, "All right, I'll accept this favor." Mu Zifeng smiled faintly, not feeling surprised. "Choose a place, then. You can choose anywhere in the rank 6 region. However, you also have to consider whether or not you can suppress those people below you. The choice is still up to you." Xiao Chen nodded and started to make his choice. First, the Outer Sea Clusters. There were many special Outer Sea Clusters with rich resources and abnormal spiritual energy, no weaker than the Central Great Realm. After going there, one would be like a local tyrant, suitable for the elderly. There were also some Outer Sea Clusters with strong natives, which would be of great help to tempering one's martial techniques. However, in general, the Central Great Realm was the best. Many places gathered, and outstanding talents competed. There were also plenty of resources. After eliminating the Outer Sea Clusters, Xiao Chen looked at the 3 dynasties, the Tianwu dynasty, the Shenwu dynasty, and the Yanwu dynasty. The dynasties were where the luck of the entire martial epoch was, where the various super factions gathered. There were countless noble clans and outstanding talents, gathering all the outstanding talents of the world. There were even many demonic Dao factions. The competition was the greatest, and the benefits were the greatest. However, the danger and pressure were also the greatest. However, if Xiao Chen had to choose, he naturally had to choose the 3 dynasties. Given his vision and strength, he would go there sooner or later. Right now, Xiao Chen was conflicted. Who should he choose? First, he had to eliminate the Shenwu dynasty. Then, he would have a grudge with the profound Heaven Holy Land. There would definitely be a lot of trouble if he went there. Next was the Tianwu dynasty. Although Xiao Chen had a connection to Chu Chaoyun, he did not have a good relationship with that group of people. After thinking about it, there was only one choice left. The Yanwu dynasty? Mu Zifeng felt slightly surprised. He said directly, "I thought you would choose the region where the 8 great empires are. I fear that you will not be able to control the Yanwu dynasty. In reality, the Heavenly Alliance is weaker than the other factions in that place." Xiao Chen frowned slightly and said, "You don't recommend me going?" "Yes. The Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty has not been able to expand. Although it is a dynasty, the benefits there might not be comparable to some of the Outer Sea Clusters. For example, the Ink Sea Cluster. The Heavenly Alliance's faction occupies 80% of the area. It has sufficient resources and a connection point to the Bitter Sea, so you can go there to cultivate at any time." Mu Zifeng smiled and said, "Since you are overseeing a region, you naturally have to choose a suitable one. However, if you can really expand the Heavenly Alliance's faction in the Yanwu dynasty, it will be a great contribution to the Heavenly Alliance. It will be several times better than the missions you have done in the past year." Of course, Mu Zifeng did not believe that Xiao Chen could do it. He still preferred Xiao Chen to choose a more stable region. It would be fine as long as he was more beautiful. After all, it would be difficult to control the people in the dynasty. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he said softly, "The Yanwu dynasty, then. If there is no challenge at all, it would not be very interesting." Mu Zifeng found this slightly strange. After some thought, he said, "As you wish, then. I will give you the certificate of appointment 7 days later. I will also explain the details to you. Oh, by the way, as a 5-petal member, you can upgrade the alloy battle armor's full power once for free. Go and look for Ku Yun to handle this. Otherwise, I might not be able to assign you the best blacksmith. I will let him know." Xiao Chen thought to himself, "This is pretty good. Coincidentally, I have a dynasty's sacred tool that needs to be repaired. I can handle this as well. You should make your preparations during these 7 days. You have 5 slots that you can use. Find 5 people to oversee the Heavenly Alliance. If you cannot find anyone suitable, the Heavenly Alliance will assign them to you. Before Mu Zifeng left, he gave Xiao Chen some instructions before taking his leave. After a long time, Xiao Chen recovered his wits. This happiness came too suddenly. Xiao Chen could not understand Mu Zifeng. In the end, he underestimated this person. To think that he was so bold. Since Mu Zifeng could not force Xiao Chen to stay, he gave Xiao Chen such a huge gift. Even though Xiao Chen knew that Mu Zifeng still wanted to win him over, he could not reject him. Xiao Chen could only say that he was still too inexperienced when dealing with people who climbed to the position of Core Doyen. Chapter 22:12. Of the 5 spots, who should I choose? Naturally, the first ones that came to Xiao Chen's mind were Saber Demon Wu Meng, Spear Sovereign Mou, Yun Fei, who came from the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor with him, and Nangong Feng, who came from Desolate City. In the past 2 years, Xiao Chen had occasionally contacted these people. However, as he had just joined the Heavenly Alliance, he had many missions, so he did not have a proper gathering. The task was arduous. In other words, he was as tired as a dog. Take Xiao Chen as an example. He had practically never rested. Often, he would only rest for 1 or 2 days before missions came again. This was especially so for the first year. One did not even have a choice. One had to obediently complete whatever mission one was given, there was no choice. The Heavenly Alliance was an extremely snobbish organization. It was fair as well. Every Heavenly Alliance member cultivated in the faux god world for 10 years. This was the greatest resource that the Heavenly Alliance provided. The pressure on the members was just a form of extortion. If these people were given another chance, they would still choose to join the Heavenly Alliance. There were simply too many benefits to not entering the faux god world. Furthermore, the Heavenly Alliance's strict hierarchy gave the members something to look forward to, so they could endure it. If Xiao Chen really said that he could bring them away from the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters and allow them to continue enjoying the Heavenly Alliance's resources, it would be a good thing. As long as everything went smoothly, it should not be a problem to gather a few people. Xiao Chen went to look for Yun Fei first. The Heavenly Alliance members lived at the foot of the Divine Mountain, not far from each other. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao Chen arrived at Yun Fei's residence. He was so close that Xiao Chen felt somewhat startled. Despite being so close, the few had only seen each other a handful of times in the past 2 years. In the end, the Heavenly Alliance's system was somewhat unreasonable and too repressive. Yun Fei just happened to be returning from his mission. When he saw Xiao Chen, he felt pleasantly surprised. Xiao Chen. Huh. It has been a long time. Why are you here? Yun Fei felt rather surprised. After leaving the faux god world, the few had only met a few times. Furthermore, Yun Fei had always been the one looking for Xiao Chen. One does not come to a temple without a cause. I came for a reason as well. Xiao Chen took out his Heavenly Alliance medallion. 5 plum blossoms lit up in the snowy scene for 5,000 kilometers on the back. Damn! Bai Yunfei jumped up in surprise. Holding the token in his hand, he rubbed it over and over again. It took him a while to confirm that it was real. Not long ago, Wu Meng lit up 3 plum blossoms. Nangong Feng and I felt that it was already very amazing. Unexpectedly, you actually lit up 5. I only heard that you seem to have completed a very, very high-level mission. Is it related to this? Yun Fei could not be blamed for being shocked. It was too difficult to raise one's cultivation in the Heavenly Alliance. The merit points awarded for completing a mission would be deducted once they were exchanged for resources. This was a very troublesome matter. Under such circumstances, it was very difficult to save merit points. When Xiao Chen suddenly told him that he was already a 5-petal plum blossom cultivator, it was easy to imagine how shocked he was. Yes, but I can't reveal the details of the mission. Xiao Chen nodded his head in agreement with Yun Fei's conjecture. If it had been according to the original reward, Xiaochen would have asked Hua Tianyang to have him become a six-petal member. However, Mu Zifeng had obtained a reward for Xiaochen, allowing him to oversee a region. In reality, this reward was even better than being a six-petal member. Congratulations! Nominally, you are already one rank higher than Master Peach Blossom, Bai Yunfei said with a smile. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor had left with only 4 petals. Now, Xiaochen was indeed one rank higher than the other party. Many thanks. However, this is not the important matter. I'll talk about it later. I already got someone to inform Wu Meng and Nangong Feng to come over. I'll explain the details then. Considering that there would be too many eyes in his residence, Xiaochen did not invite anyone to his residence. Instead, he chose Bai Yunfei's residence. Although this would be exposed sooner or later, he would do his best to hide something. How mysterious. However, we have not met for a long time. It would be good to chat more. Bai Yunfei smiled and started chatting with Xiaochen, waiting for the others to arrive. Time passed. Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, and the others rushed over one after another. When they learned that Xiaochen had advanced to a 5-petal member, they were incredibly shocked and repeatedly congratulated him. Xiaochen, everyone is already here. Can you speak about the important matter now? Bai Yunfei asked with some anticipation. Xiaochen looked around. Bai Yunfei, Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, and Mo Yu were all friends that he had gone through life and death with. While these people did not possess horrifying strength, they were definitely trustworthy. They were all 1 in 10,000 geniuses with unlimited potential. If they could follow Xiaochen to the Yanwu dynasty, they would definitely be of help. Due to the importance of this matter, I have to wait for everyone to arrive before speaking. Lord Mu promoted me to a rank 6 envoy inspector. If there are no surprises, the appointment certificates will be issued in 7 days. I have 5 slots, so you can come with me. Right after Xiaochen spoke, Wu Meng and the other 3 revealed stunned expressions. Nangong Feng put down his teacup and said, Xiaochen, I'm sure I heard right. You became an envoy inspector, and you are a rank 6 one at that? This startled the others to their senses. Like Nangong Feng, they looked at Xiaochen, wondering if he was lying to us. A rank 6 envoy inspector. These were 5 simple words. However, everyone in the Heavenly Alliance knew how much weight these words carried. Becoming a feudal official, ruling over a region, achieving meteoric success, these words were not enough to describe Xiaochen. This practically meant that Xiaochen could be said to be a powerhouse of the Heavenly Alliance. Xiaochen nodded slowly and smiled. Do you think that I'm purposely joking around? The others calmed down and looked at Xiaochen with complicated expressions. If Xiaochen had advanced to a 5-petal member, they would have been happy to congratulate him from the bottom of their hearts. However, when they suddenly learned that Xiaochen had become a rank 6 envoy inspector, they found it unbelievable. In comparison, the difference between their statuses and Xiaochen's was immense. After a long time, Wu Meng sighed softly. Back then, on the Faux God World's God-conferring platform, Xiaochen, you said with great pride that only Heavenly Alliance disciples could ascend to the top. I knew that such a day would come. However, I did not expect it to come so soon. Nangong Feng and the other 2 sighed in silence. The past events in the Faux God World were still vivid in their minds. Back then, Xiaochen wrapped himself in a bedsheet and rode a strong wind to charge into paradise. Under everyone's mocking gazes, he fought alone and coincidentally obtained the 100,000-year requirement. Then, he took the lead and climbed the heaven-bridging peak. Xiaochen occupied the God-conferring platform alone and fought against the outstanding talents of 4 super factions. That lofty aspiration and boldness had left an indelible impression in the others' hearts. In hindsight, Xiaochen had already shown the grace of a powerful overlord in the Faux God World. Now, everything in the Heavenly Alliance happened naturally. If they had been the ones to ascend to the top back then, Mu Zifeng would have done the same. I'm fine with it. As long as Xiaochen says the word, I will go with you immediately. I have missions every day. I've long since grown tired of them. I've had enough of this life. Yunfei was the first to agree to Xiao Chen's request. During the early stages of the Heavenly Alliance, the two-petal period was the most difficult. With so many missions, one would not only be physically and mentally fatigued, but one would not even have time to cultivate. Yunfei was more than happy to have a chance to break away from this period of time. Furthermore, the one who said this was Xiao Chen. In that case, he had no more worries. I'm fine with it. Nangong Feng and Mou agreed one after another. Of the four, only the three-petal Wu Meng had not spoken yet. Without a doubt, Wu Meng was the strongest of the four. Now, he had just advanced to a three-petal Wu Meng. After enduring the most difficult period, he might have a chance to become an envoy inspector like Xiao Chen in the future. Facing everyone's fervent gazes, Wu Meng smiled and said, "My brothers are all going. There is no point in me staying behind alone." Good. This time, we will do something big. Xiao Chen, I'll follow you. The four laughed at the same time. A hot-bloodedness burned in their hearts. Many thanks to everyone for thinking highly of me, Xiao Chen. As long as I am around, I will not mistreat everyone. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart, revealing a sincere smile on his face. No matter how strong he was alone, it was impossible for him to oversee a region without any trouble. Furthermore, overseeing a region meant that he was an overlord and a powerhouse. Given his status, it was impossible for him to handle everything. He had to have a reliable helper. Nangong Feng, Yunfei, and Mou, come with me. You can automatically advance to a three-petal Wu Meng. As for Brother Wu, it will be somewhat difficult. Before reaching a three-petal Wu Meng, one could not leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. However, Xiao Chen had this special right now. The people he chose could automatically advance to a three-petal Wu Meng. Wu Meng already lit up 3 petals, so he could not help Xiao Chen light up another. Wu Meng smiled casually and said, "It's fine. I don't care about these minor matters. In that case, everyone should make some preparations in the next few days. Before we leave, we should use this opportunity to exchange for all the resources we can in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. Alright, we will take our leave first." With the brothers working together, Xiao Chen successfully gathered 4 people. There was still one spot left, but he did not really want to recruit cultivators. It would be better to recruit blacksmiths, alchemists, or people who knew how to do business. Xiao Chen wondered if he could borrow someone from Master Ku Yun. Chapter 22:13. Master Ku Yun was one of the Heavenly Alliance's 7 core doyens. At the same time, he was the Heavenly Alliance's strongest blacksmith. Ordinary members, even if they were at the level of a 5-petal plum blossom, might not be able to meet them. Mu Zifeng had recommended Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had met Master Ku Yun once before. It should not be a problem for him to meet this Heavenly Alliance powerhouse. Even so, Xiao Chen only met Master Ku Yun 2 days later. The meeting took place in the blacksmith workshop of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. There were many weapon cauldrons in the blacksmith workshop. These cauldrons were more than 30 kilometers tall, looking like mountain ranges standing proudly. Astral flames burned fiercely in the cauldrons. More than 100,000 apprentices worked in these weapon cauldrons. Many Grandmaster-level martial sages presided over them, making them incredibly busy. Someone led Xiao Chen through the cauldrons. Then, he met Master Ku Yun on a tall mountain that overlooked the entire blacksmith workshop. Stars flickered at the summit of the tall mountain. The vast starry heaven seemed within reach. "Little friend Xiao Chen, we meet again." Master Ku Yun revealed a smile on his face when he saw Xiao Chen, showing a very amiable attitude. Master Ku Yun did not have the unfathomable and mysterious aura that many major characters purposely created. In reality, after one surpassed great perfection sovereign emperor, one could return to one's natural state, appearing no different from ordinary people. However, those in power often did not want others to figure them out, purposely giving others an unfathomable pressure. Master Ku Yun had escorted Xiao Chen and Lin Feng on the mission to the abyssal underworld. Hence, he had a good impression of the two. Master Ku Yun, this junior has something to trouble senior with. Xiao Chen rather liked interacting with such people. His attitude was very humble and respectful. Master Ku Yun said after some thought, Mu Zifeng already told me about it. After thinking about it, I'll personally help you forge your alloy battle armor. If you have any special requests, you can discuss them with me now. I'll make the necessary preparations. Xiao Chen rejoiced when he heard that. He immediately stood up and performed a cupped fist salute. Many thanks, Master Ku Yun. I am truly overwhelmed by the favor. This was simply unexpected. Who was Master Ku Yun? He was a grandmaster who could forge superior-grade soul tools. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was the strongest blacksmith in the world. Xiao Chen was shocked that the other party was willing to let go of what he was doing and help him with such a small matter. You're welcome. You specialize in saber arts and the Thunder Great Dao, with the Ice Great Dao complementing it. These are all things that I know. When I reforge it, I will take them into consideration. What do you think? Ku Yun smiled. He was rather pragmatic and did not bother with pleasantries. After a brief pondering, Xiao Chen asked, what does senior think I should choose? I only have a superficial understanding of the art of artifact refinement, so I don't dare to speak before senior Ku Yun. Master Ku Yun did not stand on ceremony. He said directly, in my opinion, you should focus on amplifying and strengthening your Thunder Dao. Now that your Thunder Dao domain has reached the 4th layer, you might as well strengthen it to the limit. My idea is to infuse an ancient Thunder Dragon's reverse scale, 1,000 tons of Thunder Dragon true blood, a Thunder Dragon spine, and a strand of Great Desolate Aeon Dragon soul into the alloy dragon armor. It happens to be compatible with your bloodline. At that time, the alloy dragon armor will be like your flesh and blood, and you will be able to use it as you wish. This stunned Xiao Chen for a moment, somewhat unable to react to Master Ku Yun's suggestion. To Xiao Chen, this sounded like something out of a fantasy story. However, the other party spoke of it very naturally, as if it was nothing much. After a while, Xiao Chen startled awake. He thought to himself, how stupid I am. Who is the other party? Although he is not the strongest blacksmith in the martial epoch, no one would dare to say anything if he is one of them. Xiao Chen nearly got fooled by the other party's amiable attitude. Ku Yun did not have a strong air, but that did not mean that he was not strong. Since Ku Yun said that he would personally help Xiao Chen reforge the alloy dragon armor, how could he just casually reply? Otherwise, his reputation would be tarnished. Take Mu Zifeng for example. Xiao Chen was clearly a 5-petal plum blossom, but Ku Yun put him in charge of a rank 6 conferred land. What's wrong? You feel that something is wrong? Master Ku Yun frowned slightly, thinking that Xiao Chen was still somewhat dissatisfied. He said seriously, if this is still not enough, there will be trouble. I'm afraid that I will not be able to complete it within 7 days. Xiao Chen quickly said, there's no need. This is very good. In that case, I'll leave the alloy dragon armor to senior. This is a great opportunity. Fearing that something might go wrong, Xiao Chen removed the black gloves on his hands and handed them over. Master Ku Yun put away the gloves and said, I'll get someone to deliver it to you 4 days later. With the alloy dragon armor I reforged for you, you will be more confident when you arrive in the Yanwu dynasty. It turned out that Senior Ku Yun knew that Xiao Chen would have to oversee a region and feared that Xiao Chen would not be able to handle the situation, so he personally took action. Such good intentions warmed Xiao Chen's heart, making him feel even more respect for this senior. I still have a dynasty's sacred tool. I would like senior to take a look and see if you can restore it. As Xiao Chen spoke, he took out the 8th princely Yun's scarlet moon. This should be a secret treasure that could reach the might of a peak medial grade soul tool at a crucial moment. A demonic Dao sacred tool. I have a disciple who is good at restoring it. I'll get a servant to bring you over later. Master Ku Yun recognized the Scarlet Moon's origins with just one look. He did not say anything more, appearing very happy. The repeated requests made Xiao Chen feel somewhat embarrassed. Originally, he wanted to borrow someone from Master Ku Yun. In that case, there is nothing else. Master Ku Yun did not rush. He smiled and said, "Little friend, how do you feel about overseeing a region before the age of 100, becoming a rank 6 envoy inspector? It is rather surprising. However, it suits my intentions. I keep feeling somewhat pressured staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters." Xiao Chen spoke honestly, not holding back at all. Master Ku Yun nodded. In the world, be it sects, noble clans, empires, or dynasties, they are all organizations that benefit one another. However, noble clans are connected by bloodlines and have accumulations. Sects have seniors to guide them, and their inheritances are everlasting. All of these can give people a sense of belonging. However, the Heavenly Alliance is a purely profit-driven organization. Everyone comes together for their own interests, believing in eternal benefits. Given your character, it is not strange for you to feel pressured. Mu Zifeng is rather generous. The two chatted for a while. Although there was a difference in their statuses and ages, they got along quite well. In the end, it was because Master Ku Yun did not care about authority. Master Ku Yun relied on his own strength to become a core doyen. No matter who became the alliance chief, he would be an irreplaceable existence. With extraordinary strength, one could naturally transcend others. Many of Master Ku Yun's insights were refreshing to Xiao Chen. Let's leave it at that, then. I have to make some preparations for you. Master Ku Yun sent off the guest with tea. Then, Xiao Chen performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Then, a servant led the way to the forging workshop, where Ku Yun's disciple, who was good at restoring secret treasures, was. Soon, Xiao Chen arrived at a vast forging pavilion. 3 cauldrons stood there, and 10,000 people moved about in an orderly fashion. Above the pavilion, someone was leaning against the railing. With a wave of his hand, he gave out a series of orders. Xiao Chen thought, Master Ku Yun's disciple is rather capable. He can command 10,000 people so easily. With Master Ku Yun's servant leading the way, Xiao Chen did not encounter any obstructions. Soon, he arrived at the pavilion. Please wait a moment. The servant bowed slightly and stepped forward. Then, he passed through the many ancient screens and went to report. Miss Mo, an administrator from the Heavenly Alliance is here on Master's orders to meet you. Xiao Chen's spiritual sense was sharp. He heard the servant's words and felt slightly startled. Miss Mo? This reminded Xiao Chen of a person, which distracted him. Just as he felt uncertain, a familiar voice rang out. I wonder which administrator it is. To think that he could startle Master. Sorry for not going out to welcome him. Clatter. Clatter. The screens with ancient paintings of mountains and rivers parted, looking like mountains and rivers breaking apart layer by layer. A beautiful figure approached from afar, looking like she was descending from the horizon, crossing the mountains and rivers to meet Xiao Chen. When the beautiful figure appeared, Xiao Chen could see her appearance clearly. Every frown and smile of her magnificence showed. Who else could it be but the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chen? Chapter 22:14. The person who came was indeed Mo Chen, the Dragon's Gate's Mo Chen. That stubborn top beauty of the Cloud Sea domain, who dared to ruin her beauty. One's life has no roots, drifting like dust. There are no regrets in the green hills, fate is sought in the clear water, the mountains and rivers will eventually meet again. The two stared at each other for a long time, staring at each other in a daze. Countless emotions turned into silk, lingering in their hearts. The servant leading the way sensed that the two seemed to know each other, so he took his leave and left. Now, only Xiao Chen and Immortal remained in the pavilion. They seemed to have many things to say, but they did not know where to start. After a while, Immortal blushed slightly. She smiled faintly and said, "Big brother Xiao, are you just going to keep looking at me like this? No matter how much you look at me, you will not be able to tell anything from my face." Xiao Chen startled awake and smiled faintly. Then, he said softly, "Speaking of flowers, I am indeed not as pretty as you. Hee hee. It has been a long time. Big brother Xiao, you really know how to joke." When Immortal saw Xiao Chen, she felt very moved. For the sake of seeing Xiao Chen, she had put in so much anticipation, perseverance, and hard work. However, when she truly saw Xiao Chen, she discovered that she did not feel as excited or impulsive as she imagined. There was only a trace of gentleness and warmth in her heart. With just one look, she knew that her big brother Xiao was still the big brother Xiao from back then. His visible face and invisible heart had not changed. Immortal had long since passed the age of a young girl in love. At this moment, she suddenly realized that Xiao Chen had always been around and had never gone far. Otherwise, why did she not feel any distance or unfamiliarity after not seeing him for so many years? It was still the same familiar feeling from back then, as natural as before. It had never changed. This was because he had always been around, in her heart, in her dreams, in the best memories of her life. Xiao Chen had never possessed him, but he had always been around. Time passed mercilessly, but it did not change her big brother Xiao much. Now, when Immortal saw Xiao Chen, it was like returning to a dream, returning to the best memories of the past. However, she could clearly feel time flowing at her fingertips. This strange and mystical feeling was indescribable. "Do you have wine? I already finished my 1,000-year flame." Seeing the faint smile on Immortal's pretty face and Immortal's gaze on him, Xiao Chen said awkwardly, "Don't worry." "Yes." Immortal meekly took it out and placed it before Xiao Chen's table. The gentleness and smile on her face did not diminish as she poured wine for Xiao Chen. He gently shook it until the golden crow flew around. Xiao Chen gulped it down in one gulp. His blood immediately began to burn as if it was on fire. Xiao Chen had not tasted the 1,000-year flame in a long time. This cup was truly carefree. "Good wine, you should drink it too." "Yes." After a few cups, Xiao Chen sighed softly. "A few years ago, I saw the 1,000-year flame that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter brought to Peach Blossom City. Then, I knew that you had come to the great 1,000 realms. Unexpectedly, I met you in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters one day." Immortal put down her wine cup and replied, "It's a long story. Actually, I only became Master Ku Yun's disciple because of the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter." "Oh?" Xiao Chen said with some surprise. There was actually such a reason? He immediately listened attentively. "After she obtained my 1,000-year flame by chance, she used the heavenly fragrance's influence to send someone to look for me." Immortal paused for a moment before continuing, "In the end, she really found me. At that time, I was very happy, so I followed the heavenly fragrance's people to the central great realm's desolate sea. I thought that, given Big Brother Zhao's ability, if he really came out, he would go to the central great realm sooner or later." Xiao Chen thought to himself, back then, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter did indeed pay a lot of attention to the 1,000-year flame. She even said that, after putting in a lot of effort, she still could not find the brewer. Unexpectedly, she really managed to find the brewer. After that, I stayed in the heavenly fragrance and helped her manage the heavenly fragrance winery. During this time, I also wanted to ask about Big Brother Xiao. However, although the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was polite, I kept feeling that there was some distance between us. I did not dare to ask about it and could only hide it in my heart. Xiao Chen nodded. He had seen the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter before. She was always shrouded in a layer of fog, unfathomable and unfathomable. Saying that there was some distance between the holy daughter and the heavenly fragrance's holy lord was a nice thing to say. To put it bluntly, it was like she was high and aloof, looking down on everyone. Master and the heavenly fragrance's holy lord are acquainted with each other and often go there to drink. Once, she noticed me and said that I have talent for refining and that brewing wine is a waste of my talents. She insisted on taking me in as a disciple. Before I left, the heavenly fragrance's holy lord said that I was very lucky. At that time, I did not understand. Now, I somewhat understand where I am. Mo Chen spoke tirelessly, giving a short account of her experiences after leaving the Kunlun realm. Don't you know that I'm in the Heavenly Alliance? Xiao Chen asked, finding it strange. He was somewhat famous in the Heavenly Alliance. He should be able to find out after asking around a little. Mo Chen shook her head and replied, I don't know. I have only been in the Heavenly Alliance for a year and have not left the blacksmithing workshop at all. After that, I learned that the Heavenly Alliance is a super faction, so I became even more cautious. Previously, I tried to secretly ask about Big Brother Xiao and the Heavenly Fragrance. However, they all said that Big Brother Xiao vanished after the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, so I could not find out anything about him. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Mo Chen had only been in the Heavenly Alliance for a year. Indeed, there was no way for her to know about him. Xiao Chen recalled that when he first entered the Heavenly Alliance, he could only remain in his residence and did not know that Mo Chen had come to the blacksmithing workshop. As for after the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, most people would think that Xiao Chen vanished. Those people might not even know about the existence of a super faction. How could Mo Chen find out anything about him? This made things somewhat difficult for Mo Chen. If not for today's coincidental meeting, who knew when they would meet again after Xiao Chen left the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters? Let's not talk about this for now. How are my old friends in the Heavenly Alliance? Is Big Brother Ing and the others doing well? Xiao Chen had been thinking about his old friends in the Heavenly Alliance. However, he could not return to the Kunlun realm for now, so he could not find out any news about them. Now that Mo Chen was around, he could ask about them. They are doing well. After the demonic calamity, there were many things to do, and the Dragon's Gate rose. The various races and sects temporarily put aside their prejudices and elected the Dragon's Gate as the leader. Big Brother Zhao's dream of the Dragon's Gate's revival is already a reality. 100,000 Dragon's Gate disciples worship the totem that Big Brother Xiao left behind every day. I feel like the totem is slowly gaining life. Also, everyone misses you. Given that, my existence was not erased by the heavenly Tao? Mo Chen nodded and said, no. As far as I know, everyone still remembers Big Brother Xiao. No one has forgotten. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. In the past, the heavenly demons would erase all traces of the people who left in the Kunlun realm. Be it memories or words, they would all disappear like they never existed. However, this did not happen to Xiao Chen. This was somewhat strange. Perhaps my traces will be erased, Mo Chen said with a somewhat sad expression. After all, this was her hometown. It had existed for decades, yet it was mercilessly erased. No one would be able to accept this. Xiao Chen said softly, that might not be the case. I feel that the Black Lotus Church might have done something back then, affecting the heavenly Tao that the Kunlun realm borrowed. This matter is not urgent. I will investigate it. In the future, the two of us will return to the Kunlun realm together. Is there a chance? Mo Chen asked in anticipation as a light flashed in her eyes. Xiao Chen thought for a while. With his current strength, it would be somewhat difficult for the Divine Universe Steel to bring him back alone. Bringing 2 people would be even more difficult. However, the future was hard to say. After the Divine Universe Steel replicated the Blue Dragon Ancient Lands Dao platform, it could clearly sense the totems of the Kunlun realm beyond the sea. This was hope. There will be a chance. Xiao Chen stood up and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. I want to bring you with me to the Yanwu dynasty." The Yanwu dynasty? Yes. Seeing that Imochen felt confused, Xiao Chen explained how he oversaw a region and became a rank 6 envoy inspector. Imochen, are you willing to help me again? Just like back then, when you and I re-established the Kunlun realm's Dragon's Gate and slowly rose up, Xiao Chen said in a sincere manner. Imochen smiled faintly as she recalled the various things of the past. Back when the Dragon's Gate was re-established, the sect powerhouses of the 4 seas came to attack. Each of them brought a great gift, wanting to destroy the newly established Dragon's Gate. However, Xiao Chen did not fluster in the face of danger. Dressed in white robes, he held a saber in one hand as he danced around in the air, catching all the great gifts. There were too many stories between the two. They could not finish talking about them in a few days and nights. Now that they met again in the Great Thousand Realms, Xiao Chen invited Imochen to join hands again. Naturally, the answer went without saying. Imochen will always be Big Brother Xiao's best friend. If Big Brother Xiao is willing to let Imochen stay by your side, how can Imochen reject? However, I'm afraid that Master will not be willing for me to leave. An indiscernible gentleness flashed in Imochen's eyes as she spoke gently with a faint smile. Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It's fine. It's settled, then. I'll speak to Master Ku Yun." "Right. Big Brother Xiao, take a look at the sacred tool you want to repair first. Don't forget about proper business." When Xiao Chen heard that, he could not help smiling. When he saw Imochen, he completely forgot about the so-called proper business. Or rather, seeing Imochen was proper business. The sacred tool was nothing. Chapter 22:15. This is a demonic Dao sacred tool. It is heavily damaged. I will need at least 3 days to repair it. Imochen gave her answer after checking the Scarlet Moon. 3 days, then. I'll take my leave first and think about how to account to Master Ku Yun. After taking his leave of Imochen, Xiao Chen returned to his residence and saw Bao'er waiting for him. After taking his leave of Imochen, Xiao Chen felt somewhat helpless. He did not know how many spies there were among the servants in the residence. Right now, Xiao Chen urgently wanted to return to the Blue Dragon's ancient land. However, there were simply too many people here, so he did not dare to act rashly. Xiao Chen could only wait. As long as he was not in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, even if there were spies around, there should not be much risk in using the Divine Universe Steel. "Young Master, you're back. Do you have any instructions?" Bao'er asked softly, looking as obedient as before. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. "Help me prepare a list. I need secret treasures and medicinal pills for nourishing the soul. See how the Heavenly Alliance sells them. Also, help me search for similar cultivation techniques. Sorry for the trouble. Young Master is too polite." Xiao Chen's soul energy soared to 3-vein Sovereign Emperor, making him feel uneasy. He had already decided to stabilize and condense his soul energy for a while. Soon, Bao'er appeared before Xiao Chen with a list. "Young Master, I have already done what I asked. The main secret treasures for nourishing soul energy are incense burners. Buddhist incense burners are the best. As for medicinal pills, the Heavenly Alliance's soul-accumulating pill should be the best. However, it is very expensive." After listening to Bao'er's explanation, Xiao Chen looked at the list again. Then, he asked softly, "How many contribution points do I have?" "Young Master has 28,000 contribution points that you have not exchanged." Xiao Chen said directly, just exchange them all. Choose the best. As for the soul accumulating pill, I need at least 100. If I do not have enough contribution points, I will use my origin liquid to exchange for them. Alright. Bao knew that Xiao Chen would be overseeing a region. Before he left, he would definitely use up all his contribution points, so she was not surprised. Don't go yet. Just as Bao was about to leave, Xiao Chen called out to her. She turned around and asked, "Young master, do you have any other instructions?" Xiao Chen looked straight at the other party and said calmly, "I do not have any other instructions. I just want to ask, will you come with me to the Yanwu dynasty this time? This servant is young master's personal maid, so I naturally have to go with you. If young master is not satisfied with Bao, you can ask Lord Mu to replace her." Bao lowered her head, and her eyes became misty, making her look pitiful. "Mister, are you going to give up Bao, Xiao Chen sighed in his heart. There is no point in retreating. Mu Zifeng will definitely find other spies. Xiao Chen could understand why they were doing this, but there was always a spy following them, so he was more or less worried. "I'm fine. You can go now." "Yes." Seeing Bao withdraw, Xiao Chen thought to himself, should I tell Mu Zifeng about this? On second thought, it seemed like it was useless to say anything. As a rank 6 inspector, he was overseeing a region. Xiao Chen was a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing a region. Without the Heavenly Alliance's spies by his side, even if Mu Zifeng felt assured, the other Heavenly Alliance upper echelon would not. The other envoy inspectors probably had Heavenly Alliance spies by their sides. This was a tacit secret. Never mind. When I leave the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, I don't have to worry too much if I want to do something. Keeping a spy by my side is good for both sides. 4 days later, Xiao Chen visited the refining workshop again to collect his alloy dragon armor. An ancient thunder dragon reverse scale, a thunder dragon spine, 5 tons of thunder dragon true blood, and a strand of great desolate Aeon dragon soul. With such a large amount of modifications, Xiao Chen looked forward to seeing how strong his alloy dragon armor would be. I was preparing to get someone to deliver it to you. Unexpectedly, you came personally. When Master Ku Yun saw Xiao Chen, he revealed a smile and handed the alloy gloves over. Try it on, then. Xiao Chen received the alloy gloves. The pitch-black gold gloves revealed half of his fingers when he put them on. Golden talisman scripts formed an ancient divine character on the back of the gloves. Among the stars around the divine character, 4 lit up. Senior Ku Yun was really generous. To think that he directly upgraded my alloy dragon armor from 2-star to 4-star. Boom! When Xiao Chen put on the 2 gloves, he immediately felt an electric current run through his entire body. Even his divine seal and soul trembled. A bloodline connection and soul merging with each other spread in his heart like a fish in water. The roar of an ancient thunder dragon rang out beside Xiao Chen's ears. A purple thunder dragon image flashed in his eyes. How strong! Before Xiao Chen activated it, he could already feel that the alloy battle armor was already very different from 3 days ago, completely different from before. Master Ku Yun stood upright with a smile. Clearly, he was very satisfied with his work. He said indifferently, "Try it out after activating it." "Very well, senior." With a thought, Xiao Chen activated the alloy battle armor. In an instant, the Azure Dragon's power in the depths of his bloodline ignited like tar, turning into a surging dragon flame burning fiercely. A dragon might burst out of Xiao Chen's body and shook the surroundings. Even the huge refining workshop could feel this dragon might radiating out. A dragon image came out of each of the gloves, flickering with electric light as it wrapped around Xiao Chen's arms before spreading throughout his body. Electric light flickered, and soon, a dragon roar encircled Xiao Chen's body. When the 2 dragon images merged into one, Xiao Chen's body trembled. When the two dragon images merged, a brand new alloy dragon armor appeared on Xiao Chen's body. The originally silver alloy dragon armor now had many deep purple dragon patterns on it. In the blink of an eye, it looked like two dragon images coiled around the alloy dragon armor. The dragon images had long fangs and 5 claws, looking boundlessly tyrannical. When the bright silver alloy dragon armor paired with the purple dragon patterns, its original heroic aura was swept away, replaced by absolute tyranny. A purple pendant hung on Xiao Chen's forehead. It was like a finishing touch, making the entire alloy dragon armor come to life. Xiao Chen's bloodline surged. The moment the alloy dragon armor appeared, he could clearly feel it. Xiao Chen's entire body, bloodline, and soul were stirred. The dragon blood and dragon soul contained in the alloy dragon armor perfectly merged with his dragon race bloodline. It was simply flawless. There was simply no armor more suitable for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and clenched. The purple dragon patterns on the alloy dragon armor flickered with electric light. In the next moment, resplendent electric light burst out of his palm. Then, Xiao Chen's fourth-layer Thunder Dao domain silently erupted. Xiao Chen felt like he was not holding a clump of electric light in his palm but a sea of electric light. With the support of the alloy dragon armor, his fourth-layer Thunder Dao domain actually reached the horrifying might of a fifth-layer Thunder Dao domain. This, Xiao Chen's shock could not be expressed with words. He found it unbelievable. Too strong, really too strong. Just a single set of battle armor had increased his strength by more than 50%. Master Ku Yun appeared rather calm. He smiled softly and asked, "How is it? Are you satisfied?" "Satisfied. Very satisfied. Senior Ku Yun really gave me a great gift." Xiao Chen praised from the bottom of his heart. Ku Yun's eyes flashed with a trace of gratification. Anyone would feel happy when their work was praised. The pendant on your forehead is the reverse scale of the primordial thunderous dragon, and it's also something that I spent a lot of effort on. Not only can it help you block your opponent's sword chi and weapons, but it also has strong resistance to soul technique attacks and illusions. It can even injure your opponent. If a sovereign emperor's forehead was pierced, it would be relatively dangerous. Even if they did not die, they would be severely injured. Ku Yun's move was truly the finishing touch. His skill had reached the pinnacle. This alloy dragon armor was unique in the entire Heavenly Alliance. Xiao Chen was very satisfied with it. "I basically reforged the entire alloy dragon armor for you. This is just the foundation. If you have enough resources in the future and find more dragon souls and dragon blood, this alloy dragon armor will become even stronger." This old man is not boasting, but he stands alone in the entire Heavenly Alliance. Even in the entire martial epic, few can compare to him. Master Ku Yun said with a trace of pride. It might sound like boasting to others, but it wasn't false to Master Ku Yun. Right now, his time was limited, and he could not properly experience the alloy dragon armor's full power. He would definitely have to carefully study it later. However, no matter how good the armor was, he couldn't forget his purpose for coming here. Xiao Chen reluctantly put the armor back into his alloy dragon gloves and said, "Actually, besides the alloy dragon armor, I have another matter to discuss with you." "I know. You're talking about the sacred artifact of the dynasty, right? Go get it from Mo Chen. She can be considered my favorite student. This small matter won't be a problem for her." At the mention of Mo Chen, Master Ku Yun appeared very satisfied, looking like he wanted to make her his final disciple. When Xiao Chen saw the situation, he could not help complaining in his heart. However, he still braced himself and said, "Senior, I would like to take Mo Chen away temporarily and have her come with me to the Yanwu dynasty." "What did you say?" Right after Xiao Chen spoke, Master Ku Yun's smile immediately vanished. He said seriously, "Say it again. I didn't hear you clearly." Xiao Chen had no choice but to repeat himself. After Master Ku Yun said that, his expression immediately turned uncertain. Don't even think about it. This old man is compatible with you. Furthermore, I owe Mu Zifeng a favor, so I made an exception to help you. However, you want to take away my favorite disciple with just one sentence? Furthermore, you want to go to a place like the Yanwu dynasty. Just go. I'll pretend I never heard that. Master Ku Yun's attitude surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. Furthermore, there seemed to be more to his words. What did he mean by going to a place like the Yanwu dynasty? Could it be that I can't go to the Yanwu dynasty? Seeing Xiao Chen's somewhat confused expression, Master Ku Yun's expression eased significantly. He sighed and said, "Little friend, this old man will tell you the truth. You should not have chosen to oversee the Yanwu dynasty. I would not let you take Immortal away anywhere else, much less the Yanwu dynasty." Xiao Chen calmed down and said, "Let's not talk about the Yanwu dynasty for now. Senior, can you let me finish? I am not a wastrel who covets her beauty. I have known her for more than 20 years, and we both came from the same abandoned land." When Master Ku Yun heard that, his expression immediately changed. He looked at Xiao Chen in shock. "You are the person Immortal mentioned? This old man really could not tell that you came from an abandoned land." Chapter 22:16. Master Ku Yun found it hard to believe that Xiao Chen actually came from an abandoned land. It was already very difficult for one to come out of an abandoned land. It was simply incredible that Xiao Chen could reach where he was. Whether Master Ku Yun believed it or not, Xiao Chen did indeed come from an abandoned land. Xiao Chen gave a full account of his experiences in the Kunlun realm and his relationship with Immortal. After Master Ku Yun heard everything, he sighed softly. Previously, Immortal mentioned someone who came from the same place as her. I wanted to ask her about it, but she was somewhat cautious and did not say much. Now, I understand that it is you. I have to think about this properly. Master Ku Yun's tone had already softened significantly. Previously, he disagreed with Xiao Chen to think about it properly. Xiao Chen did not insist. After some thought, he said, "Senior's earlier words seemed to imply something. Could the Yanwu dynasty be a troublesome place?" Master Ku Yun thought for a while before answering honestly. "Mu Zifeng should have told you not to choose the Yanwu dynasty, right?" Xiao Chen nodded. Lord Mu did indeed say that. However, after I insisted, he agreed. In that case, I will not say anything more. Since he agreed to let you go, he naturally has his reasons. Since Mu Zifeng already persuaded Xiao Chen, Master Ku Yun did not say anything more. He waved his hand and said, "You may withdraw first. As for Mo Chen's matter, we will speak about it later." After sighing in his heart, Xiao Chen took his leave. As a court doyen, Master Ku Yun held the same status as Mu Zifeng. Even Alliance Chief Hua Tianyang might not be able to change Master Ku Yun's decision. If Master Ku Yun did not want Mo Chen to leave, Xiao Chen would not be able to do anything about it. However, after thinking about it, if the Yanwu dynasty was really a troublesome place, it would not be impossible for Mo Chen to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters. When Xiao Chen returned to his residence, Bauer had already finished exchanging for all the secret treasures and medicinal pills that he needed. There was a silver incense burner with 3 layers of lotus petals, the corresponding heaven-grade perfume, and 100 soul-accumulating pills. Putting aside the silver lotus censer and the heaven-grade incense, the 100 soul-accumulating pills really made Xiao Chen's heart ache. Not only had he used up all of his merit points, but he had also spent the tens of thousands of drops of origin liquid in his possession. So expensive. After putting it away, Xiao Chen sighed softly, feeling a little heartache. Bauer smiled and said, "There's naturally a reason why it's expensive. This soul-accumulating pill was a secret recipe of the Heavenly Alliance. It could not be bought in the outside world and was only supplied to Heavenly Alliance members. Furthermore, the number was limited." Members with less than 5 petals could only receive 5 per month. If not for Lord Mu's care, with young master's ability, you would only be able to exchange for 20 pills at most. As for the effects, young master will know after consuming it. Mu Zifeng's connections in the Heavenly Alliance were really vast. It seemed like everyone had to give him face. As expected of someone who was competing for the position of the next alliance leader. I'll have to trouble you with this. You can leave first. I want to try out the effects of this accumulating soul pill. Yes. After Bauer left, Xiaochen took out a accumulating soul pill. The black medicinal pill's surface was smooth, and it gave off a refreshing fragrance. There was a complicated mark carved on the back of the medicinal pill. After magnifying it several times, one would discover that it was the image of an ancient deity. Sovereign emperor-level medicinal pills were passed down for a long time, coming from ancient alchemy recipes. They might even be from many epochs ago. No one knew who this ancient deity was. However, the deity statue contained the miraculous effect of nourishing the soul. After refining the soul-accumulating pill, the deity statue would automatically form. In fact, the quality of the medicinal pill depended on the lifelike image of the deity statue. After Xiaochen swallowed one, he first used his divine energy to refine it, waiting for the medicinal energy to activate. After the medicinal energy was activated, the ancient deity image appeared in the vast soul pool. Then, it used a miraculous hand seal to release waves of light to nourish the soul. Under this light, the blue dragon divine seal fell into a deep sleep like a baby, slowly breathing along with the hand seal. Back in the real world, Xiaochen followed the ancient deity's hand seal and moved his hands, driving out the medicinal energy. Time slowly passed. By the time Xiaochen opened his eyes, a night had passed without him realizing it. What a miraculous feeling. The soul-accumulating pill truly lives up to its reputation. After consuming just one medicinal pill, Xiaochen felt his somewhat berserk soul energy withdraw significantly. The soul energy that leaked out from the divine seal, which he could not control, slowly returned to the divine seal. It looked like Bauer did not lie. This soul-accumulating pill was indeed worth its price. If I refine all 100 of them, my soul energy will be purified at least 9 times, cleansing it. At that time, the blue dragon divine seal will undergo a qualitative change. Xiaochen thought to himself, considering the time, the certificate of appointment from Mu Zifeng should have arrived by now. Xiaochen did not have to wait for long. Half a day later, Mu Zifeng arrived with the certificate of appointment for a rank 6 envoy inspector overseeing the Yanwu dynasty. Give me the authority token. After Xiaochen put away the certificate of appointment, he took out the authority token and handed it to the other party. After Mu Zifeng sent in a mark, Xiaochen's Heavenly Alliance authority token slowly changed. The scene on the back changed slightly. It still showed 5 eye-catching plum blossoms amid the vast snow. The symbol of the Heavenly Alliance's holy relic, the snow god whip, appeared on the front. Sword hilts appeared on each of the 4 corners of the authority token. It's done. At the crucial moment, you can activate 4 sword images. Each sword image can severely injure a great perfection sovereign emperor. When the 4 sword images overlap, even a foe god would have to retreat. This can protect your life at a life and death moment. Mu Zifeng handed the authority token back to Xiaochen. Then, he said seriously, as an envoy inspector overseeing a region, you represent the Heavenly Alliance's will. If the Heavenly Alliance's interests in the Yanwu dynasty suffer losses, you will definitely be impeached or even severely punished. At that time, even I will not be able to protect you. Xiaochen put away his authority token and asked, is the Yanwu dynasty very horrifying? Mu Zifeng replied indifferently, it is not exactly horrifying. However, the Heavenly Alliance has been unable to expand. It is already very difficult for us to protect our interests. Going to the Yanwu dynasty to be an envoy inspector is destined to be a difficult task. Even if you want to regret it now, I can't help you. Xiao Chen frowned slightly. It seemed like Mu Zifeng had something to say. I'll be leaving first. I will depart tomorrow. Take care. Mu Zifeng smiled faintly. I still think very highly of you. Do your best. It looked like Xiao Chen already knew some information about the Yanwu dynasty. However, he chose this path himself. It would be good to suffer a little. It would be for the best if he could retreat in the face of difficulties. Mu Zifeng knew that the Yanwu dynasty was a dangerous place. He had told Xiao Chen about it at the start, but the other party did not listen. So, Mu Zifeng took advantage of the situation and did not say anything more. Mu Zifeng had his own plans. If Xiao Chen could not expand his influence, he would definitely beg Mu Zifeng again. If Mu Zifeng owed too many favors, he would not be able to control himself. At that time, it would be difficult for him to leave. The martial epoch is where luck gathers. The three dynasties might be much more problematic than I imagined. Xiao Chen was not a fool. He more or less understood Mu Zifeng's intentions. However, he chose this path himself. He had to persevere on it. Staying in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters was not comfortable. One had to pay a price for freedom. Furthermore, Xiao Chen never feared challenges. He had long wanted to go to the three dynasties and meet the true heroes of the Great Thousand Realms. The next day, Xiao Chen, Wu Meng, Nangong Feng, Bao Er, and the others gathered at the Heavenly Alliance's Dao platform. They prepared to head to Desolate City. Then, they would cross the overflowing sea and head to the Yanwu dynasty's capital. Lin Feng, there's no need to send me off. Let's stop here. On the last day, Lin Feng braved some pressure to send off Xiao Chen. Be careful when you go. I heard that the Heavenly Alliance branch in the Yanwu dynasty has too many interests. Before you, 2 envoy inspectors died already. The waters are too deep. It has already become an unsolved case. Lin Feng hesitated for a long time before sending a voice projection to Xiao Chen about the information he obtained from Swearing. In reality, Swearing's original words were harsh. He said that Xiao Chen was seeking death. To think that a mere one vain sovereign emperor dared to oversee the Yanwu dynasty. Xiao Chen was simply reckless. When Xiao Chen heard that, he felt slightly stunned. Clearly, he had not expected there to be such secrets. To think that 3 envoy inspectors died before Xiao Chen. Even with the might of the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters, it had become an unsolved case. You take care, too. The reward that Swearing obtained for Lin Feng was a superior grade cultivation technique. After that, Lin Feng would have to remain in the Heavenly Alliance's headquarters for a long time. The missions that Lin Feng would face would become more dangerous. After Lin Feng left, Xiao Chen waited for 1 hour. Then, he sighed to himself, it looks like Master Ku Yun is unwilling to let me go. This is good. Just as Xiao Chen prepared to ascend the Dao platform, a voice rang out behind him. Big Brother Xiao. Xiao Chen turned his head and saw Mo Chen rushing over. Her face was slightly red, clearly in a rush. Xiao Chen revealed a faint smile. With Mo Chen by his side, he felt much more at ease. He swore to himself that no matter how dangerous the Yanwu dynasty was, he would protect Mo Chen even if he had to risk his life. When Xiao Chen turned his head back, he saw Master Ku Yun